passage. After a decade under the Hagiaphants, I no longer looked up at the 20-meter-high glass smooth walls, nor at the blocking stones designed to glide inexorably into place should a demon need to be destroyed. At the yearly ceremony of the old equinox, at each of the ancient gates, the blocks were tested. The first time, I remember, I stood behind Umbard, my head barely to his chest, my mouth open, as the Nylon stones slid silently shut, creating a stone chamber that not even the strongest demon could escape. Then, my heart pounding, I had followed Umbard, as each new student had followed his or her first proctor, standing briefly alone in the square of judgment before being motioned to pass. For all that 2 centuries had passed since the last demon had been caught and imprisoned in Henvor, my heart still beat a little faster each year, at least until the yin in the silver passlet on my wrist was renewed. On the old city side of the Demon Gate, a constable in the dun red of the Shroddens smiled. "Happy awakening to you, candidate scholar. May the mists always be soft at dawn." She nodded, and I passed, and before long, with the other 20 senior candidate scholars, I stood in the hall of unremitting alertness. Nearly so old as Henvor itself, the stone arches that bore the ancient oak crossbeams and the Nylon dark slates soared into the dimness nearly 30 meters overhead, their size diminished only by their height. Aqua cyan soft boots remained motionless on the green ceramic floor tiles that showed no wear after nearly a millennium, yet another relic of the days of wonder and the time of demons. Along the eastern wall stood the 8 masters of Duzin. Manwar stood third from the left. Idly, I suppose that, had I been born in Klama, I might have been instructed by a master of Toze. But speculating on the face I might have had if my parents had possessed others was futile and meaningless. "There is no ceremony to wisdom, and wisdom requires none," said Abbo Sanhedrin. "The individual reveres wisdom because it increases self, the merchant because it increases coins, and the scholar because wisdom is the first step to ignorance. May the wisdom you possess truly be but a first step on that journey." The words flowed over and around me, perhaps because I had heard them so many times before, just as the younger candidate scholars standing in the back of the hall were hearing them. I looked at the cream-colored sash worn by the Abbo, but once a year, wondering if someday I also might wear the cream. After the ceremony, I walked to Manwar's hippostyle, wanting to scurry, but no longer a scholar candidate, but a junior master of Duzin. I forced deliberation, even slowing to savor the delicate perfume of the golden spring poppies in the garden without. As I entered through the plain stone columns and bowed, Manwar returned the gesture, his faded blue gown sweeping the polished stones of the columned West Meditation Room, the one where he taught those of us who had been senior scholar candidates. "You have been called." I waited. "Townkeeper Treefor of Hybra has requested a junior master now that Ingid has remanded his post and seeks the way of ignorance." My entire abdomen twisted in upon itself. "You are fortunate indeed," Manwar said, "for Hybra looks upon Deep Lake. Years ago, in the time of the 5th colloquium, the Master Valad brought us, all the junior scholars, to the precipice to behold the eel." My stomach sank further. Eels were the last thing I wanted to hear about. Hybra, where I would be schoolmaster to the offspring of foresters and trufflers. Hybra, a town so small it barely needed a gliderway. I remember now what he said when the sun split the crevasse and the light spilled like an arrow onto the waters. I forced myself to nod. "A true Duzin image renders insights beyond speech." Manwar was always like that, spouting forth platitudes that were so obvious that they'd have been as threadbare as the Abbo's ceremonial sash. I reminded myself to consider that the obvious could yet bear truth, even though I could not always see such. "In Hybra you will have the time to consider the life you have not led. I would suggest, Tyndall, that you devote yourself both to your duties and to your garden. I shall endeavor to follow your advice. Through disappointment, through the eye of the needle, lies Shraddha. Manwar paused, and in a way, his words were fresh, recalling the definition of Shraddha: faith. Perfect faith in the triumph of true ignorance. Did you know that Abbo Sanhedrin was once schoolmaster in Danver? It is not even a glider way, not even to this day. A brief smile followed. I did not know that. I didn't, but perhaps times had not changed that much since Abbo Sanhedrin had been young. I felt Manwar was letting me know that a schoolmaster in Hybra could become one of the 8 masters, perhaps even Abbo. I expect you'll be wishing to share your good fortune with your family. Come see me after you're settled in Hybra. It's not that long by glider, less than an hour. With his dismissal, I walked slowly, reflectively, back to my room. Back to the narrow pallet bed and the desk and scriber that I would leave to another. There, Highweek came upon me as I packed the 2 black duffels that contained all I had, all I needed. He had another year or more at the hall. The aqua cyan wears well upon you, Tyndall. An aqua cyan robe is an aqua cyan robe. A safe enough platitude, and true. I wish you well on your posting. When you get where you're going, let me know. I know where I'm going, but not where I'm destined. I offered a laugh. The road not taken can be walked another day. Highweek's words told me he had an idea that I wasn't sure whether to be pleased or not. But I didn't want to tell him that I'd been sent to Hybra, not after suggesting almost arrogantly earlier that I might have been considered for the Undermaster opening at the Lyceum at Lebowith. Perhaps even in the soft mists of morning. At least I had not been tasked to one of the floating cities. Or the fullness of evening, when the heat has fled. Highweek always grinned when he talked about evening, and most of Henvor knew why. That may have been one reason he had lingered so long under the tutelage of Master Juab, the Inscrutable. I'll be late for my session. Do let me know. A warm and crooked grin, and he was gone, and I needed but to add the last items to my bags. Then there wasn't much else to do but carry the duffels down to the gliderway above the river. I had up to 3 weeks before going to Hybra. That was the custom, and I hadn't been informed otherwise. The orange ball of the morning sun was golden and near noon high by the time I stood and waited for the next glider south. The glider was empty, and after easing the duffels into a locker, I sat on the polished and curved wood of the first seat under the reflective over-canopy and watched the river as the glider carried me south toward Lebowith, Winds, and eventually Meddersfell. The faintest odor of ozone permeated the glider, a sign of impending maintenance. The narrow grassy lawns that flanked the river near the center of Henvor and Tefford, since Tefford was on the west side of the greening and Henvor the east, quickly gave way to the marshes, the tall grasses, and the lilies. A huge blue heron stalked, darted his beak, and came up with a silver fish before the taller rushes to the south blocked my view. A single-sailed tillerboard slid northward in the light breeze, a blonde and white-skinned figure guiding the fragile craft more toward the pleasure docks at Tefford and away from the eastern shore. The late spring air flowed around the windscreen and caressed my face, and I watched the greening, the occasional boaters, and the scattered dwellings between Henvor and Lebowith. Older and smaller than Henvor, Lebowith sits on a low plateau overlooking the river, and the glider slipped uphill toward the first boarding point on the north side. As it slowed, I glanced at the smooth-faced green bricks that walled the antique waiting platform. Bricks still unmarked, unvanquished by rain and weather, yet exuding age, and at the hard-finished and polished oak timbers that comprised each corner post and supported the roof. The design proclaimed the age of the timbers, as did their mellow Aeneas shade. But like most structures in Dorcha, the platform and its roof had been well built and better maintained. A woman in a green tunic and trousers boarded at the north stop in Lebowith, as did 2 couples younger than I. The couples sat in the rear, but the woman sat across the aisle from me. "On holiday, young master?" The white-haired woman's eyes sparkled as she settled herself, and the glider eased at half speed toward the midtown stop. "You must be a teacher." "Not yet. I'll be going to my first position after I see my family." "Teaching is important, especially for the young." She snorted slightly. "Too many worry about being great masters in the halls. You do too. You've got the look. You'll be great someday, but not in the way you expect, I bet. In the interim, teach the young the best you can. That's anyone's true legacy." "The dye is scarcely dry on my gown," I protested, half smiling. She smiled. "You've the marks of greatness, but what kind is too early to say." Marks of greatness? For a junior scholar master headed for a small Dorchan town? You smile, but I've seen my share of greatness over the years, and it's not a blessing. The only difficulty is that escaping greatness brings an even greater curse. Was she one of the superstitious single God believers? I nodded. Your words are stamped with the imprint of truth. Safe enough to say. All words bear some truth. The glider stopped once more in mid-Lebwith, and 2 men and 3 women boarded silently. All 5, plus one of the couples in the rear, got off at the next stop, the south platform of Lebwith, a roofless stand set in an extensive barren aisles garden with maze hedges and topiary shaped like fantastic birds with fanned tails. Outside of that one garden, I'd never seen such an image. I did not speak as the glider accelerated southward, but watched the river once more. Good day and bright skies. The white-haired woman in green nodded as she rose to debark at Winds. And to you. Thank you, young master. But at my age, we take any day and whatever may be in the skies. The warm smile and soft tone further disarmed her words. 2 more stops in Winds added more passengers, and the glider was nearly full as it whispered away from the south boarding point in Winds. I withdrew more into my own thoughts. A teacher's post was certainly honorable, but what would I say to my father? Yet, even before the glider was close to Meddersfell, I was worrying about his disappointment. For the son of a merchant, the only mastership was one in a prestigious location. Dozen for the sake of dozen was not enough. Then, had it been so for me in the beginning? I forced a deep and contemplative breath. 4. Lincoln, 4513. Explanation is not an escape from suffering. Some nightmares don't end. I woke on a pallet not of snow, nor stone, nor dirt, nor leaves, but of some unyielding substance harder than steel or stone, and every muscle twitched. Yet I could control none of them. Days earlier I had outrun gliders, and even heaved massive stones, but I could not move as I lay under a curtain of light that pulsed into my eyes, right through the lids even when I shut them. An odor of machines and power burned through my nostrils. Our boy here, he's got one of the really bad old breeds. Probably the old Ibran massacre. We get one from there every few years, some form of ethical punishment or something. The man's voice, if demons were men, if demons had captured me, was deep, almost bass. Careful, he can still hear, cautioned a higher voice. A woman? It won't register. Never does. See, there's no violent feedback, and he's wearing aqua cyan. A real hard case for Jost or Sorel, if he makes it. I understood the meaning of every word that penetrated the light curtain, and yet the sentences made no sense at all, except for the words about what I was wearing and about ethical punishment, which seemed like a redundant phrase to me. How could any punishment in Dorcha not be ethical? How could those who truly followed Duzin not be ethical? How could following Duzin have led me to this? I would have cried out if I could. My eyes blinked, and again I could see the arcs of golden red fire that seemed to web a black star-pointed sky. The curtain of light vanished, as did the words of the unseen speakers, and for a time I beheld bright stars in a sky blacker than any I had ever seen. That image faded, and I was back under the light curtain. Another pulse from the Enfield really dragged him down. There has to be an affinity there. He doesn't have that high a nanite concentration yet. The woman's voice was dispassionate, like that of a dozen master, except that Harleia had been the only woman among the 8 dozen masters in recent generations. Old Engie must be having difficulties getting recruits these days. Or worshippers. We don't know that. It's a misnomer to call something like that a deity anyway. You should know better.
Whatever, Sienna, whatever. If our boy makes it, he'll give Engie fits.
If. Stop talking and help me with the reformulation insertion. He'll need the heavy-duty series, and that's more than iffy. The light curtain flared, and I saw darkness, and nothing, again. 5. Hybra, 4510. Better to see the face than hear the name. Lessons had gone well. Even young Sergal had nodded his understanding of the parables of San Murto, and I almost skipped, undignified as that would have been for a young dozen master, as I headed home from the school. In the lane, well before the boxwood, the deep blue lilacs were about to bud. My nose twitched, anticipating their fragrance, a fragrance that I linked to Forerga, though her eyes were deeper than the lilacs. Strive not for beauty of raiment, nor for stately dwellings. Behold the lilac. I laughed gently at my own attempts at a dozen saying. The feeling was there, just not the conciseness and depth. With time and more study, perhaps both would come. Manoir had been right. Hybra had been good for me. Good for both of us. The sun is in the sky, the water in the river. And Forerga is here, creating beauty. What more could any dozen master ask? When I opened the door to the house, I could tell Forerga was not there, but I could smell hot glass. Rather than call to her and possibly disturb whatever crystal she might be working, I slipped out toward her workshop, the small, high-roofed and rectangular outbuilding we had added when Forerga had first joined me in Hybra. In the sunlit coolness of early spring, the door was open, and I stepped inside as noiselessly as I could. Her back to me, Forerga drew the glass-bearing blowpipe out of the furnace. Holding my own breath, I watched as she blew, as the blue-tinged glass expanded evenly, and then as she deftly took the rod and twirled and shaped in ways I could but watch and understand but not duplicate, until suddenly there was a long-stemmed, delicately fluted goblet, shimmering, standing where none had stood before. Truly, Forerga exemplified the dozen ideal of perfection of the art, yet as an artist and a person, she also neared perfection. When she eased back from the goblet, I did step forward. It's beautiful. So are you, and I'm always amazed. My words brought a shy smile, as though even after 7 years, acknowledgement of her beauty of soul and body yet astounded her. Therefore Eliankar, he has a customer in Leboat. She smiled more broadly. He won't say who it is, so I told him he'd have to pay what she would, and he agreed. Who would not agree for your work? And about that, I was right. Her crystal would be prized generations after my strivings with Duzin had vanished, or, if I were fortunate, merged into the words taught to another generation. You praise me too much. She checked the furnace, then looked back at me. I'd best do the last one. I don't praise you enough. For a moment, I saw the depth and the blue fire behind her eyes, those warm blue depths wherein I often looked and marveled. After that, are you finished for this afternoon? Would you like some tea then? She nodded, holding the glass pipe in one hand. I very much would, especially the way you fix the Arlene. Good. I eased toward her, avoiding the pipe. She smelled of glass and warmth and fire, and I held her tightly. She returned the embrace, one-armed, and for precious long moments we remained an isle in a river. The sun is in the sky, the water in the river. We kissed, then released each other slowly, eyes meeting for another timeless moment. After another brief kiss, I stepped back and went to prepare the Arlene. 6. Lincoln, 4513. Where are you between two thoughts? When I finally woke up, I lay on what seemed a normal bed with polished spindle posts on each corner. A wooden rocking chair sat in one corner with a table beside it, and a small glow lamp rested on the golden oak of the table. There were 2 other tables, one on each side of the bed, each also with a glow lamp, and a window that looked out over a rain-dampened and browning lawn, and up at a slope thickly forested in evergreens. I sat up slowly, swinging my feet to the side of the high bed and letting them dangle. I discovered I wore a green sleeping gown, or the equivalent, silken against my skin. My face felt bare. As my eyes went to the mirror on the white wall, my fingers went to my chin, smooth as it had been back when I had been a scholar candidate. The brown hair on my head was also short. A humming overhead, being paralyzed, lying under a canopy of light and hearing voices. And now I was in a luxurious bedroom, with sheets and clothes as tightly woven as the finest silk. The door opened, and a red-headed woman, as tall as I was, if not taller, stepped inside, closing it behind her. She wore a pale green shirt and trousers and brown boots. Her hair was short for a woman, and her features sharp. "I'm Sorrel, and I'll be your guide." Her voice was girlish, but the piercing green eyes and the thin face were not, despite the welcoming smile. I just looked at her. Guide? To what? To Lincoln, for one thing. She sat in the rocking chair and leaned back. Lincoln? Lincoln. That's where we are. It's the coordinating center of Ricochet. Here. She took a deep breath. I'm not likely to be as good as I probably should be. We don't get many converts anymore. That's if you can call unwilling nanite possession conversion. Once again, I had the feeling of knowing most of the words and understanding little. All I really understood was loss. In the last few days, I'd lost everything. For Erga, my life in Duzin, my teaching, and nearly my life itself. Why? Because I'd changed a little? You really don't understand a word, do you? She paused. Some of this is going to be hard, especially for you. For me? What did they know about me? I would appreciate it if you could tell me exactly what happened. You do speak. Good. A smile, sardonic, warm, wistful, all in one, crossed her thin lips. I waited. You were infected with self-replicating nanites, and you happened to be one of the lucky ones with compatible genes. Relatively compatible. If we hadn't re-engineered your system, you'd have burned out in another year or so. Painfully. About half who are infected die before they reach us, or get caught and killed by mites. I just looked at her. Let me try again. In simple terms, nanites are subcellular organic machines that can undertake a wide array of tasks. Nanites immobilized you when they brought you in. They can block virtually any weapon short of high-powered lasers, particle beams, or nucleonic weapons. They come in various sizes, all of them sub-microscopic. Let's see, how do I put this? A human cell averages 20 microns. Most nanites are 1 micron, although some of the specialized varieties are less than 1/10 of a micron. I struggled with the idea. Something that capable that was a 10,000th of a millimeter in size or smaller? My thoughts skittered away from the whole idea. The woman frowned, not angrily, then smiled gently, almost as if I were a child. I was afraid this was going to be hard for you. It will be harder than you think because, in a way, you've been subtly conditioned against higher technology. Higher technology? What did technology have to do with where I was? Sorrel moistened her lips. Somehow, one of those nanites infected you. They're old high technology. They changed you from being an unmodified human into a nanite-enhanced human. Weren't you able to run faster and farther and to lift heavier objects?
Yes?
I nodded. That was because of the nanites, Sorel said. My stomach tightened and sank. If what she said were correct, I was demon, and so was she. Me, a dozen master, a demon? We call ourselves Rikisha. She smiled again, an expression warm and helpful, and just a hint patronizing. After a moment, she added, people who aren't nanite-enhanced call us demons. But aren't those just words? Aren't you demons, the ones who brought down the ancients? I didn't want to say anything out loud, but I might as well have done so. Sorel shrugged apologetically. Your legends are partly correct. The inability of the average mite, Dorchan, to cope with the advantages of nanotech was what destroyed the ancients. My stomach growled. You need to eat. Your blood sugar's low, and you'll have enough trouble dealing with the changes in your life even when it's normal. Are you going to behave? The green eyes glinted humorously, directly, and that honest directness told me again how much I missed Forerga. I had the feeling I was going to miss her for a long time. It appears my choices are limited. For the moment. That will change once you get more settled. Sorel's lips quirked momentarily. It might also be nice to know what to call you. I'm sorry. I'm Tyndall. All this seems like a nightmare. So much has happened. Hadn't I told her my name? It seems that way, I'm sure, but it's just the beginning. I'm sorry for being so direct in asking your name, but I had to ask because self-identification isn't the same as appellation. Early guides learned that. She stood and pointed to a sliding door in the wall. That's a closet. There's a set of trousers and other clothes inside, and your boots. While you get dressed, I'll be waiting outside. She slipped out the door as silently as she had entered. For a moment, I just sat on the high bed. Then I rose. The cool floor tile somehow reassured me as I walked to the closet. The pale green shirt and trousers felt almost silk smooth, but I had the sense that they were close to indestructible. My own boots seemed crude in comparison, but I was glad something of my past remained. I tried the other door, a shower chamber and toilet of odd design. I washed my face and hands before I stepped out of the room into a wood-paneled hallway where Sorel waited. You seem to be adjusting. It's hard, but try to take it moment by moment. Your does-in might help with that. I almost nodded to myself. Concentrate on being aware of what is. Seek no explanations. Seek but awareness. The mantra helped, and I squared my shoulders. If you're ready. I did nod then, and she turned and walked quickly down the white-tiled corridor, her boots padding on the hard surface. I had to stretch my legs to catch her, and by the time I did, she'd pushed through another door. The low murmur of conversation caught me. Some of it died away as I stood in what seemed to be a dining common, then resumed. New convert. Sorel's charge. Keep her busy. The redhead ignored the comments and walked along the end of the room to the far side. Sorel paused before a low console with several doors less than a half-meter square and something like a miniature icon raiser screen and keyboard. There's a menu here, and it does have some Dorchan dishes. I glanced around. There was no kitchen, yet the small dining area had a dozen diners, all with hot food. Another demon miracle machine? I guess it looks that way, but it's just a different way of processing molecules into food. Try to think of it like that. She lifted a card, one that was coated with a shimmering surface through which the printing appeared, and extended it to me. There's the menu. If you see something you like, press the numbers on the board there. I'll show you. Her own fingers tapped out the numbers, and a hum came from behind the far left door. Then a green light flashed over the door, and Sorel opened it, withdrawing a large slab of meat with an unfamiliar odor. Beside it was some form of steaming potato and what looked to be beans covered with buttered almonds. Steak. Beef protein. Rare. Quite good. She nodded toward the tables. Join me when you decide. Drinks are there. She pointed to a small table with several pitchers. I read the list on the stiff and shining card. The printing was strange, angular but recognizable, and that startled me momentarily. Somewhere half down the list was an entry I recognized. Orange chicken dorcha. I pressed the numbers, and the hum indicated the machine was at work. I took the steaming dish to the table where Sorrel sat, cutting her steak. She looked up and said gently, "Don't forget a drink. You'll need plenty of liquid." So I got a large glass of water and seated myself, beginning to eat as my involuntary salivation told me just how hungry I was. "How is it?" asked Sorrel. "It's good. Not the best, but very good." Another example of nanotech. The nanites rearrange the raw materials in the right order, and there you have anything you can program in. Is there anything they can't do? They handle molecular rearrangement, not atomic patterns. She smiled. They're like many machines, except smaller. They're like all technology. They don't do much for improving human intelligence or teaching people to think. And like a lot of technology, nanite systems can really create havoc when combined with human stupidity. Stupidity? I wish the word hadn't escaped my lips, especially with the look Sorrel offered. I wish I could explain everything, Tyndall, but I can't. Not immediately. I can promise you that you'll get a history course, and a lot more, through nanopills and sprays. I know it would be easier if they could just stick all that in you right now, but body and mind, especially former mite minds, need periods of conscious and unconscious adjustment. Right now, I'll give you a few ideas to keep in mind. Ever heard of the free birthers? The ancients had a lot of them. Saints, Roms, Bucks, Pals. So many ethnic and cultural groups I can't keep track of the names. There were close to 8 billion people on the Earth when nanotech became a functional reality, when the ability arrived to have every living human being a fully functional and reproducing organism for 1,000 years. The free birthers were producing 5 to 10 offspring in a 40-year span and violently opposed any restrictions on reproduction. Now, anyone with any common sense could figure out the mathematics if even 10% of the population practiced free birth. And it was more like 20%. There wouldn't be enough food. I paused. Except, what about machines like those? I pointed to the console. That just made things worse. Every group wanted the health benefits, and self-reproducing nanites for an individual system were relatively easy. Machinery, like those molecular food creators, takes capital, money, tools, and some power, and there wasn't enough. So, the ancients had lots of very physically healthy and strong people with even healthier appetites. Those who had heavy weapons and food survived. About 100 million. And the technology base was pretty much lost, except here and in Thule and 1 or 2 smaller enclaves. We have a decent technology base. I should have said nanotech. Old-style technology is pretty limiting. It takes too much resource investment to maintain. That's even with a small population. It can't be done with a large population, and the ancients never did figure that out. That is one thing you, Dorchans, figured out. You were successful in finding a self-reinforcing way to ration out goods and services that doesn't exceed the carrying capacity of the environment. So how do you do it? I mumbled, angry with her veiled condescension and superiority. Some of the ancients had the right idea, and then they gave it up. Her words ignored my anger. Each individual has a worth to society. All people are not equal, not in those terms. We reward people for their service to society and charge them for the resources that they consume, in general terms, just as the ancients did, and you mites do, with credits. We figure the basis for the credits differently. Those people who consume more than they earn have to repay the balance within a year or undertake compensatory service, like you will. Me? Once you get medically stabilized and on your feet, you'll become a part of Rikishin's society. Just like the rest of us, you'll need to make your way and pay for the goods and services you need. I'm here to get you started on making that adjustment. That made a sort of sense, I had to admit. I looked at my plate. It was empty. You're still hungry, aren't you? Yes. Go order another helping. You'll need it all. The nanites take extra energy. That's something you'll need to remember. As soon as you finish, Tyndale, we've got to get back to work. You've got a lifetime of knowledge and skills to catch up on. The sooner you understand where you are and how Ricochet works, the better off you'll be.
I didn't like the sounds of that, or the idea of compensatory service, whatever that was. But the demons were treating me better than my own people had, except for Forerga. I swallowed at that, and my eyes burned. I rose quickly and went back to the food console and studied the list, choosing something called lemon beef. Maybe the different taste would help, but I doubted it. 7. Meddersfell, 4503. Wretched are all who work for results. Meddersfell was large enough that it had smaller gliders that webbed the city, and large enough that private gliders or carts paid exorbitant passage rights. Even so, at times one had to pause before crossing the wide and grass-centered boulevards. After leaving the intercity glider, I took the Harbor Bluff glider. Because an older man already sat in the rear seat, I sat in front. When the glider reached the throughway at the top of the bluff and whispered across the polished stones, the summer sound spread out below the eastern bluffs. The sun danced on the gray-blue waters, and the foam of the small white caps glistened and subsided, glistened and subsided. The stone piers shone almost white in the late afternoon sun, although clouds were building offshore. Beyond the piers lay the low commercial buildings, most of gray or white stone framing the amber power glass that supplemented the other solar and tidal power systems that supplied the city-state that was Meddersfell. The older man watched, without speaking, as I left the glider at the Rim Park stop. The gold-polished spruce of the exercise bars rose out of the lawn to my left. I'd never been that good at pure gymnastics, but I'd always liked the park, particularly the gardens on the downslope to the lower bluffs with their stone-walled terraces and the colors and scents of all the flowers. The thought prompted me to pause and inhale, and to enjoy the faint smell of roses mixed with sunbursts. What is. I had to smile, recalling what I'd been taught in the middle of the park. Beyond the park began the houses, all of 1 or 2 stories and situated to catch the sweep of the sound in the lower city. I was perspiring heavily by the time I had walked the half-kilo from the park to the house and carried both duffels up to the low front steps of the 2-story scaled-down replica of a breaker house. A low growl from the walled front side garden indicated that my parents, my mother, doubtless, had gotten another dog to replace Gershon. My cousin Rada opened the door. "They said you'd be here." "I'm here. Where are they?" The duffels went on the spotless green marble, and I wiped my forehead with the back of my forearm. "It's hotter than I remember." "Your mother is coming down from her studio, I imagine. Uncle Tind, he's where he always is, trading and watching the markets." Rada offered a crooked smile that bared perfect white teeth. "It has been hot this spring." "Dear." My mother was already halfway down the polished marble of the curving hall steps that curved around the crystal chandelier that had been blown and cut nearly 2 centuries earlier by her grandmother. Artistic talent seemed to run in the women of the family. "Mother," I bowed, then stepped forward and hugged her. "You look wonderful in the blue." "Aqua cyan," I mumbled. "Much better than in that brown." Colors weren't everything, but Mother was an artist, so perhaps they were. "You must be famished. We should have tea, up on the higher balcony." Mother turned to Rada. "If you would give me a hand, I was having difficulty with the alcade's hair." "You're doing the Chief Magistrate's portrait?" He finally conceded that only I was worthy to do it. She laughed. "Why don't you put your bags away and then go up to the balcony terrace?" Her words were really a question, but a great deal of Mother's questions weren't. My room was nearly exactly as I'd left it, except that the bed frame had been refinished, as had the writing table. I set the duffels before the closet, then washed up, enjoying the cool water on a flushed face. After that, I went across the hall and out onto the balcony, where I pulled up a chair. For some reason, I was tired. From under the arches of the roofed second-level balcony, I could see the sound,
and the harbor, and the long and white-walled building that held tinned trading. My father had purchased the older home that had once stood on the site and totally rebuilt it, all so he could watch the harbor when he wasn't down there. I'd barely gotten settled when Radha and my mother arrived with 2 trays. Mother began to pour the tea, offered the tall and fluted cups to each of us, and eased into the high-backed trader's chair beside me. Radha set down the smaller tray. Nuts, sliced apples, white cheese, and cakes and biscuits. "He looks older, Aunt Charisma." I should have. It had been nearly 6 years since I'd seen Radha. My mother's hand strayed to her thick and short silver-gray hair. "Over 6 years we've all aged, Radha. Tyndall the least of all, I imagine." I didn't answer, but waited for my mother to touch her cup, which she did, before taking a long and welcome sip of the Arlene tea. "I miss good tea." "So why don't you come back to Mettersfeld?" asked Radha. "It doesn't work that way. The dozen masters decide where I teach. You don't have to do as they say." "Of course not. I can leave at any time, but I can't come back," I smiled. "I've learned a lot through Dazin." "You'd be better off here, as a trader or even as a private master in the trading school or in the Changers tutorial system. They pay Dazin-trained teachers well." Radha smiled and took a swallow of the Arlene, so big a swallow that I wondered whether she'd even tasted it. "Where will you be going, dear?" asked Mother quietly. "Hybra. It's a small town on Deep Lake, northwest of Henvor." "That's not far from the border with Rikisha." Radha shivered. "Radha, don't exaggerate." My mother's tone was patiently exasperated. "The border's been stable for nearly a millennium, and no one's even seen a demon in Mettersfell for over 25 years, or most places in Dorcha." She lifted her cup, sipped, and continued. "Besides, if Tyndall wants to teach there, it will be good experience. If he likes it, then that's good. If he doesn't, then the experience will be good for him and make him more desirable to the others here or elsewhere." She smiled, closing that subject. Mother was nothing if not practical. I refilled my cup and had one of the butter biscuits. "Have you heard about the Durs?" Radha finally asked. The Durs were always a favorite topic of conversation. Everything they did was outrageous, impossible, and a form of insanity. What now? I couldn't even guess. The Gen Chief of the Durs traveled to Mettersfell on a restored second Confed warboat. He aimed the laser cannon at the Merchange and demanded that the Changers advance the credits for a Dur floating city. And there's a new Dur Gen Chief, and an interestingly shaped chunk of steel and composite that the metalworkers are reclaiming. You can see the wreckage beyond the last pier. The salvage fees might pay off the damage claims against the Durs, including the power surcharges, but the Durs are claiming that it was all a misunderstanding. With the Durs, a great deal is. I took a surreptitious look toward the harbor. There was something that looked like a melted ship. Radha laughed. Mother frowned. "Have you run across anyone lately?" Radha meant anyone she and Mother were likely to know. "Outside of Kondat? He's still studying under Master Kelvin. Not anyone else. Mettersfell doesn't generate a lot of interest in Dazin. I've lost touch with almost everyone." A thought struck me. I should inquire after Isolde. Isolde? Is she the blonde you longed after before you marched off to the Masters at Henvor? She is a scholar doctor with the healing masters in halls, well above you now, Tyndall. Radha was matter of fact, as she always had been, regardless of the impact. So Isolde had gone to Halls, the great delta city of the River Dor? The only city to which the mighty merchants of Mettersfell paid heed, where healing raised more credits than trade? She was a lovely girl, Mother offered. From a good family, too, and that always helps. Blood will tell, she smiled wryly. In time, at least. I remember you spent a great deal of time around a certain grape trellis, suggested Radha. I couldn't help blushing. See? He's still mooning over her. Mooning over a memory, I suspect, said Mother. But I do know another lovely young lady you should meet. Oh? Her name is Forerga. She's a crystal worker, fine hand, very artistic, and really too sweet for most of the merchant types. In spite of the suggested arrangement, I was intrigued, and Mother had always had good taste. She had liked Isolde. Aunt Charisma. Rada rose from the table. I need to be going home, but it was good to get away from the twins for a little while. I rose as well. It was good to see you. After escorting Rada to the front door, I rejoined my mother on the balcony. I did mean it about Forerga. I know, I told her. I've always respected your taste. I'd be happy to meet her. Good. She's coming for dinner tomorrow. Ah, all right. One thing about Mother, when she decided, she acted. Then, around my father, I suppose that was a necessity. I think I heard the glider enter the hang loft. She could also hear the sound of butterfly wings or delphinium stalks brushing against each other from a kilo away, one reason why there had seldom been any secrets in the house. With the steps echoing out to the balcony, I stood, barely before my father burst onto the balcony. Son, it's good to see you. My father stepped forward and hugged me, moving as he always did, in quick bursts, with an energy that declared there was never enough time for anything. Then he released his bear hug and dropped into the chair where Rada had been sitting. So, you're a master of does-in now. What does that mean? Not a great deal, I had to admit. I get to teach in out-of-the-way places or as a junior master under an experienced master. Someone has to. But you could do a lot more as a trader. No, I answered with a laugh. If you were in my position, you could do a great deal more as a trader. He laughed in return. I suppose you're right. But I hate to see all that intelligence wasted in a schoolroom. He lifted the cup my mother had silently filled. I know. It's not a waste. Someone has to prepare children, and if the teacher isn't the best, we all suffer in the future. He shook his head briskly as he did everything. I still think you're cut out for something different. But I've tried, and you've tried, and we are where we are. He took a quick sip of tea. How long will you be here? 3 weeks. Good. I understand your mother has some special treats planned for you. Besides your favorite meals, I meant. He grinned. She's alluded to one already. I grinned and leaned back in the chair, pleased that my father had decided to leave the past behind, and pleased with myself that I'd been able to rely on does-in, not to worry overly. There could be more, he said dryly. We both laughed. 8. Hybra, 4512. All societies are evil, sorrowful, and inequitable, and always will be. Therefore, if you wish to help the world, you must first learn to live in it, and then teach others the same. The fields and gardens outside the school were sodden with the late fall rain, and all the students' boots rested on the spooled rack under the convective heater. The smooth, dark paving stones of Hybra, beyond the waist-high stone walls that surrounded the gardens and lawns and playing fields, shimmered with a reflective coat of rain. I looked down from the dais at the 15 students, 9 girls and 6 boys, seated on their pillows on the polished gold of the wooden floor, their lap desk stands set aside after their concrete mathematics lessons. The hint of dried apples and lavender perfumed the heavy air. With a slow, deep breath, I looked at the book, although I knew the phrases by heart after 8 years. Knowledge begets power. Power begets force. Force is applied from ignorance. With a smile of habit, I looked at the blonde youth on the end. Sergal, would you finish it? Knowledge leads to ignorance. He frowned, and his thin lips turned down. You wonder how knowledge begets ignorance? I nodded at the redhead beside him. Ryan? The twofold path, Ryan said confidently. The total of knowledge is greater than the ability of any individual to assimilate. Because an individual does not comprehend what he or she does not know, the selection of knowledge by an individual is based on the knowledge possessed. The greater the knowledge possessed, the less likely the individual to discover ignorance. The less the knowledge possessed by the individual, the more likely ignorance is to be revealed. Thus, greater knowledge leads to greater influence by ignorance, and greater ignorance to greater influence by knowledge. Ryan bestowed a smile on Sergal. Serena, the girl to the left of Ryan, concealed a wince. Sergal fidgeted on his pillow as the wind splashed fat raindrops on the clear permaglass of the high windows, and as the indirect breeze wafted through the room, bringing the faint scent of winter fern and pushing out the lavender. "You doubt that all knowledge conceals greater ignorance?" I asked. Questions would not have been appropriate for older students at the Collegium in Meddersfell or in the Hall of Duzin in Henvor. But by questions must masters draw out the misconceptions of the young before they blossom into the knowledge-based power that is in truth ignorance. "Enlighten my ignorance, Master Tyndall." Sergal bowed his head, keeping his eyes properly downcast. "You do not believe that knowledge conceals ignorance," I said mildly. There was no use in anger. It would only have bewildered him and weakened me. "To those who seek knowledge, one piece of knowledge by itself is not enough, Sergal. As the Abbo Sanhedrin said, of making great knowledge there is no end, and much study, and the knowledge therefrom is a weariness of the flesh and a deadening of the spirit. And we know what happened to the ancients, do we not?" From the end of the second row, Fiona bobbed her head vigorously. Keeping my distaste for such unseemly enthusiasm from my lips, I inclined my head to the stocky daughter of Hybra's most senior truffler, refraining from touching my beard, finally beginning to show some gray, some visible indication of age and wisdom. "The ancients wrested the secrets from the depths of the earth and from the hearts of the stars, and with those secrets they banished sickness, death, and all forms of discomfort. And sickness, death, and discomfort gathered together and created the demons, and the demons destroyed the ancients." Fiona paused, then added conversationally, "Most of them, but not all, or we wouldn't be here." The three bright faces in the back row were blank, as those new to the school always were when the subject first arose. "The dangers of knowledge are threefold," I nodded to Katya. "There is the danger of not learning, the danger of learning too much, and the danger of not understanding," she answered. "But it is not like that, Master Tyndall." Sergal's words tumbled out. "The big trout like the black worms. I put a black worm on the hook. I catch a trout. One piece of knowledge, one trout. I know that there is much I do not understand, but how can that one bit of knowledge lead to ignorance and evil?" It was a fair question. That I had to admit to myself because I had asked it years back. Yet I had been older than Sergal, years older, though my words had doubtless been more polished. "Now, Sergal, you seek one trout. What happens when you are older? When you must provide your share of food for the town?" I shrugged. "You understand, but not all people do, and the ancients did not. So they found ways to put many hooks on their lines, and ways to make their lines strong enough to hold many fish. In time, there were not enough fish. Then they grew the fish in ponds, but the ponds changed the land, and soon there were not enough birds to kill the insects, and many people sickened. Then the ancients killed the insects, and more of the birds died, and many small animals. To feed the people, and there were many people in the ancient times, their knowledge seekers planted corn and maize and rice everywhere. And in many places the ground was too dry and blew away, and in others it was too wet and the crops rotted. And people died. So many people died that there were not the numbers to count them." I paused. Sergal was trying hard not to shake his head. "That was when the ancients harnessed the powers of the demons, and the demons turned wastes and chaff and bark from fallen trees into food, good food, and for a time all was well." For a time. I smiled and waited. "But that was better than people starving, was it not? People were not meant to starve, were they, Master Tyndall?" asked Sergal. "Nor were fishes or birds. Too much of any good ceases to be good. All of you in the front row, write me an essay for tomorrow on the excess of good." I offered a frown, not entirely for theatrical effect. "Now, out with your physical science assignments."
I wheeled the projection screen into place and waited, ignoring the slumped shoulders and the not quite hidden glares at Sergel, who still smiled brightly. Physical science was straightforward enough, since we were dealing with the basics of material structure and chemistry, and not questions of dizin. After science came language and rhetoric. At the end of the day, after sweeping the floor, mopping it, polishing it with the cloth buffer, and setting up for the morning, I adjusted my hat and stepped out of the school into the rain that was more than a drizzle, but less than the downpour that had pelted the roof tiles earlier in the afternoon. The faint whine of a cart rose over the whisper of the rain and the light breeze. I watched as it lurched slightly, usually the sign of a fuel cell close to the end of its life, and several of the large pumpkins and squash in the carry bin rolled, but the driver did not turn, and I could not make out who it might have been through the rain. I walked on, my waterproof and hat more than enough protection against the fast-falling drops, still wondering about the questions Sergel had asked. Scarcely questions from a truffler's and fisherman's family, and certainly the first so well posed in years. Yet Sergel had been blissfully unaware of the impact of his questions, even as the others in the first row had not. Fiona and Ryan, they had understood, as had even some of those in the back who had not heard my words before. So why had Sergel not understood? The unexpected only means that which you have not expected. That was what my old tutor Manwar would have said, and he would have been right. From the corner of my eye, the motion of the glider caught me, and I turned. 3 people sat under the clear bubble canopy as the 5-meter-long craft slid toward the kiosk that marked town center, apparently suspended in mid-air over the black, rain-polished stones of the gliderway. I thought the figures might have been Eelmaster Parsful and Quella and their daughter, probably returning from shopping in Lebwith. But a line of rain splashed over me, and I blinked, and the glider was out of sight. Just before I reached our gate, so did the townkeeper, and he waited for me. Master Tyndall. Trefor bowed the bow of the perfect third. Townkeeper Trefor, I responded, as necessary, to the headman of the town, with one of a perfect fourth. You look well. As do you, Master Tyndall. And of those you wish to speak? Trefor bowed again, then offered a smile. Dine has become a candidate scholar in the Hall of Duzin, under the Overmaster Juab. Much credit falls upon you. I can only take refuge in ignorance, Townkeeper. May she find it as much of a blessing as I have. I am most certain she will, Master Tyndall. He inclined his head, smiled, and continued toward the brown-walled house on the hill to the east of the square. The dryer and covered front portico of our home beckoned, and I sloshed the last few meters up the walk, turning and looking back once I was under the overhang. Was the yew hedge too large, its edge too close to the green ceramic border of the walk? The edges were clean, straight, and they should have been, but the hedge did appear oversized, slightly at least. An ill-proportioned hedge would not be appropriate for Hybra's Duzin master, small as the school was, especially not after the townkeeper's visit. I repressed a shrug and opened the door. The scent of lemongrass chicken filled the foyer, and my mouth watered as I took off my boots and donned the green house slippers. I bowed to Forerga as I entered the kitchen. Forerga was tall, half a head taller than I, and her eyes were the piercing blue of the West, for all that her parents and ancestors had lived in Dorcha all the days of their existences. She nodded in return, and her eyes met mine, and we both smiled. My dear, I kept smiling. You looked troubled when you came in, Tyndall. Is it the rain? She offered another of the warm smiles I treasured. The tea is ready. I can't say it is the rain, but I am indeed ready for tea. We didn't go in for the long ceremony, just the short one, and I marveled, as always, at the precision and grace with which Forerga served and presented the tea. My own efforts fell far short of hers. I sat at the burnished oak table set in the bay that overlooked the rear garden and the raven fountain that had been Forerga's first gift to me after she had joined me in Hybra. The warm scent of the Arlene wreathed my face, offering comfort. And your day? I asked after the first sip,
letting the warmth diffuse through me. Quiet. I finished the last of the goblets for Aninka. The turned ones, you recall? She lifted her cup as gracefully as she had poured the tea. I recalled. The area prefect's spouse had wanted unique goblets and hadn't even balked at the price, more than 30 credits each. They're a bargain at 30. Perhaps in Meddersfell, but not in Hybra. Aninka and the townkeeper's family are the only ones here who can afford my better work. That was why Forerga often took the glider to Henvor or Tefford, or down the Greening River to Leboath or even the Meddersfell of her youth. There, the great art dealers or even the household planners employed by the families of the wealthy clamored for her work. It's a pity in some ways. In some, she conceded. But it is far more peaceful here, and I'm happier and do better work where it's peaceful. She offered that open smile, so much more warming than even the Arlene tea. I'm glad of that. So am I. She refilled her cup, and then mine. I noticed the hedge. Does it seem slightly overlarge, perhaps overpowering the balance between the garden rows and the walk? Forerga laughed gently, kindly. You have always seen those balances more readily than I. You're too kind. I see your glasswork and the balance and artistry. Glass and crystal are not living plants. There's a difference. I let it go. She believed what she said, my all-too-modest Forerga. Townkeeper Treefor was waiting by the gate for me, I mused. It wasn't an accident. I would think not. There are not many accidents in any townkeeper's life. She slid the plate of wafer biscuits before me. Thank you. The butter-based wafer melted in my mouth, and I took another sip of tea, glancing out the window at the blue-feathered jay that alighted on the smooth brown bricks of the garden wall, before shaking awkwardly, spreading wing and vanishing into the mist and twilight. Young Daine had been accepted as a candidate scholar by Overmaster Juab. Overmaster Juab was at Henvor when you studied with Master Manwar. You spoke of him. He always had insights, but seldom spoke. I sipped the last of the tea in the cup. I did not recommend Daine, not even to Manwar. His selection of Daine troubles you. I cannot believe I was that mistaken. Yet, I shook my head slowly. To believe in one's own infallibility proves the opposite. You think that other considerations were involved? I cannot believe that either, although my mind says such is certainly possible. I laughed. I don't wish to believe that Juab might be either fallible or venal, nor that my judgment was so erroneous. Sometimes, as someone I respect and love has said, all choices are unpleasant. You keep me more honest than I would otherwise be. More humble, I suspect. Not more honest. You're too honest as it is, Tyndall, my dear. My dear. How I loved those words and the lady who uttered them. With a smile, I lifted the teacup. I could do nothing about Daine, nor Juab, nor the townkeeper. I could hold to the warmth of the past that we had built over the years in Hybra. Had it been 8 years? Closer to 9, actually. 9 years since I'd walked the river Greening and watched 2 children kissed by a cataclysm. 9 years since I'd found a blue-eyed artist who warmed my soul. 9 years bringing Duzin to the children of trufflers, fishers, eel masters, and geoponicers. Tomorrow, I thought. Tomorrow I would prune the hedge before anyone else noticed the imbalance. I smiled to myself at the thought. Who else would even notice? But once a Duzin master, however humble, always one, even unto pruning hedges. 9. Meddersfell, 4503. Openness to the world, to what is, can never be acquired. I paced back and forth across the foyer floor. Had allowing Mother to invite her young artisan friend been a mistake? Don't be so nervous, my mother called from the lower balcony. That was easy enough for her to say. Your father won't be home for a while. she added, as if that were supposed to be a consolation. I paced some more. At least I'd grown up with Isolde. What if I didn't like this woman? Mother would be telling me how good and how talented she was for the entire length of my stay. Stop pacing. You sound like a demon in heat. It doesn't become the Aqua Cyan. I stopped and shook my head. How could a demon be in heat? And what did that have to do with the color of my robes? Then the bells chimed, and I took a deep breath before stepping forward and opening the door. The woman who stood under the front portico was tall, at least half a head taller than I. The black hair framed a thin face, one dominated by deep blue eyes. The green-tinged blue tunic and trousers she wore neither added to nor subtracted from the clean lines of her face. "Greetings," I offered. "I'm Forerga. You must be Tyndall." Her lips curled into a warm smile, and her eyes sparkled. I had to smile in return. "I'm Tyndall. Please come in." When I closed the door, my mother's voice carried from the balcony. "Do bring Forerga out, Tyndall." What else was I going to do? I wanted to roll my eyes. Forerga's smile turned into a grin, and she murmured in a low and husky voice, "All mothers are the same." I couldn't help grinning back at her, and I almost forgot how much taller she was as we walked out to the balcony. "I'm so glad you could come." Mother was standing by the table. Steam curled from the spout of the teapot. After seating the black-haired woman in the chair beside my mother, I poured 3 cups. "Would you like honey?" "No, thank you." Her voice remained husky without being rough. "Mother, you know my habits well enough, Tyndall. 1 dollop." I gave her 1 and took 2 myself before sitting down and glancing toward the harbor. It was still early enough that the overhang protected us from the descending sun, and early enough that my father was doubtless still wrestling with some aspect of exchanges or futures or shipping schedules. "You have a lovely view from here," Forerga said. "It is lovely, but Tyndall's father set it up more to view the harbor for commercial purposes, not aesthetic ones." Mother laughed. "Tin's never been one for aesthetics." "Then everyone must be pleased." Forerga's summary was both matter-of-fact and delivered warmly. I laughed. "You have a way with words that I envy." "Forerga is one of the most talented artisans with crystal," Mother said. "Elexton told me that last week." If Mother said so, Forerga was talented, but I was more taken with the smile and the warmth in those blue eyes. "I need to see to dinner." With a knowing smile, Mother rose. "As if she didn't have it planned to the last instant," I said with a laugh after my mother vanished from the balcony. The dark-haired artisan laughed gently. "What else would you have her say? I'm going to leave you 2 alone in order to see if you can discover each other?" Her words were true enough, but there was no edge to them, no brittleness, no sense of revealed truth or self-importance. At that moment, I could sense that Forerga possessed an absolute understanding and acceptance of what was and would be. She understood Dazin better than I. "Have you studied Dazin?" I asked. "No. I read a little from my father's library, but..." A faint smile crossed her lips. "It seemed..." She shook her head. "Obvious?" I suggested. A slight frown greeted my question. "Not obvious. Anything that is obvious has more behind it." For the first time, she looked a little flustered, a little less composed. I waited. "The simplest crystal design is often the most difficult," she finally said. "You can feel how good it is, but executing it or explaining it sometimes feels impossible." She paused, those deep and piercing eyes fixed on me. "I think Dazin is like that." I realized for the first time, but not for the last, that Forerga was like that. A simple goodness so direct that it was art and not artifice. A truth so obvious it could not be described. For the longest time, I just looked into her eyes. Far more blue than the summer sea. Far deeper than any blue presented by a Dazin master. 10. Hybra, 4512. You may know your thoughts, but you are not your thoughts. The morning broom was thick, silver white, and my breath added to it as the shears snick-snicked their way along the hedge in the post-dawn glow. Each pruned piece went into the cart, none over a few centimeters, to be carried to the composter when I was done. The scent of damp grass surrounded me, pervaded even the cold silver broom as my hands and fingers wielded the oiled shears. Ensuring the proper proportions of the hedge, that was easy and rewarding, to apply myself to the task and become one with it. But why had I not seen how the boxwood had grown over large? Yes, the lines had been precise, but too near the green edges of the walk. Why had I not seen the changes? Had I grown too complacent in Hybra? Too tolerant of the small deviations from the ideals of Does-In? I walked back to the front gate and studied the walk-side edge of the hedge. Another centimeter or two would be better. I lifted the polished wood and steel of the shears older than I but still keen and functional. When I finished, I did smile. Then, after emptying the cart into the hopper and racking it on the garden shed wall, I turned the crank, regularly, slowly, and the finely meshed gears drove the grinder. A thin stream of shredded leaves and wood poured into the compost bin, from which I took the material that I used to build up the garden and mulch the trees, except that it came from the bottom, slanted so that it fed into the chute with a lifting door on the outside of the shed. Dinah's selection by Overmaster Juab. That nagged at me, although I knew I was certainly not one who should question it. How could a lowly schoolmaster in Hybra question an Overmaster of Does-In? Yet the thought that criteria other than intelligence and receptiveness to Does-In troubled me, and I could not deny that unease. Then Sergal, a truffler's son, had questioned me, and not in the proper manner. How had I failed? Had I not kept to the true ideals of Does-In in some subtle fashion? I kept cranking the composter until the hopper was empty. Then I swung the grinder back into its rack and replaced the bin cover. I would have to talk to Walid about his son, if only to discover who was planting such questions. Questioning to seek the truth was one matter. Questioning merely to cause unrest was another. And I had the feeling that Sergal's questions were not raised to seek the truth or the way of Does-In. I doubted Sergal himself had even raised them. But Does-In masters, even in small towns, were not supposed to let such questions and doubts arise. I wiped down and oiled the shears, then racked them, closed the garden shed, and walked back through the fog and mist to the rear door of the house. Forerga was up, heating the water and fixing breakfast. Her low song as she moved around the kitchen brought a smile to my lips, and I paused for several moments in the rear hall, silently listening, drawing in the warmth of song and of the artisan who was my soulmate. After laying out the exercise mat on the enclosed rear deck, I stripped to my shorts, then sat on the mat and tried to compose my thoughts. The key was to let the trivia of the world pass me by, concentrating on the now, on the sense of body and self and selflessness. The world did indeed recede, and physically I was refreshed, especially after my shower. The questions pushed their way back into my thoughts by the time I sat at the table. You did not sleep well. I had hoped you would. Forerga smiled softly as she poured the tea. One cannot always sleep the sleep of the untroubled. I offered her a smile. You are worried. I am, but your words warm me. I took a slow sip of tea, then a bite of the apple biscuit, savoring the taste of each crumb. They are but small matters. Dinah, Sergal, and his questions. And we have each other. I smiled as I looked into her deep blue eyes. The tongue of the adder, visible only briefly, is a small matter. Forerga offered the slightest frown, and that expression worried me, for my artist soulmate saw more without words than I did with them. Her expression told me more than her words that I was right to worry. Those small matters would have to be addressed after I had considered the options through the perceptions of Does-In. 11. Lincoln, 4513. If the body is unmastered, the mind will remain unmastered. I'd taken only one set of nanosprays and pills, but already my mind was filled with information and terms I'd never learned. Adjudication may only be used after demonstrated irresponsibility and must be imposed by a Class 1 adjudicator. Rikisha is comprised of 8 geographic districts. Amnord Logistics for Stellar Transport is based in Runsui. Facilities include: maintenance suits will be purple. The authority will consist of no less than 5 and no more than 7 members. The seemingly unrelated facts tumbled and turned through my skull as if trying to find places, reference, somewhere to which they could attach themselves, and all too often failing to find places of adhesion. Then, too, somewhere deep within me was a coldness, a chill that would not lift, a chill tied to knowing I would not see Forerga again, or my parents, or even my cousin Radha. But mostly I missed Forerga. She would have handled what I felt far better than I was. I almost didn't hear the knock on the door to my quarters. Overwhelmed by the continuing flood of information, I tried not to stagger as I stood and made my way to greet the caller, who had to be Sorel. "You're having a hard time," she observed as I opened the door. "It will get better. I know." I nodded, letting her close the door. Even after I sank back into the chair, my head continued to feel as though it were being split apart. "You need to think through the information you're getting. Try to talk about it. Talk to me if it helps," she suggested. I shook my head. I wouldn't know where to start. There's so much. "That's one problem," Sorel replied quietly. "Human beings are programmed genetically to be hunter-gatherers. We need to tie abstract information to real-world perceptions. That's why it helps to talk, even just to repeat what surfaces in your mind. Then, after you get a grasp on that, try to think where what you're sensing might be helpful in the future." "In the future?" I laughed hoarsely. "I'm having trouble with right now." My eyes skittered away from her and toward the snowflakes slipping past the window. "I understand." I wondered how she could. She wasn't the one trying to assimilate the flood of random information. "You're having trouble. That's natural. It's because you're still in the habit of experiencing and reacting. That's necessary for a mite, and deadly for a demon." Mites, demons. What did it matter? So much of what she said, so much of what rattled through my mind, didn't seem to matter much. "You have 2 problems right now," she said. "One is personal shock. You've been torn from everything you know and everyone you love. The second is cultural shock. You're in the middle of a culture you've been conditioned against from birth. You have to accept that those shocks are real, but you also have to go on." "Why should I even care?" I asked. "I could offer you warm words, but that wouldn't help you. You want someone to tell you how bad things are and how much you've been hurt. Well, you have been. We acknowledge that. But sitting and feeling bad won't help you get on with life. That's assuming you want to. And if you do..." I couldn't just give up. I owed Forerga that much, and more. "You really don't care how I feel, do you?" "I care because you are an intelligent being. And right now you're confused, and you're upset, and your whole world has been turned inside out." Sorel stood and walked toward the window and the snowflakes that drifted by outside. "But there's a difference between caring between individuals and caring by society. That was one of the problems the ancients had. They always wanted everyone to feel good. They worried too much about how people felt and not enough about what needed to be done. How you feel and how I feel about you doesn't matter when it comes to society's basic principles. First, a society has to figure out what works. Then it must educate and condition people to accept it." She laughed softly. "I shouldn't be preaching, but it's hard to offer sympathy without being misleading. Adjusting to Rikisha is difficult, and dishonesty on my part will only make it harder." "Hard enough as it is," I said, making an effort not to mumble. "Hard on anyone not born here." Sorel turned her green eyes on me. Eyes warm but honest, like a green version of Forerga's. I wished Sorel were somewhere else and anyone else. Tyndall. Every workable society conditions its members. Dorcha conditions its people. You should know that. You were one of the ones doing the conditioning. It's only hard when you have to learn someone else's conditioning. A tinge of bleakness colored her words, then vanished. Making it so cold, so impersonal, that's wrong. People aren't just numbers. I didn't know why I felt so strongly. Was it because I was an outsider? Because I hadn't chosen voluntarily to become a demon? On the contrary, people have always been digits in any society. There have been numerous societies and belief systems that fostered an illusion of caring, but it was always an illusion. And we're not fond of illusions. We care about whether society works, but on the societal level, no one really cares about how you feel so long as you do what's necessary. We each have to find the individuals who care for us. That's always been true. Do you think that's changed in history? We deal with it more directly than most societies. We try to make honesty something more than lip service, and it isn't easy for us. For me, it won't be easy for you. I just stared at her, not sure I'd heard the words she'd spoken. Tyndall. For the first time, Sorel sighed, actually sighed, as she turned from the glass to face me once more. You spent your whole life learning and believing in Duzin. I don't fault you for that. Now that you have a chance to see more and learn more, you're fighting it. And you're reluctant to use what you learned from Duzin because it would prove that Rikisha is an improvement over Might society, and you can't face that. You want all your comfortable old illusions back. She shrugged. You can have them back, or not, as you wish. But you're still responsible for yourself, and, when you're able, for repaying us for saving you. I didn't ask to be saved. Then why did you flee Dorcha and come to Rikisha? Are you sure that you're not saying that you wanted to be saved on your terms and not ours? She was probably right, but I wasn't sure I really wanted to admit anything. Why couldn't things have stayed the way they had been? Because they haven't, she answered gently. And nothing will change that. I almost wished she hadn't been so gentle with her words. Then I could have lashed out. Instead, I swallowed. By Duzin, I missed Forerga, the certainty of the Duzin I had known, and even crusty old Manwar. 12. Deep Lake, 4512. All is equally fair and good and foul and evil. Only the individual will claim something is but one. I went to talk to Sergal's father on 7-day afternoon. Unlike many in Dorcha, fishermen do not rest, or Walid did not, and I had to wait in the brisk chill wind until he beached the dinghy. The fisherman and truffler was small and wiry, his head barely above my shoulder. His black beard was trimmed short and square, like my own blonde-brown beard, and he paid me no attention until he had turned the boat on its rack to drain and dry, and replaced all his gear in a small barn above the rocky beach. What do you want with me, Duzin Master? In his weathered gray clothes and grayed face, except for the black beard and hair, he could almost have been a statue or a full-sized carving. To talk to you about Sergal. Walk with me to the caves, then. He grunted and turned, heading for an opening in the bushes. Not the one that led to the cart road around the lake, but one leading toward the rocky slope to the south of the high cliffs that seemed to plunge straight into the deep azure of the lake. Caves? Even I knew truffles grew under oaks, not in caves. Do mushrooms, too, Walid said over his shoulder. Where you think they come from? Come on, don't have time to waste. I followed the wiry man down a well-trod path toward another cliff, a mere 15 meters high, unlike the 100-meter drop-off of the high cliffs. Sergey's a good boy. Walid eased back a sliding door that covered a long tunnel, reaching inside and touching a plate. A line of glow lamps illuminated the low-ceilinged and ancient tunnel, a tunnel long enough that I could not see the far end. He's a very good boy. He's also been asking some strange questions, using fish as examples, I added blandly, then scrambled after the truffler as he walked toward the mushroom beds. My nose wrinkled at the dampness and acrid odor of manure. He should learn a lot from fish. Every creature has lessons to teach. What's the problem? The truffler looked up from the long tray bed of mushrooms. Portobello, I thought, but they were still small. I worry that he seeks knowledge for the sake of knowledge. You dozen folk do enough of that. A smirk crossed the man's face. If he wishes to follow the way of dozen, then he will learn how to deal with knowledge. I studied Walid's blank gray eyes that said nothing and revealed nothing. The man bothered me, but I couldn't say why, even as I attempted to hold on to a state of unremitting alertness. He's a boy. Why worry about his questions? How could I phrase the answer? I wondered. Sometimes children need to ask questions, and that is right, especially if the questions come from their hearts. Walid cocked his head and studied me, a faint smile crossing his lips. And you're worried that a poor truffler's putting ideas in his head? I didn't say you were, I pointed out reasonably. Who else would? His mother went back to Winds years ago, just Sergel and me. He paused. You say you worry. Who worried about us when she left? Who worried when I had to pay a nurse? Now, boy asks a question or two, and you worry. I didn't know. Lots you dozen masters don't know. He moved down the bed, studying the small fungi. I'm sure of that, I agreed, following. Anyone asks questions you don't like, and you start worrying about forbidden knowledge and demons, and the like. Demons? I hadn't even thought about demons. What had brought that up? Was Walid a secret demon worshipper? I tried not to swallow. I wasn't talking about demons. What do you think about demons, dozen master? Walid's tone was too casual, and I wanted to step back. I don't know much about the demons. No one today does, except that anyone who crosses the border never comes back. Nor do any gliders. Sometimes arrows of fire or lasers streak into the heavens. I shrugged. They seem to want to be left alone, and so do we. Do not mock the demons. Those in Ricochet are but pale remnants of the ancient demons. I stepped back, but the truffler narrowed the distance between us. What would a fisherman and truffler know about demons? And why was he angry at me? You do not believe me? Ah, well, I will tell you. In that, then, you will have the opportunity to brighten the mirror with cleansed perceptions. I had to frown at the misapplication of the dozen saying. In the time of the demons, each and every demon wore a magnificent suit of clothes. If folded, it was no larger than a man's fist. Yet when worn, the demon could lift weights of more than 5 headstones and dash as fast as the glideways for nearly an hour. Walid bent down under one of the trays as if he had dropped something. A suit of clothes that would allow a man to lift the weight of, what, 3 glider cars? I smiled politely. So blind are you who do not see. With a laugh, he stood and turned, and he held a polished gun, the kind designed to hold and stop even demons. I am no demon, I protested. Brrr. My body convulsed, and I was held rigid by the current that froze my muscles, flowing through every dartlet that had pierced my flesh. Not yet. What did he mean, this fisherman and truffler? I tried to speak, but I could sense nothing. When I woke, I was bound to a wooden frame, and the loose sleeves of my gown and undershirt had been rolled back. Both arms ached, and I could see and feel that they had been slashed or cut and then dressed rudely. Where was I? My eyes blurred as I turned my head, discovering I was in another ancient tunnel, a damp one, and one without glow lamps. The only illumination came from the portal light held by Walid.
The rope will keep you bound. That's until you can get free. Then you won't do nothing.
He laughed, nearly maniacally.
You Tzin types. You think you're so smart. You know phrases that others have repeated from the old days, and the sayings never change, and you never learn. The demons learned, and you drove them out because you were afraid of what they had discovered. Now you ignore them and drive out anyone who questions.
Another laugh followed.
You Tzin masters, you are so high and mighty. And you, Master Tyndall, you are among the worst, for you believe what you say and would have my boy believe you. Well, Walid the Truffler would have you see how you fare in a world where none think you are high or mighty.
Laughing again, he rolled a barrel next to me, lifted it onto the rock ledge by my head, and maneuvered a spigot covered with what seemed to be a rubber nipple close enough that it almost touched my mouth. An odor of rancid fish flowed over me, and I nearly gagged.
Not much better than pig slop.
He nodded at the huge barrel.
You think you will not eat it, but you will. The little demons in your blood will see to that. You will need it all before you are strong enough to break free.
A crooked smile crossed his face, revealing equally crooked and yellow teeth.
Then you will be a demon, and you will leave Dorcha or die.
Demon? I choked out stupidly.
I know the secret of making demons. A demon died in these caves, long time ago, and in his dust. But you don't need to know that.
He held up the demon gun.
If I must use this on you again, you will be carried to the demon cage in Hybra, and you will die.
A door clunked shut. I was alone in the ancient tunnel. Alone in the darkness, bound with ropes twice as thick as a truffler's thumbs. I, a master of Tzin, schoolmaster of Hybra, tied up like a pig for slaughter, tied up by a mad truffler in a place that no one would find, tied up by a truffler convinced he had a mystical secret that would turn me into a demon. I tried to wiggle free, but the ropes and the knots were firm, and all I got was rope burns and aching muscles. My stomach turned at the odor of rancid fish and at the fear of what Walid might have done. What poison had he introduced? Or had it all been a delusion? And had I been left to slowly starve in the darkness? Was he angry at me? Or did he dislike all Tzin teachers? I strained against the ropes, then tried to move my fingers, but my wrists were bound too tightly. Everything was bound too tightly, and the odor of fish too strong, far too strong. I struggled until I was exhausted, with little result, and another darkness passed over me. 13. Lincoln, 4513. The objective universe is absolutely unreal. For a moment, when I looked outside in the early afternoon, I thought fog had come to Lincoln, with the whiteness that obscured my view of the hillside trees. Then a figure appeared passing the window, red hair blotched with white, and before I could reach the door, Sorel appeared. "Greetings!" She thrust a jacket at me, one I hadn't seen before. "Put that on." "Why?" "I thought it might be a good idea to take a walk. You're feeling sorry for yourself, and sometimes a walk helps." "What if I don't feel like a walk?" "Well, I'm supposed to help you adjust, and you aren't going to adjust sitting and looking at the wall. Life goes on." "For some people." "You think you're the first and only one who's ever lost everything he loved?" Again, there was a hint of bleakness behind the overly cheerful facade, a hint of something I wasn't sure I wanted to know. "Besides," Sorel continued, "it's snowing, and Lincoln is beautiful in the snow." "Snow?" I shivered. "You probably wouldn't notice it even without the jacket, but it will be more than enough with your nanite balance. Put it on." Her tone didn't brook arguing.
I didn't. She'd just keep being annoyingly cheerful. Instead, I pulled on the jacket and followed her into the corridor and then out the side door and off the small stone porch. The ground was white, and only one set of tracks marred the snow, the ones that led to the structure where I lodged and was fed nanopills and pestered and questioned. I looked back. The roof was tiled. That I could see from the pattern, but not the color because the snow had already provided a white blanket. The windows were dark. I frowned. They didn't look dark from inside. Some form of one-way glass? Each wall stone shimmered a translucent green that almost seemed to glow. The stone shimmers. Don't talk. Not now. You'll spoil it. Keep your questions for later. Just follow me. I shut my mouth, wanting to protest her high-handedness, but what good would it have done? Accept what is until you may understand it. I held to that thought. You couldn't change anything until you accepted and understood it. The snow squeaked, ever so faintly, under Sorrel's boots, but I moved without a sound along the path that led into the trees to the north of the lodge. I knew it was north, but how? Under the canopy of firs on either side of the path, the snow cover was intermittent, and brown needles protruded. With no real wind to disturb, swirl, or blow it, the powdery white drifted down through and around the branches like a mist sifting groundward. The faint odor of pines or resin mixed with the not-quite dampness of the snow. We passed through a stretch of evergreens, perhaps 100 meters long. 97.3 meters, insisted the internal observer that had come with my transition to demonhood. Another expanse of meadow appeared, also snow-covered, and a silver spire rose out of the snow-dusted evergreens to my right, rising perhaps 30 meters, although the silver seemed to meld with the snow and at times vanish. In the open, the chill dampness of snow melting on my forehead and bare cheeks was strangely welcome, like cold tears. Foerga's tears? My mother's? I swallowed, paused, and then kept walking. The silver spire vanished behind us, just as the certainty I had placed in Duzin had vanished. Out of the snow ahead rose an oblong, black-pillared building, like one of the temples of the ancients, except those had been white. It stood on a small hill, around which ran water over a perfectly smooth bed, so smooth that the water looked like shining silk that caressed the gentle slope before collecting in a long pool lined with the same seamless black stone. Steam rose where the snow touched the water, and the scent of lavender puffed away from the pool as we walked past. The snow kept drifting down, cool and welcome on my face. The next structure was harder to describe, either built into a granite cliff or the facsimile of a cliff built around it, with balconies overlooking heated pools from which steam rose, or I thought it did. A diaphanous veil cloaked the entire dwelling, revealing only general shapes. A couple might have been bathing in one of the pools, or it might have been two statues given the illusion of movement by the shifting of the veil. Then the woods got deeper and darker. Sorrel held up a hand for me to stop, and I did. A dark, looming, four-footed creature, silent as the snow itself, slipped across the path in front of us. Dark and wide antlers, a good 2 meters across, topped a long, fur-bearded face. Never had I thought anything that large could have moved so silently, but it had, vanishing into the darkness of the evergreens. "What?" I whispered. "Giant moose." Quiet. Sorrel resumed walking, the only sound that of the squeaking of her boots in the dry snow. A chittering sound echoed through the woods, twice and not again. For a time we passed no other obvious structures, just walked through meadows and woods, and over a thin brook where the clear water splashed amid rocks that were half covered with snow. An unrailed bridge crossed the stream, a single seamless construction of reddish stone that leapt out of the ground at each side and arched over the water, stones and snow-covered grasses. Part of nature, and yet not at all a part. Beyond the bridge and uphill was a small lake and granite ramparts, natural cliffs reared into the clouds at the north end of the lake.
less than a kilo away across dark gray-blue water. Fist-sized stones, predominantly white, comprised the shoreline. On the exposed shore, the wind gusted and small whitecaps crested intermittently. A bird-like elongated shape, a black and white shadow on the water, glided away from us, then vanished beneath the chop, only to reappear a good 100 meters to the east. Sorel stood and watched the lake and the diving bird. I watched the lake, the bird, the snow, the mountains, and Sorel. Abruptly, she walked westward along the shore, then took another path downhill and back southward. Beyond the first patch of evergreens was another dwelling, but no dwelling I had ever seen. The entire dome was comprised of hexagons, and each hexagon glittered a silver sheen, but each sheen was fractionally different from those that bordered it. The light snow slid away from the dome and piled around it. No walk, no steps, no footprints led to or away from the dome. Sorel didn't even slow her even steps as we passed, and I had to hurry to catch up. A ghost of a past image, the lines of crimson fire across a Nile sky, flitted across my eyes and vanished, except I hadn't seen images like that before being entombed by Walid. Sorel turned and frowned but said nothing, instead headed into the next patch of woods and the more gentle filtering of snow through the overhanging evergreen branches. Once more, I had the feeling of cold tears on my cheeks, and I thought of Forerga, kind and loving Forerga, and my tears mixed with the snow, and I walked blindly for a time. We passed more dwellings or structures, each different from the others, each standing separate, inviolate, and each, in a strange way, like the bridge we had crossed, springing out of the ground and forest or snow-covered meadows as though it belonged there. The light was dimming, and our first footprints had been covered by the fine but continuous snow by the time we reached the lodge, or research or rehabilitation center. I wasn't really sure what anything really happened to be, and the dreamlike quality of that afternoon-long walk reinforced that feeling. Sorel did not speak until we were in the corridor outside my door. "You walk through the snow like a ghost, as if you weren't here." A crooked smile crossed her lips. "But you are. Tomorrow you start on the heavy-duty background education. I hope you can get some sleep, Tyndall." She nodded and was gone, back into the twilight snow. I went into my room and hung the jacket, already dry, in the closet. Why the walk, except to show me what? I shook my head and looked out at the falling snow for a long time until it was too dark to see. Then I went and ate. Dwellings, forests, lakes, images of fire in Nile. What did they mean? Did they mean anything? And Sorel, patient on the surface but with a hint of something less patient, wilder beneath. I took a deep breath. 14. Deep Lake, 4512. He who would not be hammer will be anvil. Wallet the truffler had been right. In the end, I gulped and swallowed the rancid fish slop almost with an insane hunger. What had he done to me? And why? Why did he dislike dozen masters so much? So much he raved about turning them into demons. Eventually, was it days later? I wrestled free of the ropes with a strength I did not know I had. The ropes did not give way. The wooden beam to which one of them was attached snapped with one of my desperate lurches. Then I squirmed and wiggled in the darkness and worried myself free of the rest of my bonds. Somehow, the tunnel had gotten lighter. Or could I see better? Or was I seeing at all? Once free of the rope, I pushed on the door, and with a creak and a shredding sound, it opened. I looked down. The lock had ripped out of the wood, but the wood hadn't been rotten. It looked like good, strong oak. The metal hinges were bent as well, and I couldn't close the door. Rain and wind beat down on my face, but neither seemed that cold, though the season was early winter. In the gray light, I studied myself. My gown was ripped and torn, my midsection thinner, far thinner. Scabs covered my upper arms, but scabs that looked mostly healed. Surely I hadn't been in the cave that long. Through the bushes, I could see the gray, white-capped waters of Deep Lake, choppy in the late afternoon. The light wind brought the mist raised by the waves lapping on the stones and the scent of decaying rushes and grasses from the marsh to the north. Cold as it was, I washed my soiled gown and garments in the lake water, looking around every few moments. But it was winter, and no one came. And I marveled that I was not too cold as I stood on the rocky shore in the light wind. Was I really a demon? Or was I hallucinating? How could I tell? I hung the damp clothes on the bare branches of a blueberry bush for a moment, except for my damp drawers, which I slipped back on, hoping that my body heat would dry them sooner. A good-sized boulder rested a meter beyond the bush. I laughed and bent to pick it up, knowing I could never budge it. It came out of the ground easily, and I almost dropped it on my foot. I staggered for a moment, then half threw, half pushed it toward the lake. A splash like the impact of ancient bombard rose from the gray chop. I looked down at my hands and arms. They were no different, except thinner. My stomach growled with an emptiness that was almost like a hungry bear or mother coyote on the prowl. My eyes burned, helplessly, as I pulled the damp gown and undershirt from the bush and pulled them on, ignoring their dampness. Whatever had happened, whatever I had become, I had to get home. I had to see Forerga. Caution prompted me to take the path beside the cart road, but I only had to duck off the path twice as I hurried homeward, trying to avoid thinking too much about my ability to keep jogging longer and faster than ever before. Instead, I just kept repeating one of Manwar's mantras. Explanation is not awareness. As my feet and legs covered meter after meter, I forced the words through my mind and mouth. Explanation is not awareness. Explanation is not awareness. Explanation is not awareness. When I neared the house of the Master of Duzian in Hybra, not my house or our house, events reminded me, I left the path and entered the rear garden by the gate beside the shed. The boxwoods in back needed pruning, and I could smell the healthy mustiness of the compost pile. The back door was not latched, and I stepped inside, calling, "Forerga?" She stepped from the kitchen and stared at me, blue eyes deep. Then tears streamed down her cheeks. "I'm here. What is the matter?" "The townkeeper. He said you had been carried off by a demon. He warned me. The only demon was Walid. He stunned me with a demon gun and tied me up in a cave. He doesn't like Duzian masters, or at least this one. It took me a long time to get free. I don't know how long. 10 days. 11. Oh, Tyndall." Without speaking, we moved closer, then embraced, and I held on to her gently, trembling, afraid to squeeze, afraid of the strange strength that had burst ropes and a door and lifted a boulder I once could not have budged. "You are hot. So warm." Her lips brushed my cheek, and she stepped back, eyes downcast for a moment. "I just wanted to come home." More tears streamed down her face, and mine. In the silence, I was conscious of the smallness of the house, of the walls pressing in on me, each wall spotless and perfect, but close, and the scent of fresh brewed Arlene tea drifted from the pot on the table. Forerga hugged me again, shivering slightly as she did. The ticking of the clock in the wall alcove echoed through the silence, loud as a drum. My blue-eyed crystal artist stepped back once more. "You are so thin, yet your arms feel like iron." Her eyes went to my wrist and filled with tears again. My eyes followed hers, and she nodded slowly. The yin in the paslet had nearly died. Only the palest flicker of silver remained. "You are of the demons now. Look at your paslet." The tears kept streaming down her pale, thin face. You must go. You must go. Trefor will gather his demon patrol, and they will stun you and cage you, and you will die. I was already stunned. Me? How could this be happening to me? He, or one of the others, keeps checking to see if you have returned. I lifted my head at the whispering whine of approaching gliders, the kind that didn't need glideways. There's a glider coming. Forerga tilted her head. Your hearing is better. Another small touch that clutched at my stomach. She had always been the one with the ears like a hare, able to sense the faintest of sounds. Demon or not, I love you. Forerga's arms went around me again, and they felt so comforting, so warm. I closed my eyes, trying to ignore, just momentarily, the whining in the distance. Forerga stepped back. You have to go. She grabbed my old rucksack out of the pantry closet. Put food in this. You look starved. I'll go out and delay them. Go out through the back. But do it. Please, Tyndale. For me. It's all I can offer now. She tried to blot her face even as more tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. I took the rucksack, looking at it blankly as she wiped her face dry and scurried toward the front door, leaving me alone in the small kitchen holding a canvas rucksack. For another moment, I looked at the rucksack until the front door shut with a dull clunk. Then I began stuffing the sack. A loaf of bread, sunflower seeds, 3 apples, a wedge of hard cheese, a roll of crackers. What went in didn't matter. Forerga had told me to fill it, and I did. I eased toward the back door and stepped into the rear garden. No! You will not! At Forerga's yell, I ran along the side of the house, slipping up to the edge of the front hedge. Only a single free-run glider rested by the gate, and Walid and Trefor, along with a single Shraden, stood beside it. Another glider was at the end of the lane, but even with my sharpened vision, I could not discern who rode within, although I did see one dun red uniform. Forerga blocked the gate. You just want an excuse to kill him. She held a staff, an exercise wand, and the Shraden held his right wrist. He's a demon and she is too. Walid lifted his shimmering gun, turning it toward her. Forerga flipped the staff into a thrust toward him. With the power of the guns, Forerga convulsed, the staff falling, clattering on the hard green ceramic tiles of the walk outside the gate. They kept pulsing the guns, and I realized they wouldn't stop. Not until she died. I dropped the rucksack and moved faster than I had thought possible, past the hedge and up behind the mad truffler, arms and legs striking, misusing the art of defense. I felt Walid's neck crack. At least he would not poison any more dozen masters. Trefor seemed to move in slow motion, too slow, and I crushed his neck with my elbow. The broken-wristed Shraden ran back toward the other gliders, yelling, "The demon is loose! Demon loose!" I bent down and cradled Forerga, black hair spreading across my arms, but it was too late. Her eyes were blank, and her body limp. Behind me, the whistling whir of the gliders rose. I wanted to stay, but then Forerga's last effort would have been worth nothing. The rucksack. I had to have food, any food. I groped for the canvas and came up with it. The whining slowed, then grew louder. Eyes nearly blind, rucksack dangling from one hand, I began to run. Away from the house of a master of Duzien and toward the uncertain future of a demon. Death at my back. 15. Lincoln, 4513. One can never conclusively prove an idea, only disprove it. For days, interrupted periodically by gently frustrating conversations with Sorel, sleep and dreams of Forerga and pursuing gliders and dun-red-coated Shradens, my head swam or spun with the so-called background knowledge imparted through nanopills and sprays.
Even when I lay down upon the silk-like sheets of the bed, I felt as if my head and my entire body were bursting, like my very soul had been crammed with years of instructions by masters. But there wasn't any insight, no interpretation, just fact upon fact, image upon image, until my very self seemed ready to drown in information. Some of the images were vivid, like self-assembling nucleonic weapons that destroyed much of the original coastline of ancient Dorcha. Others were prosaic, the basic idea of the food replicator. Others were mathematical. Why would I ever need to calculate relative orbital mechanics? I thought that was what that series was about, but wasn't sure because it had other math that applied to something called overspace, and how could there be something above real space? I thought there might be, but it wouldn't be practical if one couldn't get there, and the math didn't make sense. It seemed logical, but so had ancient speculations that the world was flat, or that all other worlds held life. Yet Sorel insisted everything was just background. "You know all of this?" I asked her at another lunch in the same small dining area. The green eyes glinted again with the expression I had come to see as a combination of warmth, wistfulness, frustration, and, I suspected, anger. "Much more." "How can there be overspace?" I asked. "And if there is, how can one get to it? And of what use is it?" "Overspace exists, and we use it for interstellar transport. There are special ships. You have that background. Why do you ask me what you know?" "Because it doesn't make sense." "It doesn't make sense to you because it's outside of your does-in background." She set down her glass of lemon drink and looked at me. "Now that you know the basics, and when I talk to you and you don't answer, it's because of stubbornness, willful ignorance, or something other than lack of knowledge." She paused. "You're bright. The tests show that. Why are you so uncooperative? Was there a big wall you had to climb, Tyndall? Did anyone say you couldn't seek refuge here?" "A barrier in the mind is as real as one in stone." "I'll accept that." She nodded. "If you can tell me what barrier so that you can work on it." I shook my head. How could I say I was angry she was alive and Forergo was dead? Or that I resented her probing and pushing and pressing? Or that I hated the arrogant superiority that seemed to infuse all of Ricochet? A momentary expression of sadness crossed her face, and it was replaced with an equally vanishing look of anger before she sighed. "I'm sorry. It is hard on you. Sometimes I forget. Let's try it another way. How did you end up getting infected?" "Some daft truffler caught me off guard, stunned me with a demon gun, and somehow infected me with something that multiplied my strength and endurance and sharpened my vision. Your original nanites, I gather. That qualified me as a demon." I glanced at my bare wrist. At least it extinguished the yin in my passlet. "The passlets measure certain body fields in reverse. Fairly ingenious for mite technology. We can duplicate them and manipulate them, of course." Mite technology. Mite stupidity. Why do you call non-demons mites? The green-eyed redhead actually looked down at the table, with an expression somewhere between guilt and embarrassment. I waited. "It's a derogatory term. Short for termites." "You think of us as low-level social insects?" My voice rose. "You aren't one of them anymore, and you never will be. The tests would indicate you probably never were, not in mental outlook. And yes, old-style human beings aren't much more than technologically gifted social insects. As a group, they aren't any more able than termites to surmount their inability to overcome instinctual hardwiring. How many mite geniuses have been killed or stifled or exiled because they didn't fit the social norm?" My mouth opened and closed. How many unwanted and unneeded children have been born and killed over the millennia? How many prophets have claimed to represent one deity or another with no proof, no evidence, except demonstration of powers available to every human being? And how many mites have swallowed the words of those prophets? Is that rationality or free intelligence? Dazin holds society together. I forced myself to speak slowly.
I didn't say it didn't. She took a swallow of her drink. Instinct holds a termite colony together. Instinct and accepted social practices. Dzin is a way of limiting human social practices and abilities to ensure that human beings don't destroy society and themselves. It's a declaration of failure. It says that humans cannot reach their full intellectual and physical potential without becoming a danger to themselves and to their society. So Dzin preaches and enforces restraint. Of course it does. If someone eats too much and there isn't enough food, others will starve. If someone wants to build weapons and use them on others, others suffer. Restraint is necessary in any human society. Was Sorel blind? Were the demons that different? I'm sorry. I'm coming across as being angry at you, and I'm not. I am angry at a society that turns people like you, into fugitives and throws them out as worthless or demons. She took a slow breath. I am not making myself as clear as I should. The nanites gave you better vision, greater strength, and greater endurance, and over time, clearer thought processes. Yet, Dzin resists these changes. Why? Why does it limit you to less than you could be? Because those changes destroyed the ancients, I pointed out as dryly as I could. That's my point. Human society is based on the lowest common denominator, or a fairly low denominator anyway. Dzin, or Toze, or Dur customs all limit the fullest expression of human capabilities. Those capabilities are not always or usually evil or antisocial. I shook my head. From what I've already learned, people infected with nanites require increased nutrition. There wasn't enough energy or technology to feed those who already existed, let alone meet the increased requirements. Exactly, answered Sorel. And every intelligent being who existed at that time, and for centuries before, knew that. So did most political leaders. Yet, few serious efforts were made to curb population growth, and some belief systems actually encouraged unlimited reproduction. Does that sound like an intelligent species? When you put it that way, I conceded, pulling at my chin. Humans didn't sound all that intelligent. But there was something about the redhead's argument that bothered me, the assumption of automatic superiority. Where's your sense of responsibility? I asked. You can blame and denigrate the poor mites, but what have you done to improve the situation? You say all you demons know better, but what have you done? Sorel smiled, almost sadly. Our borders are open. No one stopped you. No one tried to kill you. Your former colleagues have all the freedom they desire to do as they wish. What if they tried to take over the Ricochet lands? They would be stopped. It has happened several times, but years pass and people forget. You're so superior. So are you, Tyndall. That's why they tried to kill you. And your beloved Forerga. Leave her out of this. Why? You believe she was a more perceptive and decent being than you are, and they killed her. Do you really think she was sacrificing herself to follow you to Hybra? Wasn't she also keeping herself away from jealous and scared mites? What better protection than to marry a Dzin master? Forerga? Worried about what others thought? She wasn't a demon. I never said she was. I said she was a better being, and that all mites turn against their betters when they can. Are you any better? I snapped. We walked in the snow last week. What did you see? Dwellings. I shrugged. Were they alike? Did they disrupt nature? No. I paused. They didn't seem to disrupt nature. Yet your masters of Dzin claim that demons are disruptive. Why? History shows that the greatest murders and disruptions were by so-called ordinary people, not by demons. Sorel snorted. There are thousands of years of history, filled with villains, and everyone blames those villains, but most of the evil deeds attributed to them were actually carried out by ordinary people. Were those people weak? Or did they secretly enjoy their work? I don't know that it matters. Either way, it's not a flattering image. And you're better? I pressed. At heart? Probably not. Part of what we do is to force honesty. That and what else we do, both to those who grow up in Rikisha and those like you, isn't exactly ideal. But we don't have any real choice. Explanation is not awareness, I quoted absently. You've said that before. It's true, and it's also meaningless. She took another deep breath. You should know this already, but you're fighting knowing what you know. Human beings are programmed badly for going beyond the hunter-gatherer stage. Sorel gave a wry smile. We have to struggle with rationality because rationality isn't necessarily good for survival on the species level. I had to frown at that. Look, there are enough human beings out there so that your actions can't possibly destroy the species. That means all those altruistic responses that are gene-coded can be and are overridden by rational decisions for your own survival. Multiply that by billions, and that was the problem that the ancients faced. The other problem that humans face is lack of time. Our biological clocks are set by light and nutrition. The more exposure to light and the better the nutrition, the sooner the biological maturity. At the same time, with the civilization that creates artificial light and adequate food for most, comes the need for greater knowledge, greater forbearance, and greater understanding, all of which require a greater social investment in the young over time. The ancients never did solve that problem. A burgeoning birth rate made the necessary investment in the young impossible for many societies, and there were many societies then. Hundreds, if not thousands, from what we can tell from the records and traces, not the half-dozen cultures that now exist. Add to that the biological urges to reproduce, which conflicted with the rational urge not to have so many children. Anyway, a lot of things were tried, from abortion to war to contraception to infanticide. None of them worked very well. Dozen works, I pointed out. It does, and so does Toze, and even the Dur customs work, Sorel agreed. And they're all dead ends. They work because they've managed to create a consensual, custom-based restriction on the amount of knowledge and change allowed into their societies. That is, none to speak of. That was the appeal of ancient religions. A code was supposedly imposed by a god, something greater than the society and its people. A code that was usually an attempt at what was conceived as greater rationality. Usually it wasn't. At least Dozen has a semi-rational basis. Semi-rational. Even as I opened my mouth to protest, I wondered about the other phrase she'd said. The need for people to believe in something bigger than they were. Had that changed for the Rikisha? In what great dream did they believe? Did they even know what that dream was? She held up a hand. Look, I'm not saying that on the basic level we're not much better. We use nanites and technology to force knowledge and self-responsibility into people, almost from the day they can comprehend. Do you know what our suicide rate is? Suicide? We force true rationality on people. You'll see, some people can't take it. Not take rationality. A cold shiver settled in my spine, as though I already did know and feared accepting. Add to that the problem that our biological clocks know on the genetic level that we're time-limited. Sorel plowed on. We can use nanites to extend our productive life enormously, to 10 times that of the ancients. But those gene-coded responses still say that you have to reproduce in 3 decades or the species will perish. And we have to keep our numbers low because the Earth's resource base is limited, especially after the devastation. What we need, what all humans need, is a longer lifespan. Call it the inverse of neoteny, where sexual maturation lags rather than leads cultural or societal maturity, something that's embedded on the cellular level. It might have been possible for the ancients, but we've lost a lot, and we have to be careful with tinkering on cell gene level. She looked at the empty dishes and glasses. We're wasting time. You never finish answering anything, I protested. I'm trying, Tyndall. I really am. But one person can't tell you everything. That's why you got all that nanite-implanted knowledge, and why it's necessary for you to use it and sort through it.
But you said it helps to talk, I pointed out. Her lips twisted wryly.
I did, but talking doesn't help that much when most of your questions turn out to be variants on how far north is north.
She stood. North? What was to the north of Ricochet? Even before I finished formulating the question, I had the answer. There really wasn't anything north of Ricochet, because the demons had basically taken over the colder regions of Amnord. There was no doubt that the demons were physically and technically superior to the older and numerically larger Earth cultures. Yet they had let Dorcha, the Dur-gens, the Tozay peoples, even the floating cities, they had let them be. Why? Sorel had been clear enough that the nanites that made demons out of humans did not change basic genetics or cellular level programming. So the Ricochet weren't somehow more moral, and I wondered if even the masters of Duzin would have been as forbearing if they wielded the power of the demons. Yet Sorel had denied the dream of Duzin, of faith. Was that why their suicide rate was high? Because even nanite-modified humans needed dreams, and forced rationality created too great an internal conflict? Or was there a hidden dream behind Ricochet? For all the knowledge that filled me, I still knew so little, or had had so little time to sort it out. We can talk more later, if you'd like. Right now you have another appointment. Sorel was always bringing me up short. Sorel, my keeper. I held in a sigh as I stood, but not the bitterness in my eyes as I thought of another, gentler keeper, and of a time I had not held dearly enough. Was that to be the story of my life? Siamaki. 16. Lincol, 4514. Right in itself has no authority, but follows might as the smoke the wind. When golden starbursts flared through my brain, recalling again the memory of those first days of nanite possession, I looked out the window at the hillside. The winter green of the conifers was pallid compared to the golden fires, weak compared to the more vivid greenery of a garden in Hybra. I turned at the knock on the door. Come in. Time for an educational experience, Sorel said. Like the walk in the snow? This won't be as enchanting. We're going to some adjudication adjustment hearings. Adjudication adjustment hearings? I scarcely liked the sound, and I racked my new stocks of knowledge. Adjudication adjustment hearing, the procedure by which an individual's self-responsibility is assessed to determine whether specific actions merit permanent adjustment. It's necessary so that you know how seriously we take personal responsibility. Like many things you get in the nanosprays, this is something that needs the reinforcement of personal experience. It may not be pleasant, but it's not yours. So don't worry. How did the demons measure self-responsibility? And why was that a societal procedure? I stood up and followed Sorel. There wasn't any point in protesting, especially since it was clear she thought what I was going to see was in my best interest. I wasn't sure that what the demons felt was good for me was what I would have chosen, but until I knew more, I just accepted what arrived and did as she asked. In a fashion, I felt dead anyway, and it was easier. We walked from the front foyer outside and up a low hill, then down another set of stairs from what appeared as a small building holding nothing but a staircase. There was, surprise of surprises, a tunnel platform and what looked to be a covered glider. Yes, we use gliders. Why wouldn't we? We believe in appropriate technology. I sat on the padded bench seat beside Sorel, conscious for the first time of a faint floral aroma as she closed the permaglass canopy. Scent? From my prodding, demanding keeper? The glider slipped into the darkness of the tunnel, except that I could see the outlines and sense the speed, far swifter than any glider in Dorcha. Sorel turned on the seat to face me. You've been here for weeks, and you still act as though you were in some sort of afterlife, like a nanite zombie. The diagnostics say you're metabolically and chemically extraordinarily well balanced.
I'm sure adjusting isn't easy, but you have to work on it. You keep acting as if nothing really affects you, and it does, whether you like it or not.
It's difficult to believe any of this is real, I pointed out.
It is real, Tyndall. Your does-in should tell you that. Doesn't does-in state that you have to begin by being aware of what is?
She gave me a sardonic smile. Her use of does-in bothered me. It's still hard to adjust to a whole new culture.
It is,
she acknowledged.
It isn't easy, but there are others who've gone through a lot more than you have. If I were a little more sadistic, I'd give you a solid slap on the side of your face to let you feel some reality.
You really don't like me, do you? I asked.
Actually, I do like you. That's what makes it difficult. You're intelligent, perceptive, and hurting. I think you have a lot to offer. That's why I keep pushing you. I think you're wallowing in self-pity. No matter how bad the transformation was for you, no matter how upsetting the past weeks have been, you have to live in the present. You have the ability to do well in Ricochet, and you keep shoving away the opportunity.
I didn't ask for the opportunity. There was a long, deep breath from Sorrel before she spoke again.
None of us ask for some things. We don't ask to be born where we were. We don't ask for those things which limit us. We have to do the best we can with what we have where we are. And we can try to change things, but you can't do any of that if you refuse to accept where you are.
She paused so briefly that it almost wasn't a pause.
At least as a place to begin.
What if I didn't want to start again?
Tyndall,
she answered my unspoken question.
If you want to live, you don't have a choice. Can everyone read my thoughts the way you do? First, she said patiently, think about why you don't want to face reality. And second, the thought reading has been explained. You were injected with what might be called neural transmitter nanites. They form a network and broadcast, but only those people who have similar sets of nanites in their systems can receive your thoughts. They have to be close to you and attuned to you. Those nanites have a tendency to decay, and in a year, most who are attuned to you now won't sense a thing. Most? If you form an emotional bond with one of them, it's possible the effect will last longer.
That's hardly likely. I smiled crookedly in the dimness, and my smile had barely faded when the glider emerged into the light of another platform.
The way you're pushing people away from you, I'd have to agree. But you never know.
She stood as the glider came to a halt.
We're here.
Everything Sorrel said made sense, but I was still having trouble with what she said. We climbed 4 flights of steps from the glider tunnel platform. The stairwell was smoothed rock, polished to a luster and showing grains of stone I didn't recognize. Like every structure I'd visited in Ricochet, the adjudication chamber smelled clean, with the faintest hint of pine in the air. Despite the clouds outside, the indirect glow strips had the room bright. At the far end of the stone-floored room was a dais. 2 women and a man sat in a wooden paneled enclosure on the left side of the dais. Each wore a lightweight headset. Below the dais were chairs, only about 2 dozen, a dozen on each side of a cleared space approximating an aisle. A single woman wearing a deep black robe sat behind a white oak desk in the center of the dais.
She's the adjudicator,
whispered Sorrel, as she guided me into one of the empty chairs on the right side of the center aisle. On the right side of the dais was a single wooden armchair. In it was slumped a blond man in a dark blue tunic and trousers.
"Are you Lartrell?"
asked the black-haired woman in the adjudicator's robe. The man in the low chair nodded slowly.
"Do you live in the dwelling you have called Remark, below the Kangaman slopes?"
"Yes."
"Do you have a daughter named Aberla?"
"Yes." I glanced at Sorrel, but she didn't look at me, so I watched the questioning.
"Please tell the panel what happened on the afternoon of 5 December.
We were walking up the old log trail toward the quarry. We were below the upper ledge. I stopped to frame the scene. Beside being a tech, I also paint. Aberla kept walking. I told her to stop because there's a drop-off. Lartell's voice slowed.
Then what happened?" prompted the adjudicator. She didn't stop. He looked at the floor tiles. She didn't listen to me. How old is Aberla? She's 4. Lartell swallowed. I told her to stop. I even yelled. She didn't listen. That isn't the question of this hearing. Did you willfully neglect your daughter's safety? I didn't know she was that close to the edge. How close was she? I had no idea that... The man's face contorted, then smoothed. She was about 4 meters. I think it was closer to 3, from the drop-off when I called to her. Tears began to roll down his cheeks. I ran. I ran as fast as I could. I didn't think. I hoped that everything would be all right. I called the med techs. He looked up at the adjudicator through reddened eyes. They say she'll recover. They say that she'll be all right. Lartrell, did you willfully neglect your daughter's safety? His eyes went to the panel, then to us. I love my daughter. It's not as though I hurt her. Did you willfully neglect your daughter's safety? The panicked look intensified, and he looked down. Answer the question. Yes. The words were barely audible. Is this the first time you have let your own considerations jeopardize her? I'm sorry? Is this the first time you have neglected her safety? The panicked look reappeared, even more intensely, the look of a trapped animal with no way out. Finally, the answer came. No. The adjudicator turned toward the panel. Do members of the panel have any additional questions? The brown-haired man with a headset gestured, and the adjudicator nodded. Would you clarify why you are the primary caregiver? Asked the man. Her mother is a third officer on web runs. My studio is at home. Lartrell did not look at either the questioner or the adjudicator. Another hearing is pending the mother's return, the adjudicator added. Any other questions? No. No. Silence filled the room, and I waited along with the others. Perhaps 5 minutes passed before the adjudicator's eyes refocused, and she turned to the blonde man. Lartrell, you have been found lacking in supervisory care for your daughter. You will be adjusted to ensure her safety immediately following the conclusion of this hearing. The blonde man looked at the dais, then at the polished stone floor. 2 men in plain dark gray uniforms stepped through a door behind the adjudicator and walked toward the artist. The lower sleeves of the uniforms were black. The artist stood slowly. The 2 escorted him out. What? Search your own data, whispered Sorrel. Adjudication adjustment? How was it carried out? I mentally scrolled through the volumes of data I'd received. That was the way it felt. Then I nodded. Each individual for whom adjustment was deemed necessary received a set of nanites programmed with an expanded code of behavior covering every eventuality. The same nanites administered a neural shock at any time the individual's actions violated the code. I shivered. Sorrel said nothing. I looked up as 2 more gray uniformed figures, a man and a woman, escorted a blonde woman to the chair. She glanced around the adjudication room. Please take the seat, ordered the adjudicator. No, it isn't right. The blonde turned and started to walk off the dais and toward the door through which we had entered. Then she froze and slowly toppled to the stone floor. I winced. The man and woman in the black-sleeved single suits reappeared and picked up her form and carried her back to the chair, where they held her upright. After a moment, the woman staggered, but the 2 officials caught her arms and eased her into the chair. You don't have any right. This is an adjudication hearing, and under the laws of Ricochet, we have every right to determine whether you require adjustment. The adjudicator leaned forward. Do you wish to be released to the customs and laws of the nearest non-Ricochet nation? That would be Dorcha. That's a death sentence. Do you wish to be released to the customs and laws of the nearest non-Ricochet nation? No. The blonde's voice was suddenly resigned. Are you Laranai? Yes. You have been charged with corrupting an individual into violence through a repeated series of actions. He struck me! I didn't do a thing! Vate faces adjudication under another adjudicator. Your actions are the issue of this hearing. I'm innocent! I didn't do anything! Laranai's eyes went to the three individuals with the headsets and then to Sorrel. You! This isn't right! I didn't do anything! Tell them I didn't do anything! Sorrel said nothing. Please recount what happened on the afternoon of 8 December, ordered the adjudicator, ignoring the blonde's outburst. Laranai's face smoothed. Vate wanted to make love, and I said no. He insisted, and I told him I wasn't in the mood. He said I was never in the mood, and then he tore off my clothes and forced himself on me. Why do you think he did that? I don't know. Please answer the question. The blonde's face twisted. After a silence, she answered, He thought I would be in the mood. Why would he think that? I told him I would be. When was that? Earlier in the day. I was trying to get the house cleaned up. I told him I'd be more in the mood when things were cleaner. And what was his reaction to your statement? He helped clean things up. And then he took off your clothes and forced you? Right after the house was clean? No. We had something to eat, and he had 2 glasses of wine. I had 1. It was after that. The adjudicator looked toward the 3 with the headsets. Any questions? Had this sort of behavior happened before? Asked the red-headed woman. It happened a week before. It was at night. We'd come back from the concert. What concert? There was a string quartet, the Palai Force. And he wanted to have sex? Yes. Did he strike you? Yes. Did he tell you why he was angry? The blonde, surprisingly, looked at the floor, and I got the strong impression that there was more, far more to the questioning that was being vocalized. What did he say? After a long moment, Laranai finally answered. He said I promised. Was that correct? Did you make some sort of promise? There was another silence. Yes. What did you promise? Laranai looked toward the adjudicator, then toward Sorrel. He hit me. He kept hitting me. What does it matter what I said? What did you promise? Asked the adjudicator again. I told him earlier that I'd be more in the mood after the concert. The man with the headset spoke. Did you say or suggest that you would be more receptive to his advances if he took you to the concert? I don't know. I might have. Did you make such a suggestion? Asked the adjudicator. I had the feeling that the black-robed woman was having difficulty keeping her voice impartial. Maybe I did. Did you make such a suggestion? Yes. The word was almost mumbled. What happened after you had sexual contact? Asked the adjudicator. How did Vate react? He cried. He promised he wouldn't do it again. Then, he did it again the very next week. And he hit me again. How long has this been happening? Asked the adjudicator. Since the beginning of summer. The blonde sniffed. Beside me, Sorrel snorted quietly. How much has Vate contributed toward your household, either in effort or food or capital goods? Asked the redhead with the headset. I'm sorry, I don't understand. He's been hitting me more and more. Please answer the question, said the adjudicator tiredly. What sort of things or help has Vate given you? Well, he's good with his hands. He built a console for Selena, and he refinished the fresher walls. He takes you places? Prompted the man. Sometimes. What do you do for him? Asked the redhead. The blonde glanced at the floor. Please answer the question. I try to be nice to him. In what way? Laura and I glanced down at the floor again. Do you offer him sexual favors? More silence. Do you? Yes. The word was almost choked out. Do the monitors have any additional questions? Asked the adjudicator. No, adjudicator. No. No. There was distaste in all four voices. You will wait while we review the record and your responses, the adjudicator announced. This time the wait was considerably less. The adjudicator's eyes focused on the blonde woman. Laura and I, you have been found lacking in personal responsibility, as well as engaging in antisocial and deceptive behavior. You will be adjusted immediately following the conclusion of this hearing. No! You're all against me! They'd hurt me! Don't you see? Laura and I lurched to her feet, then froze. The two men in the gray and black uniforms stepped through a door behind the adjudicator and walked toward the frozen figure, easily lifting her and carrying her out. Today's hearings are complete, announced the adjudicator. She adjusted her robe and stood, and the three monitors followed her through the door on the dais, leaving Sorrel and me alone in the empty chamber. I don't understand, I whispered to Sorrel, fearing that I did. She never did anything. But she did. She promised sexual favors in return for certain actions. Then she didn't offer those favors after he carried out his end of the bargain. That's deception and a form of theft. His violence isn't excusable, but that's a separate question, and he'll be adjusted as well. I frowned. In a way, it made sense, but it also turned sex into what? Another item of commerce? Why not? All actions between humans are transactions. Why should fraud between individuals, especially fraud that leads to violence, be less a concern than a public fraud? It made sense, but it bothered me. We don't make an artificial distinction between those who create violence and those who carry it out. That woman was evil, snapped Sorrel. She was pretending to trade on sex and being totally dishonest about it. I swallowed. Would it have bothered you if she had paid off? I stumbled through the sentence. No. We all provide services for others. What services are an individual choice? I wouldn't offer sex. I try to help ex-mites like you. At that point, I felt very much like a mite. What will happen to her, and to the man? They'll be rehabilitated, Sorrel shrugged. You know that. Each will receive a set of nanites programmed with an expanded code of behavior, covering every eventuality we can think of. It's not perfect. There's some loss of higher reasoning and discrimination, but they'll be able to go on with their functions, and most people won't even notice. So, why don't you do that with me? Wouldn't it be easier than your having to spend all this time with me? I could hear the bitterness in my voice. You don't have a very high opinion of yourself, do you? What does that have to do with all this? You have a well-trained mind. You're in good physical condition. You could offer a great deal to Ricochet and benefit personally as well. We're trying to keep those choices open for you. That's one reason why I brought you here. Sorrel offered a slight smile, not exactly open, as she stood. I wanted to shiver. Just what did the demons have in mind? Something even worse than what I had just seen? No. We can't coerce you into a positive action, and we wouldn't want to. Sorrel stood and motioned toward the door through which we had earlier entered. We can't coerce you. But what were they doing if not coercing by showing me the adjudication? Or was it that it just didn't matter to me? You thought a dozen master would change his mind? I asked after a time of silence as we stood in the empty chamber. I thought you had some potential for intelligence. True intelligence changes as it learns. The words were mild, but the piercing eyes were not. Why is it that you demons think that intelligence equates automatically to your point of view? Or that I would change to accept that? You're a demon too, she pointed out. It wasn't my choice. You chose to live. You didn't stay in Dorcha to be starved to death in one of your mite death traps. You ran to Ricochet. Because of Forerga, I couldn't waste that sacrifice. I just looked at the redhead for a time, not avoiding the piercing green eyes. For the first time, I realized that Sorel looked at me, and at the world, in the same way Forerga had. I hated it. She had no right to be alive while Forerga, who had hurt no one, was dead. I didn't kill Forerga. Your friends the mites did, Sorel said quietly. Maybe you should have weighted yourself with stones and drowned yourself in that damned deep lake of yours. Maybe I should have. You don't need that lake. You're still carrying around enough self-pity to drown everyone in Lincoln. If I have so much self-pity, if I'm so worthless, why do you bother? You could contribute a great deal. You could be worth more than you know, but you're still as stubborn as ever. You'd rather bathe in self-pity than face the hard and the unfamiliar. There was more than anger in her words. Pity, perhaps, and I didn't need that. I didn't ask for you to look after me. I didn't ask that of anyone. I know that. You wouldn't. You're a dozen master, self-contained. You have all the answers. Although the words were harsh, her voice was almost soft. I don't have all the answers. You don't either. None of us have ever said we did. You keep insisting that we do. That's because you don't like our answers, and you can't come up with any that comfort you. You're looking for old-fashioned truths of the sort that dozen masters pounded into you, and they don't exist in the real universe. Not once you've left those ancient stone walls that hold a history that has taught you nothing. Truth always exists. We may not see it, but it is here. Then perhaps you had better look harder, Tyndall. Her voice was almost a whisper. Much harder. You seem to forget that I didn't ask to be rescued. She looked at me as though my words were the babbling of a child protesting going to school. I'd found that expression on my own face in Hybra when Forerga had called it to my attention, ever so gently, as only she could. You ran into the middle of Ricochet, just to die? I had to look away. Don't you understand? Asked Sorel, her voice that of a teacher to a very young student. No child asks to be born. No member of any society is given that choice. The only choice you have, the only real choice any of us has, is whether you will be a productive member of society. Society doesn't owe you anything. Neither do you owe society other than your share of the cost of maintaining that society. She shrugged. You either pay your debts, or you can go back to Dorcha or Dura or the Toze Confederacy. Or you can become a follower. I chose not to ask what a follower was. The distaste in her voice made it clear I wouldn't get an objective answer. I didn't want to be indebted to her for anything more, either. Some choices. They're the same in any society that survives. Do you have a better answer? One that works? She asked. How could I answer that? I didn't even know how their world worked, and I was supposed to come up with a better system? You haven't exactly worked at learning our system, she pointed out. It's all inside your skull, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. I couldn't think of any, or didn't want to. Come on, we might as well head back. Her voice reverted to a tone of professional cheerfulness. I followed her, my thoughts churning. 17. Lincoln, Runswe, 4514. As soon as a thing is named, its essence is limited, if not lost, for nothing is limited to its name. The next morning, Sorel took me on another subterranean glider trip to Runswe, a place supposedly holding the transport complex. This trip lasted much longer. If Lincoln is the local administrative center, why is the transport center so far away? I finally asked, as the dim-lit glider slid swiftly through the darkened tunnel. The arrangement's not ideal, but Lincoln is too mountainous. Also, Runsui is far enough from Dorcha that most mites ignore the lights and dismiss it all as the work of the inscrutable demons, if they say anything at all. Certainly, I'd been one of those mites, half aware that Rikisha existed but not really focusing on the boundary with the unknown. Why didn't people think that much about Rikisha? Because through the last millennium, the curious ones either migrated to Rikisha or were eliminated by other mites. All the mite cultures have great and hidden restraints. Restraints so powerful that no one even talks about them. I got tired of Sorel answering my unspoken questions, even as her answers demonstrated yet another facet of the nanite's superiority. And I hoped it wouldn't be too long before the nanites degenerated enough so that she couldn't sense every strong thought I had. How long would you keep reading my thoughts? The faintly spicy scent she wore tickled my nose, and I rubbed it. It's getting harder. Unless you get another injection of the heavy-duty types we use for adjudication. Not much longer than another few months. By then, though, unfortunately, I probably won't need them. My thoughts aren't that bad. She laughed. Once. Did you notice that you didn't even want to question my statement about your hidden restraints? What statement? I couldn't resist teasing her. That's another humorous way of avoiding the issue. Humor helps. So long as you don't use it to avoid facing things. That's merely humorous dishonesty. Why are we going there? To get you evaluated. To see what your potential might be. You haven't been exactly supportive of my potential, I pointed out. I've been supportive of your potential, but not of your efforts to avoid acknowledging it. Can I say something? I kept my voice even. She nodded. You're suggesting I've missed something. Maybe I have. Maybe I've judged you too harshly. I wanted to swallow. She hadn't fought me, and the words felt honest. For a moment, that unhostile directness reminded me of Forerga. I'm not Forerga. I think she was probably a better person than I am. I did swallow, but managed to get out the question. Why are you so against Duzin and yet keep telling me that it's trained my mind well? The redhead frowned, but I could tell the frown wasn't directed at me. Finally, she spoke. That's a good question. I'm not sure I can answer it all the way, but let me try. Duzin is a tool, a way of perceiving reality. We don't dismiss the effectiveness of the tool, but we have problems with the way Dorcha uses the tool. The way Duzin is used in Dorcha isn't just to develop awareness of the world, but to emphasize an acceptance of what is. Duzin isn't like that at all, I protested. Duzin isn't, she agreed. But the way in which Duzin is used to teach students is a means of conditioning. Look at you, Tyndall. You know that. As soon as you realized what you had become, you ran. You understood that there was no place in Dorcha for you. That wasn't quite true. I'd sought Forerga first. Sorel smiled sadly, and I hadn't the faintest idea why. You understood, subconsciously, that without you, she might not fit in Dorcha. That she was too much of an artist. Too much of an artist? Artists are dreamers. They seek beauty, perfection, and artistic expression beyond their culture. And Duzin is used to promote acceptance and understanding of what is, not how to transcend what is. I really wanted to find the words to cut down her argument, without even knowing why I needed to, but I couldn't, and that bothered me. So did the fact that Sorel understood Forerga in a way better than I had. What did that mean? That Sorel understood me better than I wanted her to? When the covered glider came to a stop and the canopy slid back, we stepped out onto an embarking-disembarking platform and walked along the tunnel to a single set of steps. At the top of the stairs was a small glass-walled structure, perhaps 4 meters square. A single carved and high-backed pine bench stood in the otherwise vacant and spotless space. I wondered how they managed to keep everything so clean. I'd never seen anyone scrubbing or wiping. Cleaning technology is easy, comparatively, Sorel said as she opened the door. I had to stretch my legs to catch her. She marched along the stone-paved lane toward a rambling structure, perhaps 200 meters north of the largely subterranean glider station. Run Sui consisted of a series of scattered low structures spread on a low plateau that overlooked a marsh that extended to the eastern horizon. The lane paralleled the western shore. In the midday light, tall stalks of browned grass bent in the light breeze that carried the odor of the sea. Ocean? I gestured vaguely in the direction of the marsh. 10 kilos east. That's far enough that our shuttles are above normal radar scan patterns of the ocean shipping lanes. Shuttles? Sorel gave me a disgusted glance, and I began to ransack my stored and not too well assimilated knowledge. Shuttles, mag shuttles, orbital transporters, vehicles that carried people and equipment off Earth. You see, she said, although you have all this knowledge, you subconsciously shy away from recognizing it or using it. That's because it's outside the framework of your does-in. You could use does-in to understand and accept it, you know. We've pointed this out to you. It's not new. Why? Despite her explanations, I had to wonder why my thoughts skittered away from demon technology and the ancients. Was it the does-in conditioning? Or some other sort of conditioning? Genetic selection? My own lack of interest? Sorel said nothing, and the only sounds were those of our steps on the stones and the whispering of the marsh grasses in the light wind. I took a deeper breath, gathering in not only the smell of distant salt, but of fish and mudflats and the faint hint of decaying vegetation. The leather soles of our boots scuffed the polished surface of the lane. Sorel's heels hit harder than mine. We drew nearer to the long, rambling building, its low, mortared rock walls surmounted by glass windows, and then by a gray slate roof that shimmered almost silver in the winter morning light. That's the medical center. It didn't look like one, not like the tall structures in either Mettersfell or Halls. Isolde. What sort of evaluation would she have given me? Probably a fatal one, I concluded morosely. Tyndall, you have to stop feeling sorry for yourself. I know it's not easy, but it isn't doing you any good, and I don't think you want to end up before an adjustment adjudicator. I had to agree with that as I followed the redhead into the building and down the glass-windowed corridor almost to the end, where Sorel knocked on a wooden door, then entered without waiting for a response. The small room was spare, with 2 chairs, a wooden cabinet that was taller than I was, and something similar to a console with an icon razor screen, except the screen displayed an image of mountains and a river falling through a cleft. The sandy-haired man stood from behind the console and nodded as we stepped forward. This is Bekunin. He's a medical specialist, Sorel said to me before turning to the thin-faced doctor. Tyndall is the one we discussed. Bekunin nodded to her. I'll run the tests. Then she was gone, and I was standing there with Bekunin. Apparently, you were a dozen master. You might have what it takes to be a needle jockey. Bekunin nodded toward a straight-backed chair. Sit down. I sat. Needle jockey? Interstellar pilot. It was in your briefing sprays. It's a challenging and rewarding profession. Thank you. I paused. And if I don't want to be a needle jockey? Then you'll become a cargo handler on the most distant and unpleasant stellar outpost we have. Bekunin smiled, a cold expression, so unlike Sorel's smile. And don't make some comment about it not being fair. The way mites treat anyone different, including you, is even less fair. He was right about that. But I wasn't certain I didn't expect a higher standard from Ricochet, and my face certainly showed that. We do expect a higher standard. We expect everyone to be a contributor to society over a lifetime, and this is where we start. Without us, you'd either have starved to death in a stone cell or be dying of cellular burnout. It takes resources to deprogram those old nanotech reformulators, and we need to see what you're fitted to do. Anyway, you need a systemic audit. Please lean back in the chair. This is going to be rough. Not physically, but it's going to be disconcerting mentally. Wait a moment. Bekunin paused. It's physically painless, and you'll have to go through it sooner or later. What am I going through? It's a complete physical diagnosis. He went over to the wooden cabinet and pulled out a gray metal canister with a spray nozzle. Sit still, right there. What? Just a trillion or so diagnostic nanites. They'll scan every cell in your body and report back. If that's positive, then we'll go for the higher function assessment. Matters were once again flying past and around me, but I tried to concentrate. Why was I having such trouble? Every time we got to nanites and what they could do, my thoughts skittered sideways. Sorel had warned me that mites, Dorchins, whatever I was or had been, had a tendency to react rather than to anticipate. But I was having trouble even understanding my own reactions. I wondered if I'd ever be able to anticipate. Bekonine touched the stud on the side of the canister, and a mist swirled toward me and then vanished. Inside me, although I couldn't feel anything. I just sat as he held a sheet of metallicized plastic in front of me and waited, looking at a screen. After a time, the scene on the screen vanished and a grid structure appeared. Bekonine set aside the sheet and sat at the console, studying the information. I waited. Then he stood and went to the cabinet. First stage is good. Excellent. Sorel has good senses about these things. He took out a smaller canister, one that was a pale green, and turned back toward me. This could be disorienting, but it should be temporary. You'll understand more later when you get your in-depth briefings. He pressed the stud on the green canister. Another mist fogged around me, then vanished. Sparkles flared across my field of vision, growing into dazzling stars that left me as blind as I'd been in the Truffler's cave. The darkness faded into green, veils of green that marched down an unseen hill and past me. Then came a squall line of purple hail that smashed through my thoughts. More darkness. I squinted, but the darkness remained. A line of fire arched before me, followed by a second, and then a third, a fourth, until a fountain of golden red rose and fell in the blackness. Later. Both the words and the fire fountain faded, and a series of gauze-like red veils swirled before and around me. In time, they vanished. I blinked, trying to focus my eyes on the doctor, or evaluator, or whatever he was. His image slowly swam into focus. Excellent. He frowned. Almost too good. Very high sensitivity, and there were some residuals from the earlier NG probes, but you suppressed them nicely, almost instinctively. Necessary for a needle jockey. Very necessary. It goes with the dozen background. I blinked again. NG probes. Someone mentioned NG someplace. I don't remember where. What's that, and why is this sensitivity necessary for a needle jockey? I broke off at the disgusted look on his face and began to rummage through my own recently acquired knowledge. I was getting to hate that look, the one that said, "Dumb mite, use your brains." He waited quietly while I scrambled to put it together. Interstellar transporters, overspace, the web, the pilots called needle jockeys, who threaded the narrow and constantly shifting wormholes on the upper plane, guiding their ships around the energy vortices. Nanotechnology didn't solve all problems, as Sorel had pointed that out. Subatomic transmutation was beyond the capability of nanotech, and it still took massive energy concentrations to lift anything out of a gravity well and send it across stellar distances, even using overspace and the web. My knowledge was limited enough that I couldn't follow the math exactly, but my assessment was probably close enough. I licked my lips before I finally spoke again. Why does having been a Dazin master improve the success of a would-be needle jockey? Apparently that was a fair question, because I didn't get the look again. It has to do, we think, with your conscious and subconscious reality acceptance and assessment. Needle jockey talent runs to about 10% of the Rikishan population and about 5% of mite baselines. The historical sample is too small to be significant, statistically speaking. But over the past half millennia, between 50 and 60% of mites who'd had Dazin or Toze training have possessed the raw outlook talent. Beckonine shrugged. That's one reason why the center in Lincoln was willing to spend the extra effort to deprogram and deactivate those old nanites in your system. And what about NG? Right now, we don't know too much about the phenomenon. You can think of NG as an energy field that permeates known space and broadcasts signals that can affect sensitive individuals such as you. That kind of sensitivity is also necessary for a needle jockey. Mental signals? Beckonine shook his head. We don't know exactly their basis. They affect certain people in a relaxed state, and sometimes in a highly emotionally disturbed state. We can duplicate the signals and read your reactions, but the signals mean nothing in any way we can discern. They're definitely discrete energy patterns, and they stimulate visual signals. He shrugged. I had the feeling that everything he said was true, and very incomplete, but I couldn't find enough information quickly enough to ask an intelligent question. The door opened, and Sorel stepped inside. He's as good as you suspected. The doctor nodded to the redhead. Good for what? I wish I hadn't spoken. Beckonine had just told me. Sorel shook her head, but she didn't say anything. I decided more words wouldn't help. It was just that questions about some things didn't come easily. In a way, I felt it was grossly unfair. The Rikishans expected me to pick up information and concepts instantly when they'd grown up with them. You're right, said Sorel. But we're working to give you the information and the skills to make the effort, and you keep resisting. Don't you understand? The universe doesn't really care about fairness. It responds to actions. Your survival depends on you, your understanding, and your actions. Rikishan society isn't structured to babysit adults. We're trying to make the transition as easy as we can, but you have to help. Otherwise, you'll end up adjusted or dead or in the nastiest and dirtiest scut job we can find you. I couldn't help nodding. Her words weren't even a threat, just an absolute cold statement of fact. I tried not to shiver. Beckonine nodded gravely. I think you finally impressed him, Sorel. It's hard for him. I know how hard. It was... She shook her head abruptly and cut off her own words, looking directly at me. Let's go. There's nothing more Beckonine can do, and we need to get you new quarters. Then we could use something to eat. I could, anyway. I was ready to leave Rikisha. But where could I have gone? And what could I have done? I took a deep breath, and I thought Master Manwar had been difficult. 18. Runsui, 4514. Truth is one, although the sages call it by many names. As usual, Sorel wasted no time, marching me to another lodge or dwelling area, except this time I got 2 rooms and a refresher, and an introduction to Thea, a blocky young woman in charge of transient quarters, and a lot more, I gathered, in Runsui. Tyndale here, concluded Sorel, is still having trouble with using nanite-implanted information. He's at the stage where his first impulse is to look to others for the answers. She smiled. Please don't you do it. He's got to learn to be his own Rikishan. I'll try not to, said Thea with a warm smile under her blonde thatch. She turned to me. The basics are simple. The authority pays for your training, and that includes lodging, clothing, and food here at Runsui, plus a basic stipend. She kept talking, but my mind scattered around the word authority. Central decision-making body of Rikisha, composed of 5 senior controllers. The demons just accepted that kind of power in the hands of 5 people? Use your personal code for such things as links, food elsewhere, special clothing, transport. You'll get it figured out. It's on the screen in your quarters under Candidate Basics. Just like that. Given once, and I was supposed to recall it all. Any questions? Thea finally asked. I'm not going to remember all that. Is there somewhere I can look that up? The two exchanged glances, and again I felt stupid. Why? Why was I still asking stupid questions? Reacting, not thinking. Everything I just told you is on the screen in your room. Look for the icon for Candidate Basics. You use your personal code. I'll write it out for you. Thea found a yellow card and wrote out something and handed it to me. I looked at what she had written. Tyndall IP Red 95. That's your personal code, Thea repeated. You're reacting because that's the way you were conditioned, Sorrel said gently. This training will help you change that, if you work at it. Also, your blood sugar's low and your system's not used to the extra energy demands of the nanites. Low energy levels don't exactly help with thinking. Get him something to eat before he falls over, Thea suggested. That's where we're headed, off for some old-fashioned nourishment. Sorrel whisked me right out of the transient lodge and back onto one of the ubiquitous polished stone lanes under the clear blue winter sky. You take advantage of her good nature, Tyndall, and I'll make you wish you'd never been born, or that you were back in a stone cell in Dorcha. Even though Sorrel had offered the words humorously, I felt she would have. She then dragged me through a gymnasium with exercise rooms, and then along the side of a black-tiled pool where one man swam back and forth endlessly, watched by another tall bronze man who could have been an ancient gladiator. That kind of swimming was a form of physical conditioning that seemed both masochistic and futile. We kept walking, past a series of two-storied long structures with smoothly finished stone half-walls, topped with metal and glass window panels and glistening gray slate roofs. Several had odd-shaped metal devices mounted above the roofs, devices that my internal information bank identified as antennae. This is orbital operations. Then there's logistics. Sorrel's voice was clipped and rapid, as though she were trying to ensure she pointed out everything to me. To try to help me integrate the knowledge thrown into my brain by nanites? That's where you show up tomorrow morning at 0900. They use old-style military time here. Logistics? Why? Someone has to plan cargo distribution over the web. It just doesn't happen. And that's where your training starts. I understand that. I did understand trading and transport. It was just hard to imagine that the Rikishans so matter-of-factly shipped goods between the stars. We don't ship that much. Usually the few items that can't be replicated, or the machines and technology necessary to set up replication facilities. I wasn't sure I wanted training to start, but did I have that much of a choice? There's where we're headed now. She pointed at another stone and gray metal and glass and slate-roofed building, half sunk into a low hill. Or perhaps the hill had been formed around the side of the building. Who knew with the demons? It's one of the lounges. There are almost a dozen in Runsui. Sooner or later, you'll find those that are most comfortable to you. They all have food formulators, and the menus are similar. Once through the wooden doors and the empty foyer, we entered a room where one side was entirely windows. Let's sit down for a moment. I looked out at a brown-grassed meadow when we sat, waiting in the small lounge that held 5 tables, widely spaced. The tables were dark oak, polished, bound at the edges in shimmering brass. The dark oak chairs also were brass-bound, with a dark gold and blue brocade over the upholstered seats. I'll be leaving later today. You scarcely need me around for your basic training. Sorrel's eyes went to the doorway, then back to me. I paused, searching through the information already fed to me. I don't seem to have anything on basic training for interstellar pilots. You looked. That's good. To begin with, you'll probably be given exercises to help integrate all that data. Then more information and more complex exercises. Then the first round of physical training. The redhead shrugged. You'll get the pattern. Her eyes went to the doorway again. I wondered if I wanted to understand the pattern. Good, they're here. With Sorrel's words, my eyes turned to the couple even as they entered. She was dark-haired, slender, well-endowed, and moved with almost an erotic grace. He was red-haired, tall, broad-shouldered, and athletic. Both were obviously young. An attractive pair, aren't they? Asked Sorrel. Yes, I answered warily. The two walked easily toward us. I decided to stand. Sorel did also.
I appreciate your coming, said my keeper. This is Tyndall.
Alicia de Schmidt. The name came with a smile. I repressed a frown. I hadn't ever heard anyone call someone by a double name in either Dorcha or in Ricochet. Only the ancients had possessed the population density and the mobility that had made such conventions necessary.
And this is Thomas Gomez,
added Sorel, sitting again herself. I am pleased to meet you. The red-haired man had an accent, faint but a definite accent. Thomas, or was he Gomez, slipped into the chair to the left of Sorel, while Alicia de Schmidt sat to my left.
Thomas and Alicia,
Sorel whispered, although the whisper had to have been a courtesy, since any demon could have heard.
You're the latest refugee from Dorcha, aren't you?
Alicia's girlish voice carried an accent of sorts, one I couldn't exactly place. Perhaps she was from one of the Ricochet interstellar colonies? I'm definitely a refugee, I said. I don't know about being the latest.
He's the first dozen master we've had in a while, added Sorel. In time, we are all refugees, strangers finding our way in a world that grows ever less familiar.
Alicia grinned girlishly. I blinked at the conflict between the girlish voice and the philosophical tone, between the almost childlike sensuality and the weariness of the words. Don't play with the boy, Alicia, said Thomas almost languidly. His tanned skin seemed to glitter, even in the indirect light of even intensity that cast no shadows. Boy.
Does it master or not, he still places too much emphasis on appearances, added Alicia.
I still couldn't place the accent. It didn't seem like any Dur or Toze, or like any of the demons I'd met. Time for tricks. A hint of weariness infused the young man's voice as he glanced at Sorel.
It's easier,
answered Alicia.
As you see fit,
agreed Sorel. I didn't know what to think, and suspected that was exactly what the three had in mind. The dark-haired girl slipped out of the chair and stood beside the heavy wooden table, then abruptly jumped straight up, turning the impossibly high jump into a dive that ended with her balanced in a handstand on the middle of the table. I looked again. Alicia's entire figure was balanced on one finger. Unwavering, she balanced on the center of the table, then improbably flipped herself back to the floor, off a single finger. I wanted to shake my head. Were they playing with my vision? My perceptions? Is the table expendable? Asked Thomas.
Don't waste it,
suggested Sorel. Thomas nodded, then picked up one of the knives laid out in place settings. His arm blurred. The knife was buried to the hilt in the heavy oak. Try to remove it, he suggested politely. I couldn't. Instead, I ended up snapping it in half, leaving several centimeters of metal protruding above the table. Alicia stepped up to the table. This time it was her arm that flashed, her flattened palm driving the ragged metal flush with the table. She smiled and turned her unmarked hand to me.
Would you like to try it?
No, thank you. I paused and added, I know my limits. They won't be what you think they are, said Thomas mildly, the softness of his voice emphasizing the accent. He picked up a fork and a spoon. His hands blurred as though he were rolling them together, and steam or smoke rose from them. He extended his hand, then flipped the cylinder onto the table where the finish blistered under the hot metal that had been separate utensils moments before. I am sorry, he said to Sorel. It is harder to minimize the collateral damage. Collateral damage? His words, soft as they were, chilled me.
Thomas always has been tender-hearted,
said Alicia in the same girlish voice.
Will that do?
I hope so, said Sorel. My eyes flicked from her to Alicia to Thomas. Thomas shrugged apologetically. Alicia stood.
We're outbound again. Halcyon 4. There's been a rash of democratic heresies.
Democracy, snorted Sorel. Mob rule.
It's slightly better than a despot. Thomas stood.
Only slightly, said Sorrel. Thank you, and good luck. I watched as Alicia smiled bemusedly, and the two turned and made their graceful way from the lounge. What could I have said? Instead, I walked slowly to the built-in counter in the corner where the reformulators waited and got myself a mug of tea. Very hot tea. Arlene tea. After a moment, I added a plate of Dorchin spiced pork. Then I sat and ate and sipped the tea. The food and sipping helped the emptiness in my stomach and the lightheadedness, but not the questions that kept piling up in my mind. Thomas and Alicia, who could bend and shape metal bare-handed, balance on tabletops with one finger, and drive steel through hardwood. Thomas and Alicia, younger than I, seemingly, with an accent I had never heard. Thomas Gomez and Alicia de Schmidt, with two names in a world, human and demon, where people had but a single name. Then there was the almost casual application of force with the hint of incredible restraint. A hint that was equally casual, matter-of-fact. So matter-of-fact that what it implied should have been obvious. It should have been, but it wasn't, as so often had happened since I'd left Dorcha. Sorrel had assured me that shortly I'd notice the lack of focus on such things as demon technology and new information less and less. But I was acutely aware of my sluggish thoughts at that moment. After finishing all the pork, I sipped the tea to the dregs and still could not focus my brain. We send Alicia and Thomas to where there are problems, Sorrel said. Usually that's Halcyon 4. It's the only out-system colony with multiple governments, and that's meant trouble for a long time. They apply brute force? I asked, recalling Thomas's comment about it being hard to minimize collateral damage. Colonies? Once, well before her time. I pursed my lips. It's in the records. You'd find it. That was almost 700 years old too someday. I don't know how they balanced your system. I wouldn't try it now. You'd drive the steel through your palm. Would you explain? I find they're from the days of the ancients, the redhead said. We've lost a lot of that technology, although we're slowly regaining some of it. They're just about invulnerable to almost all might technology, except a bank of high-powered lasers, and they can move fast enough that no one could keep the focus on them. To be so young for so long, so powerful. What do you think you'll look like in a century or two? I hadn't thought about it. You'll look like they do. Have you seen any old-looking Rickations? No, I answered after a moment. I don't know about this immortality, isn't it? Not for most of us. Thomas and Alicia are the exceptions. They're close to 5,000 years old. They're close to 5,000 years old. Things fell apart before the ancients could modify nanites on a personal basis for more than a handful of individuals. Theirs are intertwined with their gene structure. I thought you said, no. Yours, mine. What you said, no. Yours, mine. They have to be compatible, but there's a difference between actual link ties and compatibility. We don't have to worry about growing old or disease, but we're not immortal. Accidents, usually, or starvation or asphyxiation. Starvation? I couldn't see any of these people getting trapped in a mite stone cell. From accidents. Say there's a malfunction on a needle ship. Your nanites will protect you so long as there's any oxygen anywhere, and so long as you have any food or fat cells left to cannibalize. But space is big. We've had the same thing happen to people exploring. Once in a while, some needle jockey ends up mistranslating and the ship goes into a stellar mass. Nanites won't protect you from that. The probabilities are low, but they mount up over several millennia. I was supposed to become a needle jockey, a web ship pilot. My thoughts scrambled back through my information bank. Don't bother, said Sorrel. We all die of accidents or suicide. The only question is when. I pursed my lips, wanting to shake my head, but not wanting to enough to endure any more comments from Sorrel. It's time for me to go, she said. You need to get settled so that you can get on with your training." We stood, and I wondered if I would regret her departure. 19. Brunswick, 4514. To the work alone are you entitled, never to its fruit. Beginning the next morning, things got harder. I followed Sorrell's instructions and appeared in the logistics building at 08:55 the next morning. One thing I had learned was that ricochets didn't repeat themselves. Not often, anyway, from what I'd seen. "You're Tyndall," observed the round-cheeked and hollow-eyed woman who met me in the corridor. "I'm Andra. Along with long-range logistics planning, I also handle preliminary in-dock and training." I wondered how many needle jockeys there were. Not just potential needle jockeys, but everything from the basics of maintenance to muscle-powered cargo lugs. Especially with nanites, the human body is the most adaptable equipment there is, and we try not to waste it. She offered a flat smile, a smile that should have told me more than it did. "In here." I followed her into a small room flooded with light from windowed walls on two sides. There were half a dozen wooden chairs with upholstered cushions. Each cushion had a different design. I sat on a bluebell. Andra sat backward on the chair across from me, her trousered legs curled around the chair back, her arms crossed and resting on the squared-off wooden frame. The mid-toned green tunic and trousers set off her strawberry hair and pale, freckled complexion. "If you were one of our youngsters, I wouldn't bother with the verbal part. Just start you on the education and let it run, but you're not. Your payback for being reclaimed is 10 years of being a needle jockey. That's 10 years personally experienced elapsed time, not Earth Standard Objective time." I still wanted to wince at the thought of being an interstellar cargo pilot. The Ancients had gone to the stars, and the result had been total disaster. "Forget that business about the Ancients and the stars. We know what you're thinking, Tyndall. You've got enough telemetered nanites in your gray cells to let me, and Sorrell, know what your inclinations are before you know. The Ancients barely got to the gas giants. They had to invest too much in capital structures for those who didn't pay their way. You'll get more information on that as you go along. What you need to know is that we have colonies in the dozen or so systems with habitable or potentially habitable planets that we can reach through the overspace web. They're all out from Galactic Center. We're pushing to reach the rim and cross the void, but that may be a while, and it's hard to do it all in weightlessness. All of this requires transporting infrastructure goods, essentially power systems and basic nanite equipment and structures, as well as specialized biologic templates. That's where you and the other needle jockeys come in." "Aren't the ships infrastructure too?" I asked, trying to elicit more information or statements that would tie to what had been poured into me. "You're right. They're the most expensive and hardest to replace. That's why good and motivated needle jockeys are important. That's why your payback is only 10 years if you make it to be a needle jockey." Only 10 years? Cargo handlers or ship support types? That would be 15 years, at times more. "What about regular demons?" I asked. "Everyone has an initial obligation. It's 20 to 40 years for someone born here in Runsui. 40 years if you stay planetside. Then there's an additional obligation every century of personal elapsed time. You don't think we just dumped this on you because you're an outsider, did you?" That was exactly what I had thought. I looked down at the polished and shimmering golden oak planks. "You former mites don't like to think through anything that's unpleasant or at variance with your belief systems." Andra looked at me without compassion, without anger. "You're going to have to get over that." Easier said than done, I thought. "A needle ship," continued the strawberry blonde. "What is it? It's basically a long chunk of composite filled with stored energy that jockeys thread through the web of overspace. Overspace isn't, but it can be thought to be, the magnification of norm space to the degree necessary to magnify natural and artificial wormholes and quantum chinks to the size where a needle can be threaded through such passages." She smiled dryly. "Or, I suppose, the analogy could be that overspace shrinks needle ships enough to let them penetrate such quantum passages. Either way, the effect is the same.
Some of it I understood. Composite was used as much as possible because metal tended to make the control fields that drove the ships unstable or less controllable, or both. The same was true for operating fuse-actor power plants. Some of it I didn't, even after scrambling through the still disorganized information piled in the corners of my brain. Any questions? I had lots, and scarcely knew where to begin. Finally, I sputtered out some words, as much to keep things going as anything. You seem to imply that a lot of cargo needs to be carried. Why so much when nanotechnology can create materials? Nanites are very good at rearranging existing materials, but not every place in the universe holds the diversity of elements that Earth and our solar system do, or in places that can be easily reached. She shrugged. As for transmutation, that doesn't work. Quantum mechanics still applies. To locate and move a lepton precisely enough to rearrange a subatomic structure does horrendous things to its velocity, not to mention a few other properties, and you don't want to do that, especially if a top quark's involved. Even with all the information funneled into me, her words made little sense beyond the fact that there was a mechanical and/or practical reason why nanite technology couldn't be applied. As a matter of fact, using quantum mechanics that way has been suggested as the basis for another doomsday weapon. We haven't done it because we have more than enough in the arsenal. The ancients were good enough at that to create destructive systems for a dozen races. But exactly how does a needle jockey do this? You'll be coupled into the ship, into the fields, and you'll feel and experience what all the ship's sensors register. By reacting and willing, you move the ship as if it were your own body. In a way, it is, while you're in overspace. Being a needle jockey is like dodging three-dimensional blocks fired at you by a cannon, except that the blocks you try to weave the ship through are blocks of colored sound. Sounds that run from, say, the most beautiful and harmonic music you ever heard. Do you know Beethoven? Another name I'd never heard. Andra's mouth smoothed into a neutral smile before she spoke. For a supposedly educated people. Never mind. Cargo pilots go under the web and into overspace. That's explained too. And it feels like you're dodging blocks of harmonic or jagged sound. Those blocks have edges sharper than a laser scalpel. Add to that the complexity of high-speed, three-dimensional chess, and you have an idea of the job. It sounds impossible, but it's not. Not with reflex boost and the training. You've certainly got the raw ability, and we can provide the training if you'll just stick with it. What can make it hard is that you can never relax, not when you're under the web. I had the feeling that none of the demons ever relaxed anyway, but I mused, almost absently, about the emphasis on pilots when they obviously had both nanotechnology and computers that made the Icon Razor's screens antique toys by comparison. Computers? Nanite implants? They can't feel their way above the now. They make it all possible by translating the inputs, but being a needle jockey is reflexes, perception, and feel. No machine can feel and sense the way a trained jockey can. In a way, her words told me little more than that the demons needed trained pilots because pilots couldn't be replaced by technology. But I couldn't verbalize any more comments, not at that moment. All right, let's get started. You've got a great deal to assimilate. She stood and walked through another door into a small room. On one wall was a rack of canisters, the kind the doctor had used to spray me with nanites to evaluate my physical condition. On the opposite wall, less than 2 meters away, was a large metallicized plastic screen, presumably for collecting the nanites. Andra closed the door, and we stood in the small room. This is basic technology. The canister Andra lifted had a scoop, almost shaped to fit a human face. Not really even technology, but the theory behind the technology you'll need to be using. She eased the scoop almost against my skin and pressed the stud. A mist rose around me, then vanished. I thought I felt thousands of tiny needles penetrating my skin, but that had to have been my imagination. What came next wasn't imaginary, but a rush of phrases, images, terms, and interrelated equations, information.
Xenon discharge. Elevates atoms. Wave forms above the quark level, releasing additional energy in photonic form, tuned to a specific frequency, which replicates the effect, creating two phased photons and a cascade effect down a crystalline channel. Parallel waveforms pass through openings the same size as their wavelengths. Diffraction occurs. Intensity drops inversely as the square of the distance. Color does not exist except as a perception of different wavelengths. Failure of initial fuse actor technology lay in unstated assumption that no wave field interference would occur from plasma and mag fields, despite superconductivity. Deuterium and tritium resonance on the quantal level. Maximum span potential directly proportional to the strength to mass-weight ratio of materials. Disregarded superconductivity and grav field variations. Galactic oscillations reverberate through overspace at frequencies inversely proportional to the age of the specific galactic center. Supercooling phenomena can create harmonic vibrations on the superquark level with the superposition of two coherent state wave packets, thus creating a dual presence of a specific single atom. From within overspace incorporates a complete embedded minimal surface of finite topology, requiring subjective superposition navigation. I wanted to scream as the weight of all that information flooded through me. If I thought the information that Sorel had fed me was concentrated, I hadn't understood what intensive really was. Although I swayed on my feet, I managed to stay erect. Another image blasted through me, like a starburst that came and went, the golden fire fountains. But that faded almost as it streaked through my thoughts, somehow above and beyond all the images and words that sloshed through my information-soaked synapses. Andra watched a small screen beside the plastic collector, then nodded. Good. Good. I wondered about that. She opened the second door and gestured for me to follow her into another small room. This one had windows and was warm and bright. Andra's arm extended to a small console with a keyboard. Sit down there. The instructions are written on the panel. It's simple enough. A question will scroll onto the screen. You search through the information you received and press the key that represents the most nearly correct answer. This will help you integrate what you've just received. She looked at me, nodded, and left. Except it wasn't that simple. Not at all. Take the first question. Light can most nearly be described as which of the following? I just thought about light, and the flood of information slammed through me. Drowning in phrases and ideas, I was trying to sort out old ideas and newly acquired information. What was light? Visible radiant energy ranging from 3,900 to 7,700 angstroms? Electromagnetic radiation with a wavelength of between 400 to 800 nanometers? Quanta of photons following geodesics in four-dimensional spacetime? Radiation in semi-coherent waveform approximating chaos in 5 or more spacetime dimensions? I closed my eyes and massaged my forehead. That was just the first question, and sections of supporting texts and background information flooded over me. Never had I felt I knew so little. I tried to think about what Forerga would have done, but trying to call up her memory just left me asking why I bothered. With a slow exhalation, I opened my eyes and looked at the screen. I had to get on with the exercise. Hoping that every question didn't generate the same reaction, I finally punched out the key that indicated all of the answers were correct. They seemed to be, and that gave me a headache as well. A second question appeared. What are the properties of a star? My head began to ache and split simultaneously, and I wondered how many questions the console held before I closed my eyes and massaged my forehead. However many it happened to be, that number was far too many. That much I did know. 20. Run Suite, 4514. Every individual's face is no more and no less than a mask. The silver broom swirled around the hedge, thickening, rising out of the very ground, out of the grass, out of the stones of the walk. A silver as cold as deep lake in the depths of winter, as impersonal as a dozen master, as unforgiving as a demon. I bent down, trying to reach for Erga's still face, and the mist deepened so much that I could see neither her face nor even my own hands. The misty chill seeped through my face and hands and into my bones. I kept groping, and my hands dipped into the grass and through it, and through the stones, but I could touch nothing. And her dark hair writhed and turned silver, and she was the broom. And then she was gone. "The demon is loose!" The susurration of the demon gun shivered the leaves and branches of the boxwood hedge above my kneeling figure. The leaves shriveled into fragments and then powder as I rose, then dove at the dun red of the shraddon. My fingers twisted around his neck, then found each other as the constable faded into silver mist, as had Erga. I straightened, and all around me was the broom, silver, cold, and endless. I wriggled my fingers, and they glistened silver, then seemed to meld into the encircling broom. I tried to open my mouth, but no sound issued into that endless silver that swirled ever closer. Was everything fading into the mist? Everything from my life? No! I bolted awake in the middle of the night and sat straight up in bed, sweating and shivering simultaneously. Had it been Andra's descriptions, or Sorrel, or the adjudication hearings? Something had bothered me more than I thought. I realized I was breathing fast, panting, and the sweat was rolling off my forehead. After a moment, I eased back the sheet and blanket and swung my feet onto the cool wood of the floor. Then I stood and padded to the window. A few points of light glittered across Runswee, few indeed under the endless stars, and the flat of the sea marsh stretched toward the dawn that would come, must come. I just watched the stars for a time, letting my breathing return to normal, trying to organize my thoughts. Item. Not only could the demons ingest vast quantities of information, they expected me to do the same. Item. Through nanites and headsets, Sorrel and Andra could determine absolutely whether I was telling the truth. Item. The demons attempted to ensure personal responsibility, whether or not the individual wished to assume such responsibility. Item. They had virtually no sympathy for the human failing of self-deception, and they attacked that disease with particular virulence. Then, they attacked every weakness with virulence. But why? I wiped my forehead again as I discovered that even that brief analysis had speeded my breathing and started my sweating again. Why? Why anything? Because the nanite technology had granted humans powers beyond the average human's design capability for responsible action? Because humans were essentially irrational creatures, gifted with the power of rationality? I didn't have answers. Or if I did, I couldn't seem to find them. Did I want to? That was another question I couldn't answer. In time, I went back to bed, lying on top of covers too heavy and too warm for my body to bear, and eventually I drifted back into an uneasy sleep, a sleep that seemed filled with blackness. Then, there was neither blackness nor fog, but the arching fountains of fire filled my dreams. Fountains of fire rising out of a point of light set in endless darkness. Was that point of light a star? An unimaginably powerful star? I sat up, shivering again, shivering and sweating. Why would I dream of points of light or stars? The ricochet had gotten rid of the mismatched nanites, hadn't they? I sat up and put my head in my hands, and the after-image of fire fountains faded. Who or what could I believe? After a time in the darkness that had begun to turn to the gray that preceded dawn, something else struck me. I didn't care. I didn't care if I repaid the Rickoshans for saving my life. After all, it had been their technology that had taken away my old life. I didn't care if I disappointed Sorrel. I didn't care if I lived up to my responsibilities as a newly enlisted demon. I just didn't care. Why should I care? For Erga was gone. The certainty of Duzin was gone. I wasn't ready for suicide. That would have made things too easy for Sorel, and it would have been a betrayal of Forerga. But there was no reason to strive endlessly and mindlessly for a goal I hadn't set, but had been demanded of me without anyone even asking me. No reason to strive that way at all. Whether I got to be some sort of interstellar cargo pilot or not seemed immaterial, like the silver broom that had filled my dreams. Like the images of fire fountains in a Nile in darkness. Like approval from Sorel or Andra. Like anything else that might benefit Ricochet. 21. Runsui, 4514. Symbolic forms have always been the supports of civilizations, their laws and their morality. Since symbolic forms are illusions, and illusions sustain civilization, those who rule must maintain illusion. The next morning, back in the logistics building, I didn't even let Andra get out another set of canisters or set up console exercises. I don't care if I would make a good needle jockey. I don't care if I owe a debt to Ricochet. Don't you see? I don't care! My words were so forceful that I had to pause and take a deep breath. It doesn't matter whether you care or not, said Andra, putting aside the green shaded canister that she had held and setting it back on the shelf. You owe a debt. You will repay it one way or another. She didn't smile, and she didn't frown, and every one of her words was cool, as if she were discussing the weather or the technology of food formulators. She just stood there in front of the shelf rack. You really don't care how I feel, do you? She turned and studied me. Sorel should have gone over this with you, but maybe she didn't, or maybe you were too upset to take it in. We try to avoid illusions. That everyone should care about someone who is upset is an illusion. Yes, we care to the extent that we try to solve problems, but not to the extent that individual concerns overwhelm the functioning needs of society. That was a critical problem for the ancients. They always wanted everyone to feel good, and in the end, perceptions of personal welfare influenced decisions more than hard facts. It wasn't the cause of the devastation, but it was one of the things that made any early recovery impossible. Andra carried her trim figure toward the window, then stopped and turned. Behind her, beyond the glass, a wide-winged gull flapped over the edge of the marsh. In a working high-technology society, adherence to basic principles comes first. We try to design and operate those principles so that they represent the greatest good for the greatest number, but any set of principles will impact someone more adversely than another. You're upset, on a deep level, perhaps subconsciously, that we won't all recognize your pain and grant you some special consideration. But we do, and we have. First, you have a far lighter obligation than someone born here. Second, you're being offered specialized training that will make you a highly respected and responsible member of Ricochet society. I understand that, but you haven't given me any choice. You can refuse the training, she pointed out. We offered you the most rewarding and quickest way to repay your obligation, but you don't have to take it. You do have to repay the obligation, though. That's it. The obligation means more than I do. People mean nothing to you. I'm not the only one who feels this way. I saw that in the adjudication hearings. I'm sure you did. That's why those people were in adjudication. Andra smiled faintly, then glanced back through the glass, her eyes on another seabird. It's all an illusion, all this caring. You just need another needle jockey. Of course we do. Did we lie to you about that? We told you that it was a hard job to fill, and that was how you could fulfill your obligation with the least time commitment. The training and the job would have benefited both society and you. Is that wrong? You make it so cold. That's wrong. People aren't just numbers. Every human being who ever lived who wasn't a hermit has been a nanite in his or her society. Some have been important nanites, some have been almost superfluous. The greatest danger to a developing society, one that hopes to progress and improve itself and its members, is pandering to self-idolatry. Fostering an illusion of caring is a form of self-idolatry, and it's been tried, and it fails, unless you're talking about a static society where the idolatry is used to reinforce the status quo. Sorel had said something similar, but I'd passed it off. She was probably too gentle with you, Andra said. She was trying to be honest without dropping you into the cold vacuum of reality. Reality? Caring is real. People do care. Why do you insist that's wrong? Tyndall, you're twisting my words. People should care about others, but when you talk about the survival of a society or the human race, you don't change principles that work because of one individual. Each individual believes his or her circumstances are unique, and they are. If we threw out our principles every time they impacted one individual harder than another, then we'd have no society. In a way, that was what happened in Amnord. I won't retell that, but if you're interested, you can find it in the histories available through your screen. Even Duzin follows our principles. Don't tell me that you don't create the impression that acceptance of the way of Duzin isn't necessary. Isn't that just another form of saying that society's principles, even in Dorcha, come ahead of an individual's needs and pain? I looked down at the polished gray stone floor tiles. You can go back to Dorcha at any time, Andra reminded me. I recalled hearing the same words at the adjudication hearings. I won't be a needle jockey, I said firmly. That's your choice. If you don't want to go through training, then you'll be a low-level technician and cargo handler on one of the more dangerous orbit stations. What if I won't do that? We'll find another way for you to repay your debt. That would mean adjudication. Do you really want that? No. I didn't have to think about that. The last thing I wanted was another batch of nanites in my head, monitoring and regulating everything I did or didn't do. There might be some hope for you. Someday. Her eyes strayed once more to the window, to the free-flying seabird, unchained by digits and cold reason. Hope? Not if it meant being like Sorel and Andra, there wasn't. That I knew already. 22. Runsui, Orbit 1, 4514. To oppose is to maintain what one opposes. Andra wasted no time. That afternoon, I was escorted toward a long paved strip. Permacrete, insisted my recently acquired database before I pushed the term away, that ran for more than 2 kilos eastward from behind the logistics area and partly out into the marsh. The winter-browned grasses that flanked the strip swayed in the cold breeze that carried the odor of salt and mud. From my left hand swung a single small duffel bag, pale green, not even half full. There's your orbit shuttle, the strawberry blonde announced, gesturing toward a sleek gray craft with stub wings that stood on the tarmac. Mag shuttle. The identification came unbidden. The craft was scarcely mine, not even by desire. I followed Andra to the ramp that extended from behind the stub wings, and then up it, noticing the pitted and browned gray of the fuselage. Take one of the seats in the last 2 rows. Those are for low techs, and you're definitely low tech now. Put your duffel in one of the lockers in the back. Andra's tone continued to hold that mixture of sadness, frustration, and regret, as if she'd failed to make me understand something basic. My lack of understanding wasn't the problem. I understood. I just couldn't accept being pushed around for my own good. I couldn't accept that Forergo was gone and no one even cared but me. I couldn't accept that the Rickoshans just expected me to go on as if nothing had happened. I nodded at Andra and left her there. After I slipped my minimal belongings into a locker, I sat and strapped the harness around me. Andra reappeared beside my seat. There will be other passengers. Someone will meet you at Orbit Station to get you on the right needle. You're headed for Omega Eridani on the Taylor. Thank you, I managed. There wasn't much more to say, and I didn't. Some real thinking wouldn't hurt, Tyndall. It would be a shame for you, not for Ricochet, but for you, to waste all that ability on self-pity. With an abrupt nod, Andra turned and walked forward and out the shuttle door. Self-pity. I was considered self-pitying because I was angry over losing Fuerga? Because I wasn't slavering gratitude and saying, "Of course I'll take your needle jockey job. Just to be alive, I'll do anything you want, no matter how impossible and dangerous?" I snorted to myself. I'd repay them, but more on my terms than theirs. The section where I sat was windowless, even at the front where the apparently more desirable couch seats were. The sides of the craft rose and joined in a seamless gray curve overhead, perhaps 1.5 meters above my head. I could smell a faint odor of oil and metal mixed with the salt air that drifted through the open door. After a time, a slender man wearing a shimmering one-piece black coverall entered and sat in the front couch seat. Then a woman in red trousers and tunic sat across from him. Neither spoke to the other. A man and a woman in dark gray, both well-muscled, literally lifted a small, dark-haired woman into the shuttle and carried her toward me. Her hands and feet were bound with clear, shimmering straps. Silently, the two strapped the woman into the seat across the aisle from me. The female guard looked at me. "Please don't unstrap her. You both could get hurt. They'll release her at her destination." "Bastards!" hissed the bound woman to the backs of the two guards as they left. "Think they can order folk to slave for them?" From what I'd seen, the Rikishans could do just that. I could be a low-level slave, a high-level slave, or dead. I didn't want to die. That would still have negated everything Fuerga had done. But I didn't want to reward the Rikishans by becoming a needle jockey. That left being a low-level slave. Not that I was pleased with that option either. "They seem effective at that," was my response. "Bastards, all of them." 5 people in gray and green uniforms trooped into the shuttle and deposited themselves in the seats behind the more colorfully dressed 2 in the front. One woman glanced in my direction, then at the bound woman before shaking her head. "Them too," added the bound woman. Almost silently, the door slid shut, leaving the shuttle cabin illuminated by a pearly light diffusing from the gray walls. "Please make sure your harnesses are fastened. We will be lifting shortly." The warning was not repeated, and almost immediately the craft shivered slightly and then began to slide forward, perhaps to rise as well. The silence of the craft's hover and the smoothness of its acceleration prompted me to search my mental dustbin of information until I confirmed the earlier unbidden identification. Magfield Drive. Based on the sketchy yet voluminous information poured into me earlier, I tried to sort out an understanding. From what I could deduce, a Magfield drive was a further adaptation of the glider principles, the tapping of the planetary magnetic field and its use as a basis for some form of induction propulsion, I thought. In the silence, and to take my mind off the disturbing feeling that my stomach was going to turn itself inside out, I looked over to my left. "I'm Tyndall. Who are you?" "I can't believe you're sitting there." "Why not? Do you think you'll ever come home?" "No. Even if I returned to Earth, it wouldn't be home. Home had vanished with Fuerga and the mad truffler." "That doesn't bother you?" "I can't do much about what can't be changed," I pointed out. "You sound like the rest of them." The bound woman snorted and turned her head away from me and toward the blank shuttle wall. "Real courage in men vanished with the ancients." The whining outside the shuttle continued into higher and higher frequencies until it felt like my teeth would shatter. I tried closing my eyes, but that was worse, with images of Schroddens and demon guns flickering through my mind, followed by endless canisters of nanosprays and nanites weaving invisible and unseen webs around me, webs that pushed me in one direction, then another. I opened my eyes and waited. How long before there was a clunk that signaled docking at Orbit 1, I didn't know. Not until my internal demons observed 43 standard minutes since liftoff. I could feel myself drifting upward against the restraining harness, my stomach seemingly climbing faster than the rest of me. I swallowed down acid and fear, but it took several gulps. I wanted to burp, but dared not. My eyes flicked to the bound woman. She glared at me, and I asked, What did you do to end up here? Question the wisdom of Rikisha. They know not the greatness of the true God. Nor do you, although you could, if you would but look. If she happened to be so insane, why was she being shipped off Earth like a package for delivery? Why hadn't she been adjusted? They can't adjust believers. We are the angels and the followers of the true Lord. She laughed. The old demons won't tell you that, but adjustment doesn't work on us. So they have to send us home. Home? I blurted. The home of God, among the nearer stars. I did not answer. What could I have said? My internal data store offered no suggestions or answers. All I had absorbed contained nothing on angels or followers or gods. I frowned. Sorel had mentioned the followers with great distaste, but even with that insight I could find nothing. Then I didn't know for what exactly I was searching. That was half the problem with nano-implanted knowledge. Without the right reference or key words, a lot of it was useless. Instead, I waited for the various uniformed figures to pull themselves out of the shuttle, partly out of stubbornness and partly because my stomach wanted to turn itself inside out. And I was fighting it on that, mostly from pride, calling on old dozen muscular control techniques. Suddenly, the bound woman retched a spray of stuff that drifted up and toward me. Hastily, I unfastened the harness and bumbled my way back toward the lockers, banging my shoulder into the corner of the lockers. My fingers felt like thumbs as I fiddled with the locker latch, glancing toward the nauseating mess in midair. Tyndale. I tried to turn and found the motion bounced me off the opposite bank of lockers. I grabbed the back of the last shuttle seat and swallowed to try to quell a rebellious stomach before turning toward the voice. A slender, dark-haired woman in a dark blue single suit gestured. Stop flailing around. Use the overhead guidelines. That's what they're for. The purpose of the lines against the shuttle ceiling was obvious, after she had pointed them out and explained, like everything else put together by the Rikishans, except half the time they didn't bother with the explanations. Duffel in one hand, I pulled myself toward the open lock door, past the white-face-bound woman, avoiding the mess she had made. Bastards! God will smite them! So these true believers couldn't be adjusted. Interesting, if true. The guideline ended short of the shuttle door, and I looked around, then grasped a railing and pulled myself down until I was approximately level with the woman who had called me. She extended a hand. One of her boots was somehow attached to a metallic-looking strip in the tubular tunnel that melded with the shuttle portal. I took her hand. It was cool, long-fingered, and muscular, like Forerga's. There. Use the bulkhead handholds until we get to the transition lock. I'm Martenia. Sorel told me you've had trouble adjusting to some of the requirements of Rikishan society, so she asked me to see that you got to the tailor. Sorel? Why had she made the arrangement and not Andra? She can be hard on people from whom she expects a lot, Martenia shrugged. Some people won't use their potential, and she's never accepted that, even though she understands that it happens. She turned and pulled herself along the tubular tunnel, leaving me behind in the grayness that from appearance could as easily have been drilled through the cliffs overlooking Deep Lake, or set anywhere underground in Lincoln. Just rough gray walls with handhold bars at waist height. Martenia waited at the transition lock, scarcely more than an oversized barrel big enough for 3 people. When she touched a stud, the portal through which we had entered closed. Then, after a moment, the lock shivered and seemed to move. Abruptly, I could feel myself reorienting, and my feet swinging down. We left the lock at right angles to the way we had entered, stepping into a narrow corridor lit indirectly. These walls glistened a muted metallic blue. My knees tended to go up too far, and I felt like I had to take steps that were nearly baby-like to keep from bouncing into the ceiling or whatever it was called. The overhead, supplied Martenia. Walls are bulkheads. Enjoy the gravity while you can. We don't bother engineering for spin forces on the smaller outstations, and you're headed for one of the smallest. I almost asked why, but forced myself to go through the mental sorting process to see if I could discover the reason buried in the massive data I'd been force-fed. The highest payback for unskilled interstellar labor? Exactly. A man passed us going in the opposite direction, using a long gliding stride, with his feet barely leaving the dark gray carpet underfoot. I tried to imitate his gait. The motion seemed to help keep my knees from rising so high. That's better, observed Martenia. We still have another quarter of the wheel to go to reach the locks to the upper transition ring. You don't have that much time before the tailor leaves. You can use the canteen on board while the ship's on ion boost. She offered nothing more, and I asked nothing. The second transition lock was like the first, except that the gravity, or centrifugal force, was markedly less by the time we reached it. The passenger section of the Taylor was less than half that of the orbit shuttle, if more luxurious, with 8 rows of upholstered couches, 2 in a row, each with wide straps, and each seemingly formed out of a solid block of some sort of plastic. Synth composite, my internal demons supplied. Above each couch was a shell-like block that apparently descended over the couch to form a monolith around the passenger. G-foam and restraints. They're all nanite-based. While the needle's accelerating or between insertion and exit, you'll be unable to move at all. A good thing, too, since you'd be jelly on the bulkhead if you could. What? How? I didn't like that idea at all, and what knowledge I'd been nano-fed didn't explain why. Or perhaps I didn't know how to access what would explain it. Try thinking about hawking wormholes for starters, suggested the dark-haired woman. And take one of the front couches. You could sense the differentials. What kind of differentials? As I pulled myself along the handholds, I found my mind scrolling through all the half-mentally filed information that still felt unfamiliar and awkward. You'll figure it out. You dozen types do, eventually. Have a good trip to Omega Eridani. With a brisk wave, she was gone. I half slid, half pulled myself down into the front couch and studied the wide straps, then tugged them into place, shifting my body until I was as comfortable as I could be. I looked up at the shell-like block poised to mate with the couch assembly, with little room for my body. Looking up at that massive restraint block, my body trying to expand in all directions, I was even more certain that I wanted nothing to do with being a needle jockey. My stomach growled, but I wasn't sure whether it was from hunger or protest at the null gravity. A man in a uniform that was somehow both silver and green half glided through a hatch at the front of the compartment, and the entry lock irised shut. You're the only passenger on this run. Not many go this far out. A wry smile crossed his face. What did you do? Refused to be a needle jockey. I kept my voice level. You'll change your mind. If you're lucky and smart enough to live to do that. He shook his head. Now, we'll be going on ion boost for about a standard quarter hour to get clear. Stay in your couch until the bells sound. The small G-force, like gravity, will go on for 10 to 15 minutes, and you can walk around if you want. It's a better time to eat, and it's best to eat early. I could definitely understand that, the way I was still half fighting my stomach's desire to invert itself. There's a head aft and a small canteen. When the bells sound the second time, you have 5 minutes to get strapped in. If you don't make it, you're dead. The captain can't change the insertion envelope at that point, not without destroying the ship, so you're out of luck. Understand? I understood. It was like everything else the demons did. How could it have been otherwise? 23. Orbit 2, E Cygni, 4532. Enlightenment shatters the illusory realities of the world. There is but the slightest hiss before all the force lines shift. A tug, there. A twitch, there. And I and the ship, we shiver through a shower of gilded mist, clawing up a cliff of violet. A carillon of trumpet chimes cascades from the violet. A long, straight channel of red beckons to my right, regular and even, sharp and hard beats on twin timpanis. I ignore it, for regularity means solid matter, not the swirling of vacuum and gases between the stars, and the channels are traps. Along the footlighted strands I dance, each strand the strobe of a quasar that flashes across the overspace, singing lyric notes that Duzin never recognized. Silently, for the ship and I are unheard against and amidst the waves of sound, I edge farther upward across the linked lines of stars visible only in powder blue puffs that vanish as I stretch and fly across each, and violins vibrate in long strings against my back. Flame burns at my fingertips as I push away from a black wall that echoes the heavy tempo of kettle drums, rumbling ever lower. I search for a gap, any gap on the far side of the star stage, grasping the strands that reach above me and stretch before that black wall. 2 channels open, red and green, on each side of the wall. I hesitate, then leap, grasping, digging fingers into the diaphanous fabric of the web, letting the fire sear through me, for I am being dragged down by the leaden spines in my guts as a chorus of timpanis marches up my backbone. Another leap, another grasp, showered with cerise explosions and discordant polyphony from at least 2 unseen harpsichords, and we totter edgewise up the strands and across the high wire of yet another stage, a circus ring, our feet poised on hot coals. The scarlet fumes circle inward, twining to the tinny silver of a tambourine snapping out a flamenco beat. I sense the deep white of the beacon, the faintest of clear lights in a swirling universe, centered in a smaller whitened web. 3 black spears loom from beneath, exploding upward toward my guts, lead copper rock, punctuated with the reverberating twanging of massed steel-strung and hard-twanged guitars. I point-toed leap and drop, whirl and dodge, lunging around the spears and toward the clear amber light, toward the soft and golden harp strings. 1 spear slashes across my laggard back, but I totter onward, stifling the scream. Lilacs and the perfume of spring explode around us, silver strings soothing the chaotic polyphony below, and while I breathe deeply, we dance upside east, the pattern carrying us around a cliff of violet, past a red channel, and over a green ditch. A single, longing high sea rides over the harp. Somehow my feet stay upon the strands of the web which suspend me above the now dark and solid below, even as my back burns. And I stretch and grasp the handle of the old-fashioned kerosene lantern, ringed in a circlet of lilac, centered in that smaller web. We are almost there. Almost to 24. Omega Eridani, 4515. No society that places the individual above itself will survive, but neither will any society that places the individual below itself. The unnamed crewman and Martenia had both been right. Had I not been in the solid, G-foamed and nanite-restricted monolithic cocoon, my body would have been less than a thin film of jelly spread across the walls. Bulkheads, rather. Beyond what I felt, I could sense the forces, almost like blocks of music, somehow solid and massive or knife-like and deadly. Then, after another twisting, screaming wrench, the music and the forces vanished. Shortly, following an initial acceleration, we decelerated. The cocoon opened, and I found that I had sweated so much that my greenish single suit was soaked through. Using the faint gravity provided by the deceleration, I made my way to the head and then to the canteen, but I only drank some mixed fruit juice and ate an orange monde pastry. I knew that total null gravity would return soon enough. Return to your couch. Approaching destination station. The words were clipped, as if an afterthought. I strapped in and waited. Even after the clunk that announced the needle ship's docking somewhere, the passenger compartment remained sealed, and while I loosened the restraints, I did not remove them. I preferred not to fight the null G when I had nowhere to go, so I sat under the loosened, padded restraints until the ship's hatch or lock irised open and a figure appeared. I'm Kerbrick, and I'm the maintenance officer of the station. The thin man who floated in the needle ship's open portal had a long, square face, clean-shaven and large in proportion to a body even smaller and slighter than mine. He wore a shimmering silver one-piece suit. You're Tyndall, and you once were a Might Dozen master. None of that matters.
What matters is that you're here for a 10-year tour. That will repay 2/3 of what you owe.
I'd known I owed. I'd recalled something about 10 or 15 years, but I'd never pursued it. It didn't matter. So I waited.
Unstrap. No sense in wasting time.
He glanced around the compartment, then sniffed.
Good thing you didn't make a mess.
A laugh followed.
You'll appreciate that more and more.
His eyes raked over me as I pulled myself along the guideline toward the portal.
Green, eh? Here, you wear dull gray. Nothing else.
Aqua cyan, blue, green, gray. What did it matter? I nodded.
See how accepting you are in a year.
Gerbrick snorted.
You call me sir, just like any other station officer. That's anyone in solid blue or black. In fact, anyone in a solid colored uniform.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Sansel will be coming through here.
Gerbrick turned in a single, effortless motion. I pulled myself after him, conscious of my awkwardness, with one hand on my small duffel, the other grasping along the lines. There were no transition locks, just the ship lock, a tube, and a second lock leading into the station proper. The corridors of OE Station were small, barely wide enough for 2 people abreast, and smelled of humanity and new materials simultaneously. The walls were brownish gray and reeked of age, though I doubted they were near so old as they felt or looked. We had traveled no more than 50 meters when he stopped by a green-rimmed, hexagonal-shaped hatch.
All the levels are connected by transverse shafts. There's more on that in your briefing spray. The double hatches are nanite sprung to stay closed.
Gerbrick nodded and slipped inside the door, pulling one thin door toward him and pushing through another that swung in the opposite direction. I followed, finding myself in another tubular corridor perpendicular to the one we had just left. Gerbrick was already 10 meters above me, past one hexagonal hatch and floating opposite a lower one. Then he pulled the inner door and pushed through the outer one. It took me longer because my duffel caught on the inner door and jerked me backward, practically back across the corridor. Gerbrick's face was blank when I finally emerged. Once I was clear, he pushed off down the corridor, stopping less than 30 meters from the shaft hatch door. I didn't stop and swung past him. I finally managed to grab a guideline on the wall, bulkhead, and slow myself. Weightless I might have been, but my body retained all its inertia as my hand and fingers testified with the strain of slowing and stopping me. The maintenance officer pointed to another hatch, a smaller hexagon.
This is Mid-Deck 3, Space 4. Remember it. This is your cube. You're not important enough to rate space. You get it because it's more convenient for everyone else. There's one space that's yours to keep spotless, and you will keep it spotless, does it, Master? All by yourself, with your multiple talents. It has an inside latch for privacy, but that's it.
He pushed the hatch-like door inward and open.
Go ahead. Look.
I wondered at the inward opening design until my demons supplied the answer. Protection against depressurization. If the station were holed, the internal pressure of the cube would keep the door almost welded shut against the seals.
Go ahead. Look inside.
Yes, sir, I managed. The space beyond the door was small, no more than 3 meters by 2, with built-in drawers and a narrow closet on one side. There was nowhere to sleep, just 6 rough gray surfaces.
You don't need a mattress in Null G, but you get a sleeping net with a pallet pad on one side. It's rolled up inside the closet. Use it. Otherwise you'll be working with bruises and cuts, and no sting in your gear. Oh, there should be 2 gray work coveralls in there too. They're nanite reinforced. You should be able to move a good 200 kilograms even in full G. You can move more here, but stopping that mass would be something else. I have a few more things to show you. Leave your duffel.
Lifting 200 kilograms or more on a routine basis? Before I could extricate myself from the small cube, the maintenance officer was a good 20 meters down the tubular corridor. I shut the hatch door and scrambled out of the cube to follow, catching up while he waited by another hatch, this one rimmed in blue.
Here's the low-tech canteen. It's big enough for all three of you. That's Sancel, for Sun, and you." Gerbrick laughed. "Same food replicator as in the officer's mess. Same menu. Even has traditional Dorchin dishes. You can eat as much as you want, whatever you want, and whenever you want, so long as you're not working." The long-faced maintenance officer handed me 2 nanite spray cans. "These hold all the station info you'll need. Go back to your cube and take them 2 standard hours apart, unless you want a splitting headache. Report to the maintenance office at 0800 station time tomorrow. Eat first." He laughed again. "Enjoy your time off." With that, he glided away, leaving me floating by the canteen. My stomach had barely settled, and I didn't want to risk upsetting it again by eating immediately. So I began to ease myself back the few meters to what amounted to my own private and very gray caserne. The gray walls were as depressing as the Mad Truffler's cave had been, even more depressing than the cellars and casernes scattered through Old Henvor. The gray bulkheads offered even less hope of early escape. Abandon hope. Those words came from somewhere, but I didn't recall them. There was much I knew now that I did not recall. I looked down at the nanite spray cans. There would be more of those as well. 25. Omega Eridani, 4515. Those who err without understanding shall die without comprehending. Even 2 hours apart, the 2 nanosprays had split my skull, as more figures, charts, diagrams, and specifications flooded through my brain and synapses. Some of the knowledge would be helpful, such as the plans of the station's decks and the various lock locations. But what did I care about the various moduli of elasticity of shear for the bearing truss joists, or the decompression pressure stress bright lines, or the acceptable atmospheric pressure variances? It wasn't as though I would be in any position to do anything about them, not as a maintenance laborer or low-level tech. The jolts to my brain hadn't helped my stomach or my adjustment to null gravity either, or my attempts to sleep. The sleeping net, even tethered at 4 points, swayed all night long with every motion I made. At times I felt like I was choking in my sleep. I didn't sleep, but dozed, or so it felt. Learning to sleep in null gravity was going to take some learning. Then, what else did I have to worry about besides learning to sleep and be a high-level laborer at the end of the universe? I didn't think about clocks or timepieces, but I didn't need to worry. My briefing spray included something along those lines. Internal demons jolted me out of my dozing state. 0700. 0700. The null grav shower was also a joy, but at least the food formulator delivered, and I ensured that I was in the maintenance office before 800. The space was perhaps 5 meters by 10, and one wall was nothing more than covered bins of various sizes and shapes. Built into the wall to the right of the entry hatch was a desk space, above which were mounted various screens like those of the icon raisers of Henvor. I could not help but wonder about the amount of electro-essence they required and how they were powered. Null gravity fuse actor, design Beta 1. Nuclear fusion, a form rejected by the ancients. Gerbrick pushed himself away from the various consoles, turning in midair as he did so. "Good morning, Tyndall." "Good morning, sir." I barely managed to tack on the honorific. "We'll start you out on something simple but necessary. You all work 12 standard hours. That's really 14 because you work 4, then get an hour break." Gerbrick pointed toward the equipment floating on a bulkhead tether, a cylinder 3 meters long with an attached hose. "That's yours, Tyndall." I paused, trying to rack my memories and ill-sorted knowledge. Nothing. There was nothing about shiny cylinders with flexible brown hoses. "That's a SARM, separator and recovery module. It's just a nanite sorter with an intake suction feed powered by a blower." That didn't leave me any wiser. Gerbrick smiled condescendingly. In short, former dozen master, it scoops up elemental dust and gas molecules and sorts them into bins in the cylinders. Understand? Even with my aborted recent re-education, I knew enough to know that was possible, since essentially it was a modification of the food formulator principle. But what was I supposed to do, and why was it necessary? No, sir, snapped Gerbrick. If you don't show respect, I can recommend your physical exile to one of the borderline colonies, like Nabata. There's no place for disrespect on an orbit cargo station. Yes, sir, I answered, recognizing, belatedly, the authority in his voice. That and the desire for power that the maintenance officer barely kept in check. I doubted he had that kind of authority, but my doubts had been wrong before about the demons, and now wasn't the time to test my judgment. That's better. He offered another condescending smile. We have nanite housekeepers here. Two kinds, the microscopic disassemblers and the collector scrubbers installed in the ventilation system. The disassemblers are programmed to break down certain molecular chains into constituent atomic structures, and most of those chains are waste materials. The disassemblers are 10 micron sized, and they go anywhere in the station. The scrubbers collect and store everything that the air returns pick up. Now do you understand? I think so, sir, I added hastily. Materials too heavy to get carried, or those trapped in corners and too big for the disassemblers. Exactly. Your job is to put on a breather mask and poke that hose into every square millimeter between Deck 1 and Deck 2. Tomorrow, you'll do the same thing on the next interdeck. I waited, then asked, Is there a manual or instructions? I have some questions. Sir? Yes, sir. Does it signal if it's full or not working? When any of the bins are full, it buzzes and you bring it to maintenance. Sancel will empty and clean it. No brains or instructions necessary, Tyndall. Eventually, you might learn enough to do that. He handed me a purplish mesh with a clear faceplate and a heavy squarish lump on the bottom. That's your breather hood. We could use a more sophisticated nanite system, but they have to be tailored individually and they're costly. This works almost as well, and it's just fine for you. All you do is pull it on and make sure it fits flush against your maintenance suit. Yes, sir. Here are your work gauntlets. He extended a thin gray pair of gloves. I looked dubious. They're nanite reinforced. You'll need a maintenance belt and toolkit. This one's checked out to you. He extended a dark gray belt with several flat pouches fastened to it. I slipped it around my waist and then took the gloves, heavier than they appeared at first, and pulled them on. They went halfway up my forearms. Gerbrick pointed to a flat screen on the wall. I've called up the interdeck schematic. That shows where you'll be. Study it, and then haul yourself to entry port 2 and start cleaning from there. I stepped forward and looked at the interdeck schematic, trying to memorize it or something, but the effort called up a similar map in my mind, and I tried to integrate the two, looking for entry port 2. You got it? Yes, sir. Then take the SARM and your hood and get to work. Gerbrick twisted back to the consoles, as if to indicate he'd said all that was necessary. I wondered, but I clipped the hood to the belt that had come with the dark gray coverall and towed the SARM along the corridor outside the maintenance space to the access shaft that would bring me closest to entry port 2. Entry port 2 was another type of hatch. I recognized it belatedly from the information that had been dumped on me through the latest nanosprays. Not only was it double sealed, but it contained a third sliding metal panel between the outer and inner hatches. The middle panel required a maintenance wrench. I thought, and then fumbled out the wrench from the small tool packet fastened to my belt. It was the wrong one. After 3 tries with various wrenches, one worked. I had the middle door open. Then I tried to ease the SARM module through. The SARM power stud banged on the side of the hatch, and a whining started up immediately. When I scrambled to turn it off, I ricocheted off the side of the hatch with my ribs, then put up a gloved hand to stop myself.
The nanites in the glove protected my fingers by stiffening, but that threw me sideways in the other direction and slammed my thigh against the door. I had to duck to keep my head from getting mashed on a girder that flanked the other side of the portal. For a long moment, after finally stabilizing myself by clutching the plasteel beam, I hung in the gloom, sucking in deep breaths, realizing that I was seeing mostly by nanite-enhanced vision. Moving gingerly, I closed the portal. The built-up odors told me why Gerbrick had sent the breather hood. After locking one leg around a support beam, I pulled the hood over my head and sealed it. While I could breathe without gagging, I began to sweat almost immediately. Slowly, I levered myself down to where I could recover the SARM. Then I began to thread my way toward the far corner between the two air return ducts that dwarfed me. The cleaning pattern suggested by the briefing nanites started there, and I felt less than terribly creative, with sweat coating my face and hair while pushing a 3-meter cylinder that masked half what I did. With the restricted view through the faceplate, I didn't see the conduit for some type of cable that protruded from the lower deck, and the toe of one boot caught. I spun, and trying to avoid crashing the SARM into the diagonal girder to my right, found my hooded head banging into another brace. The hood reduced the impact to a jar, but I bounced sideways. The SARM hose twisted around one leg, and my other hip scraped something. I finally managed to stop colliding with sections of the station, but I'd barely started, and I had bruises along both legs, a twisted calf muscle, sore ribs, and other bruised muscles in places I'd probably rediscover over the next few hours and days. I'd never thought about how difficult not having gravity would be, and wondered if I'd dream longingly of full gravity in the days and years to come. In time, I managed to figure out how to move the equipment and myself with a minimum of effort, and thus a minimum of reaction. But I kept sweating. After about a standard hour, I found myself squinting through the faceplate as I pointed the nozzle of the SARM in the direction of an enclosed metal rectangle with nodules on it. A jolt ran through my system. Restricted equipment! Restricted equipment! I shivered and wanted to shake my head, beginning to understand, once more, just how effective nanotech conditioning could be. No wonder I hadn't gotten that much of a briefing. The briefing sprays had just applied the warnings to my nervous system somehow. While I was recovering from that jolt, the SARM canister rebounded against my left calf, giving me what would be another bruise. I had swept out most of the crevices and hidden areas on the inboard section of the interdeck when my internal demons announced 1,200 hours. Almost simultaneously, another figure in a breather mask tapped on my shoulder and reached down and flicked the power stud on the SARM. The other person also wore dark gray and gestured back toward entry port 2. Outside the port, I followed the other's example and pulled off the breather hood. Sweat still streamed down my face and down the back of the coverall single suit, leaving it an even darker gray than when I had started that morning. Time to eat. We get a standard hour to eat and rest each 4 hours. I'm for Sun. She was angular and as tall as I, with brown hair not much longer than mine. I followed for Sun, pulling myself after her through the tube down to mid-deck 3 and the canteen. A gray, windowless space that would have fit into a prehistoric castle, except for the formulator. The spiced orange pasta and chicken dish was good, but I was certain that was only because good food cost no more than bad with a nanite food reformulator. For Sun had something else, something that was mostly rice, and she ate without talking. The stick tights on the chair seat held me in place. I wondered why they even bothered with seats in Null Grav, but supposed it was part of the effort to recreate the familiar, or something. There was nothing on the reasons for anything in the briefing sprays, just facts, figures, and schematics. Tyndall? Asked Fursun, her mouth half full. Yes? Why are you here? I shrugged. Because I wouldn't be a needle jockey. There was a definite silence before she spoke again. They offered you that kind of chance, and you turned them down? Do you know what kind of life needle jockeys have? No. No one explained very much of anything. Sun looked at me with those wide brown eyes, and for some reason I wanted to duck under the table. I'm on an extra 2 years objective here, Tyndall. You know why? No. I don't know much, I've discovered. I followed the words with a shrug. I'm adjusted. That means I can't do much on Earth. More on an out planet, maybe. A year's station stipend here is almost 10 years what I could earn anywhere else, and they'll let me choose any open out planet after station duty. Sun shook her head. A needle jockey gets 10 times that, or more, I hear. After the first years, I suspect. They live well even then. She dropped her eyes. There was little enough I could say without making matters worse. I took another mouthful of the pasta, wondering how long before the gray bulkheads would start to close in on me, if I ever would regard OE Station as anything more than the demon equivalent of a Dorchin stone demon trap with food. Sun's guileless brown eyes studied me. Meeting them was hard, and I didn't know why. Or was it that I didn't want to think about why? I sipped Arlene tea that was already lukewarm from a squeeze bottle, as much to avoid speaking as from thirst. 26. Omega Eridani, 4515. Freedom and ignorance are incapable of long coexistence. I half glided, half scrambled toward the maintenance office as my internal timepieces warned me. 0755. 0755. Every muscle ached from the maintenance details of the preceding 5 days. I never would have thought how muscles could ache in null gravity, especially with the extra strength provided by both personal nanites and the nanite-reinforced coveralls. Gerbrick found ways to use every bit of that strength. Beyond that strength, as a Dorchin, I still sometimes had trouble believing that the demons had returned to space and the stars, apparently so easily. That was inconceivable, yet, as a Duzin master, I could see that it had happened. The conflict between what my Duzin training and perceptions told me had happened and what my upbringing had told me couldn't have happened sometimes gave me a headache if I thought about it for long. Why? Because all my early upbringing had emphasized that the return to space was inconceivable? Because my Duzin training had also conditioned me to accept what obviously was? Because the ancients' dream of the stars was considered impossible? But if the demons had the stars, what was the next dream? Was there one beyond just stars and more stars? Somehow, conquering the void didn't seem like a real dream. I wasn't ready to think more about that, and I didn't. Instead, I slid into the maintenance office and closed the hatch behind me. Gerbrick waited by the large wall screen, drifting in midair in the null gravity. Sun floated beside the maintenance officer, her wide brown eyes expressionless. Tyndall, began Gerbrick, pointing to the image on the screen. This is a cargo sled. Sun and Sansel will help you practice with it. That practice is not because I'm babying you. That's because of all the jump credits it takes to get one out here. I don't want one of our sleds damaged. Neither do you, because I can charge the damage to your contract time. Yes, sir. I looked at the image of the sled. Nothing more than an open-topped box with dark gray reinforcing beams on the bottom and both ends, and with net-like webbing on the front, back, and top. How do you think it works? Rather than ask, I searched the briefing data, a mental chore that continued to feel like rummaging through piles of unread papers in my skull. Magnetic induction, sir? What does that mean, oh former Duzin master? The sled centers itself on the guides on the left side of the cargo spaces and transit corridors. The maintenance officer nodded abruptly toward Sun, in a motion that was swift and effortless, the kind of movement that created no reaction in null gravity. Have him run it up and down Beta corridor. Quick stops, turns, shifts to the opposite rails. Yes, sir, answered my brown-haired colleague. Tyndall, you do exactly what Sun says. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Good. Over the next few months, we're scheduled to get 3 ships worth of cargo for the terraforming project.
You'd better be as good as for Sun by then.
Yes, sir. Gerbrick turned in his usual manner to signify he was through with us. I followed for Sun to the transit shafts and then all the way to the bottom, where I'd never been before. Lower level's all cargo stuff, she announced as she opened the 3-door hatch from the shaft. Her fingers were deft with the wrench key for the middle door. Does the station get much? No, just supplies and stuff for the projects. Gerbrick mentioned terraforming. Fursun gave me another of those wide-eyed looks that made me feel embarrassed that I hadn't searched my internal knowledge before opening my mouth, and I began to rack my brains once more. After a moment, I nodded. The whole point of the outstations was terraforming, for those stations in systems without habitable planets, and that was more than half of the dozen-plus systems linked by the needle ships. Nanotech made general trade uneconomical, and none of the out colonies had the education and resources yet to develop technology or knowledge superior to that of the Rikishan demons of Earth. The idea was simple enough. Spread people far enough that no single catastrophe could wipe out the human race. I frowned. Which human race? The one from which I had sprung, or the demons? Or were they one and the same? Cargo handling's better in some ways, Fursun said after my continuing silence. Sometimes you get to talk to the crews or the super, or even a passenger. Other people. You notice no one on station talks to us except to give an order? Or information necessary to carry out an order? I hadn't, but I took her word for it. She led the way down the dimly lit cargo corridor with the gliding movement everyone but me seemed to have mastered. The corridor was a good 3 times as wide and high as the tubular corridors on the other station levels, and gave me the impression of a vaulted basement of an ancient building, for all that the walls were seamless gray, shaded slightly with brown. Fursun eased to a graceful stop. Behind her were 3 bays or hangars with closed doors. She touched a stud, and all 3 doors rose. The cargo sleds were just as pictured on the screen, except smaller than I expected, only about 4 meters long and 2 high. Each was inside its own enclosure, tethered to heavy bolt anchors from 6 points. The tether lines didn't seem that strong looking, but who knew what kind of nanite reinforcing they had. Fursun pulled a square box from a strap pouch at one end of the leftmost sled. The box was attached by an electroessence cable to the sled. Here's the control box, same as on the small sled. You seen that? I didn't even know there was a small sled. Use that for moving stuff around the station, but it's self-powered. Could really rip things up if it got out of hand. For a moment I had to think, and run through what I knew but really hadn't assimilated once more before it became clear. The big cargo sleds only ran on the cargo corridor and were held by the energy fields that bounded the corridor. The little sled was self-contained, with far less mass but with no external restraint. I blinked and looked down at the box in Fursun's hand. The sled controls looked simple enough. 4 arrow-shaped studs surrounding a circular stud. Outside the arrow studs were 2 square studs, one glowing green, one red. The power switch is under the toggle cover. I hadn't even noticed the shielded cover in the corner. I nodded. Center button is the stop button, Fursun smiled. Only works if the sled's within range of the guide rails. Use the others to move the sled. Green is up, red is down, others mean direction. If I push up and the side arrow, don't. Only want to move in one direction at a time. I nodded. We'll untether it first. Don't want to pull out the anchors. Another example of the demon outlook. The sled had enough power to rip out the anchors, but they wouldn't use the materials or effort to reinforce the hangar. They expected the users to be careful. When the maintenance officer could recommend someone's exile, they could expect care. I followed Fursun's lead and undid the tethers on the left side, then returned to stand beside her while she eased the sled out of its bay and into the corridor. Once it was well away from the others, she handed me the control box. Remember, it keeps going in whatever direction you move it. The controls are supposed to feed back so it doesn't, but don't trust them all the way. Trust? What could one trust? How much? I took the control box, wondering if I'd ever be able to trust Rikishan Society's rules as much as I once had trusted the way of Duzin to make my way in Hybra. 27. Omega Eridani, 4515. Those who reward vain attempts encourage such and discourage true accomplishment. Sansel glanced across the narrow canteen table at me. Her green eyes seemed overlarge in the pinched face, and her short, sandy hair was straw-like.
Fursun says you could have been a needle jockey. That true?
I finished the last mouthful of Dorchin mushroom pasta before answering. I had a chance. I do not know if I would have been successful.
You'd have been.
She took a swig of a dark brown beer from the squeeze bottle.
When you're not around, Gerbrick says you're worth 2 of most lugs. So how'd you get here?
How had I? It had seemed so simple. Was it? I could feel myself somewhere else, somewhere with red arcs of flame, golden red flames in a Nihilin night.
Tyndale? You all right?
Your eyes. I shook myself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
We all got pasts. You want to talk? I'll listen. You don't? That's fine.
Things... I'm still not sure.
Whatever.
Sansel laughed easily.
You being here makes things easier for us. Natham, fellow before you, he broke 2 SARMs and jammed a sled. Tried hard, he did, but trying's not doing.
Simple as they were, those last words echoed in my thoughts. Trying's not doing. Trying's not doing. How did he jam a sled? Sansel shrugged.
Somehow got it crossways going into its bay, then tilted it. Might damned job to unwedge it. Ended up taking out some panels in one of the guide rails.
That explained why Fursun had suggested I not attempt multi-directional commands with the big cargo sled controls.
Ready for the orgnopacks?
Asked Sansel. Ready as I'll ever be. Carting replacement materials packs for all the food replicators from the storeroom to each mess wasn't nearly so onerous as cleaning the between-deck spaces, but it was nearly as tedious and time-consuming. Theoretically, the replicators could have been built able to shift molecules of any structure, but the side effect was that such full-range replicators took a great deal more electroessence and generated far more heat, and heat dispersion was more of a problem on orbit stations than heat retention. So the maintenance crews replaced the materials packs with new ones containing trace elements, hydrogen, nitrogen, and carbon, as well as other elemental forms necessary for food synthesis. The packs weren't labeled with the actual contents, just with the class of replicator they fitted. I loosened the stick tights and let myself drift toward the disposal slot below the replicator. It wasn't a disposal slot, since the waste material was shifted by nanites into a separate waste orgnopack and reused as it could be. After shoving in my plate and cup, I turned in midair to follow Sansel.
Fursun says the small sled is acting up.
She lifted her eyebrows. That didn't surprise me either. Little in my ambit had, not even OE station, not since the comfortable world of Duzin had vanished when the Shroddens I'd trusted and justified in my teachings had killed Forerga and sent me running. Was I still running? I tried not to shiver at that thought as I followed Sansel. 28. Omega Eridani, 4515. The shape of a container is not the nature of that which is contained. I pushed the SARM canister around the gently curving corner that followed the arc of the station's hull. Ahead was a mist, fulgurant and full. I tried to slow the heavy SARM, but I couldn't halt it before it plunged through the mist, its inertia dragging me through the curtain of pinlights. Each tiny light seared, cutting like a white-hot needle. There before me, beyond the sparkling curtain, I stood amid a black nothingness. The orbit station corridor had vanished. Arcs of golden red fire webbed a sky blacker than any I had ever seen. a heaven whose stars shimmered so brightly that I had to slit my eyes. The fire arcs sprayed out from a pinwheel that sputtered before me, except it was a star twirling ever so slowly in the darkness. A face slowly swam from the center of the spinning and sputtering fire into the center of that light. Short black hair framed a thin face, and out of that face shone deep blue eyes. Then the light brightened even more. I had to close my eyes against the glare, and I found myself unable to breathe, unable to move, with fire coursing through my closed eyes, hot winds desiccating the skin of my face. I lurched up in the sleeping net, still squinting. I found myself coated in sweat and shivering. My face was burning, my body chill. I could not swallow, so dry was my throat. After opening one side of the sleeping net and slipping out, I floated to where I could reach the squeeze bottle. The coolish water helped. Some. So did a towel to dry my sweaty face. Then I eased back into the net and reclosed it. I needed more sleep. Perhaps I would dream of gravity, or I would not be lost in the aimlessness of null G. My eyes wouldn't stay closed, nor my thoughts quiet. Forerga's face in the middle of a spinning star? The arcs of golden red fire. I had seen them before. Where? Why would they return to a dream now? Stars? Now that I thought about it, I hadn't seen a single star since I'd left Earth, and yet I was on a station orbiting a planet circling one of the most distant stars to which the demons had sent their needle ships. A laugh started within me but died away, cold and distant, as I recalled the insight in Forerga's face. Forerga's face and penetrating deep azure eyes and nylon hair. I shivered again, cold all over now. Hybra seemed far away, much farther than mere stellar spacing. An infinitely distant land of auspexes, litho-idolaters, and dizinarchists. 29. Omega Eridani, 4515. The passion for analysis does not reflect upon the accuracy of the analyzer. Eventually, even on a demon orbit station as far from Ricochet as possible, as low as a maintenance tech was, I settled into a routine. Gerbrick's voice became bored when he issued me orders, as it was with Fursan and Sansel. I began to recognize the names and references to the needle ships that called, and their officers, even though none of them ever looked at maintenance crews as more than high-level AIs with organic limbs designed to offload cargo and carry out simple tasks. I developed a consistent exercise routine in the gym and the full G spin chamber, even if I never exercised when the station officers or Sansel did. Finally, for lack of anything else to do, I began to study again. This time what there was on the background of nanite development and engineering. And I did it the way that seemed to work for me, by reading the information from the station's databanks on a portable screen. The Ricochet history that had been pumped into me had never made much sense, nor did the additional bits and pieces I overheard. Initially, the history of nanite technology implementation made just as little sense. Whole sections of the text referred to events that were not in my basic indoctrination history, nor did they correspond in more than vaguely general terms with the history I had learned in Henvor. Sorting all that out required more research to fit historical developments together with nanite technology evolution. Even so, seemingly rational passages made little sense, especially when I was tired after 3 straight shifts. But I persisted, after a fashion. In the dimness of my cube, I blinked at the words on the screen clipped to one side of my sleeping net, then blinked again. The implementation of the first nanite-based psychohistory projects, circa 530 AS, in the M-Nord nation precursors to Dorcha and Tose, established the applied feasibility of accurate projection of political behavior on the first true micro-agglutinated socio-economic basis, despite the so-called free action massacres that followed. Although uncontrolled nanite-based organic rehabilitation developed by Dredius and Kestmeyer, see Prehistory of Nanosystems, was cited as the cause of the demon gluttony famines, 5:15 AS and 5:10 AS, analysis indicates that climate readjustments caused by industrial greenhouse off-gassing played an equally pivotal role. Such changes led first to global geoponic restructuring, to silval re-engineering, and to the forced development of advanced low-cost formulator technologies. Dorchester Compact rejected use of formulator-derived nutrition. Of nanite fisheye invisibility was deployed by the risen Qin Empire against the Chengkuo Republic in approximately 490 AS, 2060 AD or Old Era measurement, led to the sterilization of the archipelago. Reclamation was not begun until 200 PSE. I clicked off the screen. The information was too detailed and created too much conflict for me to digest more than a few thousand words at a time, and there were many thousands of words written about the technology that had created my world and then thrust me from it. As my eyes closed, the blackness was filled with red golden arcs of fire, arcs that cascaded across the star-like pinwheel circling in blackness. I opened my eyes quickly, and the fire arcs and pinwheel vanished into the dull blackness of my cube, fuzzy and indistinct compared to that nylon-backed tableau of stars in flame. Sleep came less easily, far less easily, as my facility with maintenance duties improved. 30. Omega Eridani, 4516. When the complexity of social patterning is reduced, so is individual freedom. One of the continuing menial duties of the maintenance crews was to cart up linens and supplies for the transient guest quarters on the upper station levels. The job wasn't onerous, merely menial, and often a welcome relief from tasks such as using a SARM between decks, or unloading needle ships, or patching scars in corridor bulkheads too large for the maintenance nanites. I was halfway through unloading the clean linens for the guest suites on the uppermost level of the station when Gerbrick appeared at my elbow. It wasn't Gerbrick, but a nanite-generated image from my own compact, but he might as well have been there, square-faced, sharp-nosed, black-haired. Would that Manwar had seen such icon-raising. I held in an amused smile, thinking how he would have called Gerbrick far worse than a copper lodger. Tyndall. Yes, sir? You should have finished by now. The maintenance officer scowled. Yes, sir. Gerbrick's eyes seemed to go to the small sled, 2/3 empty, tethered loosely on one side of the corridor. You'll have to finish later, and you will finish it before you go off shift. Yes, sir. Glide your corpus down to lock 3. Hay needles on final approach. You and Sansel need to unload it quickly. Quickly? What difference did it make with all the time dilation involved, whether we took a few minutes or hours longer? It would still be weeks or months before the hay needle returned to one of the Earth orbit stations. So much hurrying was because people thought that haste saved time for something more valuable. The hay needle was likely to lose more time from a poor insertion than from a few more minutes spent unloading. There's a big singularity in the overspace web, and it's angling toward us. The pilot wants his cargo off, otherwise he'll be here for a long time. Gerbrick smiled coldly. You wouldn't want a needle jockey mad at you. Or me. No, sir. I tightened the tethers on the small sled and refastened the straps over the linens I hadn't unloaded. The transient guests needed linens because their beds were more like pallets into which they were netted. Towels we all needed to mop up the water around us after null-grab showers, as well as what clung to us that wasn't recovered by the nanite collectors. You'd better get moving, hadn't you, Dozen Master Tyndall? Yes, sir. As I glided toward the transit shaft, I tried to access what I knew about singularities. Singularity. A region of space-time where one or more components of the non-standard curvature tensor become infinite. Singularity. A discrete but dimensionless discontinuity in the superwave vector space. Singularity. The result of an object collapsing with a mass of s to the power of s-1, and with a gravitational radius greater than its physical radius. Were they all the same? Or were there 3 kinds of singularities?
The second one sounded like what Gerbrick was talking about, but I wasn't in any position to ask. Sansel had the sled waiting by the big cargo lock by the time I got there. While the station's lock was open, the ship's cargo lock had not opened. Snow-like crystals fell away from the outside of the hatch as the station's air roiled over the dull surface like a miniature storm. The crystals melted as they struck the warmer sides of the cargo corridor beyond the one open lock. "Is there someone in charge of the cargo? For the ship?" I asked as we waited for the chill to abate. "The junior officer. Most ships only have a crew of 3, Sansel said. "Needle jockey and 2 others. They handle everything else. Don't want anything worrying the pilot." With a hiss, the ship's lock opened. After a moment, the green-clad third officer looked down at the pair of us in the cargo sled. "Captain Adgar wants all this clear as soon as you can. Stack it in the corridors if you have to, but get it off." "Tell the officer that the mass is too great." Gerbrick's voice was in my ear. "Sir," I said respectfully, "the cargo mass is too great for the station to do that. We'll move it as fast as we can, but we can't put it all here." "Is that from you, crewman?" "No, sir. The maintenance officer." "Do what you can." The red-haired third officer nodded reluctantly. "We've already started inspecting for departure. I'll check back in a bit. Start with the red cases." Sansel had eased herself into the hatch opposite the officer. "Those? The spines? Right." I followed Sansel's gesture and made my way to the heavily tethered containers set within a braced semi-enclosure comprised of composite beams. "See?" murmured Sansel. "Gerbrick used you." "That's because he's following me. You know what you're doing." "You do too. You've been here near on a year." A year, personal objective? Had it been that long? Or longer? 11 standard months, 2 weeks and 1 day, announced my personal demons, as if to confirm something, perhaps no more than I was no longer a true follower of Duzin. The containers in the enclosure were small and massive, no more than 1 meter long and 10 centimeters by 10 in cross-section. For the first time since I'd come to OE Station, I could feel the effort to move one of them. One single container. And Gerbrick had assured me that the combination of personal nanites and the coveralls could handle well over 200 kilos with no strain at all. "What are these?" I eased the first one onto the cargo sled, most carefully. Sansel, moving more easily than I, slid hers beside mine, bracing herself against the corridor wall to kill the container's inertia. "Fuse actor spines, I guess." I winced. Fusion power? The different kind of demon that had led to the wars of destruction? Images flashed across my mind. The old illustrations from Manwar's library showing glowing shells of stone that had failed to hold the nucleonic devils. The images of undersea warships whose metallic hulls glowed enough to illumine the lightless depths of the summer sea millennia later. Those old images from Henvor conflicted with others more recently nanite implanted, fought with the Ricochet assertions that fuse actors had supplied the environmentally beneficial power necessary for the great cleanups. For a moment, I froze. "You all right, Tyndall?" asked Sansel softly, the green eyes gentler and suddenly more concerned. "I'll be fine," I forced a smile. "Image conflicts." I'd had them all along, but I really hadn't quite understood them. I supposed that was part of what Sorel had tried to warn me about with the bits about honesty. Honestly, or accurately, addressing the images seemed to help once I'd understood the problem. Not all accuracy reflected the Ricochet viewpoint either, I decided. "We'd better get moving, or Gerbrick and that third will both be yelling at us." I slipped back into the hold of the hay needle. While the needle ship's hull was thick, 1/3 of a meter or more, it was non-metallic, a sophisticated form of high-level composite. I studied the hold for a moment, noting that almost everything seemed to be non-metallic, confirming what I'd learned. We kept at the unloading, but I let Sansel move the sled once all the fuse actor spines were unloaded. With that much mass on it, the more experience the better, even if I had been using the sled for almost half a year. I did maneuver the second sled into place and began to remove the other containers. Everything from a handful of orgno packs to odd-sized and individual shipping packs that could have contained anything from station system replacement components to supplemental terraforming supplies and equipment. I wouldn't have known. I had the second sled half loaded by the time Sancel returned the first one empty. "Had to store those," she said. "Gerbrick said we can pull everything else off, stack it along the corridor if we need to." I looked at the half-loaded sled. "After this one is loaded and moved," she added. The red-headed officer reappeared. He did not speak to us, but looked through the hold and then vanished again, frowning. "Worried," murmured Sancel. We had the second sled loaded to mass limits far more quickly than the first. Again, I let her move it. After she left, for a moment, I studied the lock and the empty first sled. Then I eased the back of the sled practically into the lock, the way Sancel had. Using the sled would still be faster, even if we only guided it 30 meters down the cargo corridor. Sancel returned far more quickly this time. "Just tethered it at the other side of the station. Gerbrick said the mass would balance. Have to unload it later." We both worked on the sled, and when it was full, we both were soaked in sweat. I rode on the back while she guided it 50 meters beyond the sled bays, where we stacked everything on one side of the corridor. We repeated the process 3 more times before we had emptied the Needle ship's cargo bay. The third officer watched as we stacked the last and very irregular containers on the sled and started to ease it away from the cargo lock. I wiped my forehead with the back of my sleeve. "You got that clear faster than the captain hoped," the third officer said. "He's recommending a bonus." "So am I." His grin was one of relief. "Stand back, we're sealing. He wants clear of here now." As the hay needle's lock hissed shut, so did the station's lock door. "Must be in a real hurry," said Sancel. "They usually stay and rest 10, 20 hours anyway." Within moments of the closure, there was a scraping thump of sorts, followed by a slight vibration that ran through the station. Gerbrick's image appeared between us. The maintenance officer was smiling. "Captain Adgar was pleased. You'll get the bonus he recommended, but you still have to store all that cargo. The station's partly out of balance." "Yes, sir," we said together, keeping our faces expressionless. At that moment, I could sense Sancel's thoughts, or closely enough, and mine were the same. Nothing ever satisfies Gerbrick. Was that why he was maintenance officer? Were the demons using his continual dissatisfaction to assure better maintenance on a distant orbit station that had to be more costly to maintain? Was every person judged and fitted for such a slot in demon society? But had it been any different in Dorcha? Had the Shroddens come after me because I had become a demon, or because demons were different and did not fit the pattern? That question echoed something that Sorel had asked, and not for the first or the last time. Had I feared her honesty and perception because I needed it and didn't want to accept that? I shivered within myself, then glided along the composite gray walls toward the masses of cargo that remained to be stored for station use or transshipment. 31. Omega Eridani, 4516. Be not afraid of the universe. One day on OE station was much like another, and time passed, sometimes quickly, sometimes not so quickly. On one of those slow days, Gerbrick's silver-clad image appeared in the canteen, where I was finishing my break meal. "Tyndall, meet for sun by passenger lock 3, gauntlets and breather hoods. Now." "Yes, sir." The image vanished like broom under a summer sun. I gulped down the last of the nanite-produced, fresh-tasting orange juice. Gerbrick's tone had been more than enough. I hurried along the corridor and down the number 3 transverse, but both Fursun and Gerbrick were waiting by the time I glided to a halt outside the number 3 upper lock. Fursun had brought the small sled, and it was loaded with gear. Some of it was initially unfamiliar, and I had to search my nanite information bases.
The green striped drum with the flexible nozzle was a sealant system. It created a nanite barrier against atmospheric loss. The yellow striped canister was a composite bonding unit. I frowned. Shouldn't we have had the equipment by the cargo lock?
We have a problem.
Gerbrick's long face was drawn, the first time I'd seen any sign of concern.
You two wait here. The Costigan ran too close to a singularity. Pilot managed to bring it in most of the way before they lost power. We're using the bugs to drag it close enough to lock. The ship's overstressed. The bugs have been pumping air into it, and the outside crew is hooking up a direct feed. It's still leaking. So, as soon as the crew's out, you two need to start patching. Tyndall, you'll be spraying anything that looks like a stress fracture in the hull.
Gerbrick gave me a grim smile.
Better call up everything you got briefed on. You won't have much time.
He said nothing to Fursan. He must have talked to her before I had reached the passenger lock deck, just above the cargo locks. A dull clunk shivered through the corridor, and Gerbrick twisted away from us, his eyes glazing over as he linked into the comnet on levels not open to either Fursan or me. A medtech I didn't know appeared beside Gerbrick.
Malorn will be here in a minute or so, sir.
Gerbrick offered the smallest of nods, eyes still half glazed. He barely nodded when the second medtech arrived. His eyes did snap open when a blond man in blue appeared.
Commander Maestros.
I'd heard the name, but had never seen the station commander in person. Maestros was tall and lanky, almost wispy, but his eyes were as hard as any demon's.
Officer Gerbrick, your crews did a good job of wrestling her in.
The station commander's round and unlined face looked more drawn than did Gerbrick's.
Thank you, sir. I'll go aboard with the medtechs. Your crew ready to seal her?
Maestros' eyes examined me and then Fursan before glazing over into the haze of someone on a comnet.
Yes, sir.
The only sounds were those of breathing and the hissing of the corridor ventilators. Both Gerbrick and Commander Maestros continued to wear the glazed look of men whose thoughts and concentration were elsewhere. Holding our breather hoods, Fursan and I waited outside the front lock of the needle ship. Gerbrick floated before us, the two medtechs beside him. My thoughts were on the sealer system. Nanite to nanite shuttle bond. Effective for 8 standard hours. Maximum coverage per unit, 5,000 square meters. At that thought, my eyes went to the sled. There were 4 of the green striped units on the left side.
There aren't enough for the whole ship, Fursan said. That's why you spray where you think there are leaks. I'll try to bond the big gaps. Need to work fast. Cold in there.
Commander Maestros loosely, absently, grasped the hold bar beside the lock as the inner door slowly opened. A blast of chill air burst from the opening, followed by a cascade of ice flakes that billowed out across us as the station's atmosphere boiled across the exposed sections of the Costigan's outer, mostly retracted lock. That breath of winter reminded me of Lincoln, even of Sorel, but only for a moment. The man in blue and the medtech were first through the lock. When they vanished into the darkness of the ship's lock, Gerbrick turned in midair to face us.
There's more damage than we thought to the ship. You'll have to work fast if we're to save the cargo.
What's the cargo? Asked Fursan.
Gene templates, nanite modules for planoforming, the usual.
Gerbrick shrugged.
Could be some data blocks for the station.
His attention went back to the lock, where mist still churned around the edges. The warmer station air blew past us into the ship, and the ice clouds swirled around the inside of the ship's lock. I shivered and pulled on the gray gauntlets. Fursan already had hers on, and she was doing something with the composite bonder. I eased myself over to the first green-striped sealing unit. The medtech, or Commander Maestros, or both, were returning. The voices were loud, but the words were indistinct, and then very clear.
Music! The music!
It's quiet here. Take it easy. Fursan and I looked at each other, then back to the lock, where the medtech and the commander floated out a figure, a man, strapped to a stretcher of some sort.
The music! So loud! Think! The man's head jerked from side to side in the restraints, despite the calming and quiet words from the medtech. What had been the whites of his eyes showed a yellow-green cast, a color clear enough from the 3 or 4 meters between us and the stretcher.
That has to be the second officer, or the third, murmured Gerbrick. Captain Adara is a woman.
Behind the commander came the second medtech with another stretcher, one bearing a dark-haired and pale-faced woman.
That's Adara,
Gerbrick supplied.
Good jockey.
Good jockey or not, she was unconscious, and 2 nanopacks, each barely fist-sized, rested against her neck.
Music! Too loud! Too loud!
The second officer yelled from behind us as he was floated toward the transverse shaft. Gerbrick waited, and so did we. Singularities? Closeness to a singularity had left the second raving and the captain unconscious? My own nanite demons responded. The disruptions caused by a singularity's discontinuity follow the path of least resistance along pre-established transits of the supra-wave vector space. Pre-established? Event horizons already existing constitute pre-establishment. The overspace trajectory of a supra-wave vector craft exists simultaneously with entry and also constitutes pre-establishment. Not even all the words made sense. Their meaning was beyond me, except I had this feeling that it meant somehow singularities were drawn to needle ships, or worse, the other way around. The first medtech returned with an empty stretcher and eased himself back inside the Costigan. Station air kept whistling past us and into the leaking ship. The temperature in the passenger lock area continued to drop.
Go!
Snapped Gerbrick.
Survivors are clear.
Before I had my breather hood down and the first sealer to the edge of the ship lock, the medtech shoved out the covered stretcher. Someone hadn't survived.
Start forward with the cockpit, Tindo,
Gerbrick ordered.
Get a fast coat on everything, then the passenger cabin. Take the rear hatch down and get the cargo holds. I'm putting the other sealer units inside the Costigan, just inside the ship lock. We're sealing the lock again. You'll need to hurry.
Sealing the lock? I suppose they had to in order to keep from losing too much air, but that didn't reassure me much. Gerbrick made it sound matter-of-fact. Sealing the Costigan wasn't quite that easy. Clouds of swirling ice crystals rained around me from everywhere. Frost coated every surface, and my boots slipped off everything. Bulkheads, decks, overheads. The sealer unit was more massive than a SARM, and the reaction from the nanites streaming from the nozzle kept pushing me back from where I needed to go. It was cold. Before I managed the 10 meters from lock to cockpit, I was shivering, despite the heating elements in the heavy gray coveralls. Frost began to fringe the breather hood's faceplate, and gusts of departing atmosphere tugged at me. The coveralls began to bulge, and that meant the air pressure in the Costigan was continuing to drop. Then the pressure from the nozzle wasn't pushing me back. I looked down and could see a red light flashing. Empty. Unit is empty. Back to the lock for a second sealer. I couldn't feel much in the way of air currents in the passenger section, so I gave the place a quick treatment and headed down to the cargo area. Cold. The cargo hold made the upper level feel like deep lake in full summer, and the coveralls stiffened so much it was hard to move, even in null G. My gauntlets were freezing and stiff, too, as though they had turned to the cold-hammered bronze of a statue to be set on a pedestal along the riverway in Henvor. Sun was already in the cargo hold, had been all along. She was using the bonding unit to weld and fill a stress fracture that had to have been more than 20 meters long when she started. She was working on the last few meters. Back from the 5-centimeter wide fracture itself, a line of frost had built up. The area closest to the fracture was clean, sucked clean by escaping atmosphere. I started spraying where it felt coldest and kept spraying until that unit was done. I went for another and finished it. I was working on the 4th unit when Gerbrick's voice broke through my shivers. My ringers and hands trembled inside the gauntlets.
You've got the Costigan sealed.
Get back to the ship's forward passenger lock, but stand back. We're going to open it and get you out.
Yes, sir.
We bolted up from the hold and waited by the Costigan's inner lock door. I stamped my feet to keep them from freezing. More cold mist and ice crystals erupted once the cargo lock opened, but the gusting winds that had been there before were absent. Get back into the corridor, ordered the maintenance officer. We did, taking off the damp and frigid breather hoods, coated with frost and ice. Then Sun and I hung in midair outside the cargo lock, somehow sweating and shivering at the same time. Gerbrick's image appeared between us. Good job. Commander Maestros wasn't sure you could seal that much damage, but you did. You two take off the rest of the shift. Get some rest. Sancel and I will unload the cargo before the seals go.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Sun's voice was as ragged as mine. I wanted to grin for a moment. If Gerbrick and Sancel were unloading cargo, then we had to have done a good job. This cargo had some unique biologicals, the maintenance officer added. Could have taken years to get them replaced. Commander Firstill on Alaric will be very pleased. Your telltales say you need to get warm and eat. Do it. Gerbrick's image vanished. Neither Sun nor I said much as we pulled ourselves back through the shaft to mid-deck 3. We found ourselves outside our quarters and canteen, still shivering. The heaters in the gauntlets had begun to warm my hands, if slowly. Too slowly. Tyndall? Sun's voice was gentle as I had ever heard it. Yes? No, there must be someone else. Out there. Seen your face at times. She swallowed, then moistened her lips. I won't ask. I waited. You see something like that. The Costigan, I mean. You do something like that. Get you cold all over. I know. I thought I understood. I was cold all over inside as well. I eased toward the brown-eyed woman and put my arms around her, just held her and let her hold me, taking comfort in being close to another soul and being alive. That closeness, so welcome, led to a greater joining in her sleeping net, more of a full-body, bare-skinned embrace than mere relief or carnality. Lust limited partly by physics and weightlessness, and by the need to comfort and be comforted, and by old and hidden memories of a darker-haired woman who had also loved me and given to me. In time, we eased apart. Sun looked at me, the brown eyes deep, not asking for more, not rejecting, just there. Thank you. I embraced her again, clinging to her acceptance of the now, to the moment she represented, for both that moment and the understanding that while the past could not be changed or eliminated, I had to take another step forward into the present. In a sense, she was almost dozen-like, while I had been required to learn dozen. After another long interval, she brushed back my hair. A gentle but warm smile preceded her words. We'd better eat. We did. More than I would have thought possible. 32. Omega Eridani, 4516. To see what is, make your mind like a mirror, to reflect what is as it is, not as your heart or mind would see it. On another slow day, after we'd serviced an inbound needle ship the day before, I had just refilled the linen storage closet on the uppermost level when the man and the woman in shimmering blue single suits glided and floated awkwardly toward the guest quarters. Blue usually meant senior controllers, those who made the decisions that guided Rikishin's society. I had never met anyone in blue, only those in green, like Sorel, or silver, like Gerbrick, or the medical types in red. I slipped to one side of the corridor as they neared, paying no attention to me. I hate Null G, Hermione. The woman was short-haired and dark-skinned, and her voice was firm but not loud. You'd think someday we could master artificial gravity.
Not in our time, I think. Not while the physicists still come up with inconsistent and anomalous measurements for gravitons.
That's only in the NG fields.
Where else would you better measure them?
NG doesn't follow the rules for anything else. Why would graviton measurements conform there? Or bosonic condensate density?
My internal demons informed me about gravitons.
Particles defined as the quantum of a gravitational field with a postulated, if unmeasured, rest mass and charge of 0 and a spin of 2.
I understood every individual word of the definition, and the definition not at all. I had no idea what bosonic condensate density might be, and even my nanite-provided knowledge base was silent or empty on that definition or set of definitions.
Again, I wondered about NG, the mysterious something that wasn't in the databases, or not the ones I could access.
Like it or not, we're here, the man replied. Someone has to oversee and evaluate the project's results.
Should we really have expended all the resources necessary to reach the stars? Do we need all these planets? Have you ever thought that some other intelligent organic life might evolve there? Ever?
That's why you're here, he pointed out, scraping a knee on the side of the corridor and rebounding awkwardly, stopping himself with a hand. A dangerous move in Null G. To raise and answer questions like that. We're only talking about a dozen worlds, or less, and all are V-type, highly unlikely to develop any kind of life for billions of years, if ever. The man laughed. We won't be around then, one way or another.
Their voices faded, even from my enhanced hearing. Neither had so much as looked in my direction, but their words in passing had raised more than a few questions. Where exactly was NG, where the rules of physics didn't exactly apply? How could they casually raise the types of questions I had raised and not be sent off to some out-planet station? I half laughed, realizing as the question crossed my mind that we were all on the same out-planet station in the middle of nowhere, except they could leave and I couldn't, not for another 8 years or so. The only gravity I'd feel would be in the exercise centrifuge and in my dreams. I looked down at the half-unloaded small sled, then shrugged. Where would I go? Back to the stone demon traps of Dorcha? Or the faithfully fanatic Schrottens of Hybra? I smiled wryly at my own rhetorical questions.
33. Omega Eridani, 4516.
Life is merely a succession of appearances.
Gerbrick gave me a curt nod as I finished reassembling the SARM. You do that well, Dozen Master. You could have been a maintenance officer or a needle jockey, if you'd shown more common sense. You still could be. You wouldn't have to sweat and grub between decks. You wouldn't have to fight inertia unloading needle ship cargoes.
Yes, sir.
That's probably true, sir. Infrequent as it was, unloading needle ships was more interesting than such duties as pushing SARMs between decks or carting supplies from one point in the station to another, or accomplishing low-level repairs here and there. Most years, according to the station records, OE Station saw about one interstellar ship every third or fourth objective station month, if that. At the very least, you could be a junior engineer out there putting the Costigan back together. I'd seen the engineering types using lock number 1, but I didn't feel like responding directly. I nodded. Or reloading stuff to the local vacuum boats? Gerbrick offered a wide, yet sneering, smile. Yes, sir. I replaced the last of the SARM cover clips, then eased the unit toward its stowage bin. Far more frequent were the local ships from planets 2 and 3, Alaric and Conan, respectively, named after some ancient figures no one had ever heard of. There wasn't even anything in the station's library based on the origin of the names. If every mite you knew is going to die before you finish your duty here, you might as well be doing something that challenges you, Dozen Master. Or do you intend to delude yourself for the rest of a long and boring life? I ignored Gerbrick's overstating of the time dilation. Sir,
I have not found life boring. Hard, unfair, difficult, but not boring. At times, it was hard to believe that close to 4 years had elapsed on Earth, or would have if I had started back at that moment. Overspace detoured the limits of real space, near light travel, but there was still a time dilation effect. There was also the space-time curve effect. While I hadn't bothered to explore all of that massive data, one of the last that Andra had pumped into me in Runsui, I understood the general effect without much effort. Time was relative to mass and the curvature and the closeness of overspace to real space. That meant objective time flows differed slightly in different parts of the galaxy or universe. Not a lot in most locales, but measurably. Black holes, singularities, there time differed much more. Like much of what the Rikishans thought important, I wasn't sure it was. To get from one part of the galaxy to another required travel. The dilation from needle ship travel was so much greater than other factors that locale time flow differences were insignificant by comparison. For a Rikishan, you're young. The boredom will come. He laughed mockingly. Perhaps your outmoded Duzin will keep it at bay. Duzin outmoded? What did nanotechnology have to do with outmoding Duzin, or Toze, or any belief system? Except Duzin wasn't a belief system. I frowned, realizing that was what I'd been trying to put into words. There was a difference between using Duzin and accepting the Dorchin history of Duzin. Tyndall, don't you understand yet? Gerbrick's voice had turned softer. Duzin was designed to restrict human aspirations and human accomplishments. That's why it's outmoded. It's a might crutch, and you're not a might anymore. No. Even Gerbrick didn't understand. Duzin wasn't the problem. It was a tool and could be misused like any tool. The problem was that I wasn't a demon in heart and spirit either. And I didn't know what I was, except that being a demon in body had taken everything I had been. I could recall 2 children kissing in the shadow of the cataclysm of Dianar, walking the ancient stones of Henvor, holding Forerga in her workshop beside the heat of her furnace, even trimming the hedge by the walk in the broom of late fall. All that had been taken, and I had no dreams. Then, did any demon? If so, what? Why don't you study the schematics for the sleds? Suggested the maintenance officer. When Fursun leaves, you'll have to help Sansel with them. He turned fluidly in midair and glided back to his console. When Fursun leaves. Logic told me she would. Duzin told me I'd accept it. And I felt that even if it were years, she'd be gone before I ever really knew her. 34. Omega Eridani, 4516. The ancients sought their gods in temples, in worldly goods, in the technology they created, and lastly in the stars. They found neither gods nor enlightenment in the materials of the universe, nor will any wise soul find aught in such but the reflection of sorrow. Fursun pointed to the oversized coverall, helmet, and boots floating beside her in the maintenance bay. Behind them were a green cylinder and some other items I couldn't see behind the silvered and bulky coverall. This is the outside suit. It's like a breather and coveralls, but heavier, Fursun said. We don't even try to have someone use it until they've been on station more than a year. Because of the null grab adaptation? Mostly. Fursun's smile was warm. Gerbrick also likes to see how maintenance types do. Never did put Nathan in one. Would have lost him and the suit, added Gerbrick from the other side of the maintenance bay. Too much explaining then, and too much work for the rest of us. I had to wonder why the suits were necessary. Theoretically, from what I had studied, a nanite-based unit could have held atmospheric pressure around anyone without the suit at all. You're wondering why you need the suit? Asked Gerbrick. Yes, sir. Heat, mostly. Also, the suit form confines the nanites to a barrier area. That reduces the power needs. Besides,
How could you do anything out there?
The answer to that question took me a moment before I realized what the long-faced maintenance officer meant, and I flushed, realizing once again I'd already known the answer from my experience with the Costigan. Nanites could hold an atmospheric field around someone, but they wouldn't do much for heat loss, especially if you had to use tools or touch something. I'd breathe for about as long as it took to take the few breaths before I froze solid.
You need to try this on to see if it fits.
Fursun eased the suit forward. It shimmered more than coveralls, was heavier, bulkier, and once I had it on, considerably hotter, even without pulling on the gauntlets attached to the sleeves, the headpiece, or the boots. Overlarge and puffy.
Except for now, you don't put this on until you're ready to go out,
Fursun said.
Try on the headpiece, then take it off for now.
Heat retention? She nodded.
You'll get cold anyway. Chill enough after a time to freeze a mite.
I returned her nod and reached for the headpiece, more like a soft helmet, not like the more free-form and clinging breather hood, and the faceplate was almost wraparound. I could feel the heat building up and the sweat starting to flow. I removed the helmet and suit quickly.
See? It's not terribly heavy.
She brought forward 2 other items.
Here's the rebreather tank and a reaction pistol.
The rebreather tank was small, a cylinder not more than 50 centimeters long nor 15 in diameter. The reaction pistol, a handheld, free-space, gas-powered propulsion device, had a bulky grip and a barrel that tapered to a fine nozzled point. Like so many Ricochet devices, its dull gray finish appeared antique and weathered.
You'll have a broomstick outside, but the reaction pistol is for emergencies, if everything goes wrong.
If it does, commented Gerber. The pistol probably won't do much good, but there's a chance.
I understood. Anyone who made enough mistakes to need the pistol probably would be so flustered that he couldn't use it soon enough or correctly enough.
Unless your problem is caused by a mechanical failure, added Fursun. They don't happen often.
Have you ever had one? I waited for her reaction.
No, Sansel did once.
My eyes studied the equipment and the suit. Bulky as it was, it scarcely seemed enough to protect one against the chill of space, not after I'd seen the thick composite hulls of the needle ships.
Take him out, Gerbrick said. Give him the long tour.
His eyes went to me.
Pay attention. You owe that to Fursun, even if you don't care that much about yourself.
I had no doubts he knew we took comfort from each other, but beyond that, as well, he was right.
Yes, sir.
Fursun dragged out her own suit from somewhere, circled it with a net, and waited while I found a net to hold all my newly acquired equipment. Then she inventoried mine again before we took one of the transverse shafts all the way down to the cargo level. The equipment-filled net kept bumping me all the way down. Non-rigid things always had a tendency to oscillate in null grav. Even though I'd adapted, I missed gravity. Why hadn't the demons ever mastered gravity control? Because it would effectively require the creation of a gravitational geon and translation of other energies into those which affect, create, or modify gravitons. While theoretically possible, practical translations have never been successful. I wasn't sure what all that meant, and pushed it aside as I followed Fursun. She led me to the personnel lock between cargo locks 2 and 3, tabbing the entrance plate. There are locks on the upper levels, I noted as the composite door retracted into the side wall of the cargo corridor. We could take the passenger locks.
All ESAs are from the lower locks, except in emergencies.
My autonomous database called up the fact that there were no quarters on the lowest level, and automatic seals on the shafts, and that the lower levels were more heavily braced, even the passenger level right above the cargo corridors. The lock was like a cargo lock, but smaller. Grayish-brown composite bulkheads melded into composite decks and overheads, the simple right angles where they met still fusing together in a way that left the eye wondering. Was it the identical coloring? The even and indirect lighting from the glow strips? Broomsticks, 5 of them, were clipped in brackets on the left wall.
each holder about a meter from the one beside it. They appeared as little more than a hard composite seat and a flat panel before the seat, both mounted upon a long tube. According to my briefings, they were effectively nanite-enhanced, gas-propelled, low-power rockets.
Look at the panel, Prasanna gestured. See the big rheostat thing? That's the power control. When the red stud is out, you get power from the back. Push it in, and you get power from the front.
I waited.
There's a spring in the tubing. If you're moving too fast, let the tube hit the hull.
She offered a crooked smile.
It's designed to absorb that kind of inertia. Your hands aren't.
After a pause, she added,
We'll go over that again when we're outside.
After I had everything on but the soft helmet, Prasanna checked over all the seals, between boots and suit and gauntlets.
The nanites can maintain suit pressure without perfect seals, but there's no point in making them work harder.
Work harder? Prasanna talked as though the nanites had intelligence. Could micron-level constructs manifest intelligence? Then, we were like nanites compared to the suns that were stars. Poor comparison. What was it? For a moment, that half-forgotten, half-familiar cascade of golden-red flames arced across my vision, flame arcs against a spangled darkness edging the fires, then blurring the brown-gray bulkheads before the momentary vision vanished. Prasanna clipped a small reel to my equipment belt.
Safety tether. 1/4 kilo of monomer. First thing you do outside the lock is clip on, before you let go of anything.
Like all demons, she didn't repeat the warning, but donned her helmet. She checked mine after I put it on, then eased 2 of the broomsticks from their racks. They also had tethers, and I found myself tethered to a broomstick, holding onto a safety bar as the inner lock door closed. Ice crystals swirled around us, then vanished. The indirect light from the glow strips lost its diffusion, and while I could see the lit panels, the only illumination they cast was on the deck itself, giving it a barred appearance, except where broken by my shadow or Prasanna's. Then the outer door opened, and I followed Prasanna's example, hand over handing my way through the open outer lock door. In the darkness outside, I clipped the end of the tether to the half-circular ring protruding from the station hull beside the door.
Good, murmured Prasanna. Get on the broomstick.
Her words relayed through the helmet were soft, yet close enough that her lips might have been touching my ears. My skin tingled as though it recalled when her lips had touched my ears. I managed to slide onto the broomstick by concentrating on moving as little as possible and holding on to the tether ring with one hand. Finally, sitting on the seat of the broomstick, I looked out away from the station to the endless spangled points of light that were the first stars I had seen since leaving Runsweet. I found myself taking a long breath and holding it, my eyes on those points of brightness and at the depth of the blackness between each. Above us, and a kilo away, was the hull of the Costigan, where lights flitted intermittently, presumably from the engineers finishing up the de facto refit of the overstressed needle ship. After a time, Prasanna spoke.
You all right, Tyndale?
I was looking at the Costigan and the stars.
Takes your breath away.
After a moment, she added,
Your broomstick is slaved to mine until you get the knack of riding it. I'll show you what I mean. I'll unslave it for a bit.
An amber light on the panel before me winked out.
All right. Give the broom the tiniest bit of thrust. Just move the dial a bit, then move it back.
I did, and could feel the broomstick move ever so slightly under me, or try to move away from me, and I began to drift away from Prasanna.
Now, remember the red button?
Yes?
That's reverse thrust. You push that in until it stops, and the dial controls the thrust from the front of the broomstick instead of the back.
Very simple, and very easy to get in trouble. I could feel that even more hanging in the darkness beneath the wall that was the station.
Try to stop yourself.
I punched the red button, then repeated the movement with the dial. I could tell I'd overdone it because I found myself headed backward past Prasanna toward the station. Another correction found me moving back away from the station, if at a slower rate. That required a smaller brake. That led to yet another micro puff of gas. Despite the chill that seeped in from outside the suit, I was sweating by the time I hung motionless beside the other maintenance tech.
Not so easy as it looks,
she laughed gently.
like a few other things in null gravity.
I blushed in the privacy of my helmet. Fursun did something to the panel in front of her.
You're slaved back to me now.
My broomsticks being slaved to hers made me feel helpless rather than relieved. The station loomed over us like a dull, dark gray wall. Its edges fuzzed where composite met the darkness of space and the pinlights of stars. Logic said that without atmosphere, the station should stand out clearly. Logic was wrong. My fingers began to feel cold, and I flexed them.
Better show you what you need to see.
Fursun guided us along the lower level past the 3 large cargo locks.
3 cargo locks are all we have, but we could use the personnel locks if we needed them,
or the emergency locks on the upper levels.
The locks all look the same, and both locals and needles use the same locks, but the local ships are built differently.
Their holds were larger, for one thing. I could have ransacked my internal database that still didn't seem fully integrated, though more and more often I was finding I knew things without really knowing where I had obtained the knowledge.
Gerbrick says it's easier on the station. Local ships are built bigger and not nearly so tough as a needle ship. They need the dampers to protect them. The needle ships are tougher than the station to survive the web, so we need the dampers to protect us.
Every reference to needle ships confirmed my feeling about the dangers involved. I nodded within my helmet. Fursun eased the broomsticks up toward the higher levels of the station. I felt like a hummingbird in the dusk and beside the great precipice of Deep Lake, the one that dropped into the depths that held the eels. Deep Lake, or Erga. Such a short time ago, even as lives go, and yet so far away. My eyes burned, and I could do nothing, not in an outside suit and a helmet. That distant yet unforgotten loss coupled with guilt to silence me once more, for Fursun guided her broomstick less than 3 meters from me. Fursun, who had also given without demanding. Fursun, who had suffered more than I knew, who would never have the chance to be a needle jockey or to return to Earth except as a sub-menial. Yet she had given, asking nothing, hoping for human comfort and little else. I felt as though I had given nothing, demanded without words, accepted without gratitude, and understood giving not at all. In the silence, in the star-splotched darkness, I swallowed wordlessly, ignoring the cold dampness on my cheeks, the dampness with the bite of forming ice crystals, almost welcoming that bitter chill. 35. Omega Eridani, 4517. There is no truth, for the very term requires both conformity with physically verifiable reality and adherence to the underlying belief system of the truth seeker. Belief systems, by definition, place faith in the unknowable above factual verification, while facts stand independent of faith. I should have been getting some sleep, but I was restless, and turned in my sleeping net, still reading a Rikishan history of the post-collapse period and the building of Rikisha. I didn't know how much to take figuratively and how much as literal truth. Clunk! Someone pounded on my hatch. I clicked off the small screen, far less satisfying than the honest paper and cloth of a real book, not that I had seen such since I had left Hybra, and turned in the darkness toward the hatch to my cube. Who sought me? If Gerbrick had needed me to help Sansel and Fursun unload the needle ship that had been scheduled to dock during my off-swing, he would have used my belt comm to alert me. His image would have been glowering over my shoulder in the dimness of my cube. Yes? There was no answer, and I slipped out of the net, half-clad, and flicked myself toward the hatch. Thrap! I'm coming! A half-familiar face appeared as I eased open the hatch. Her hair was red and short, the face and body thin, and the eyes green and as piercing as ever. I blinked,
just hanging in space in the open hatch.
Hello?
Sorel's voice was soft. I just floated there, speechless.
Aren't you going to welcome me?
She asked. I wasn't exactly expecting you.
You're wondering why you should.
I didn't say that. What could I say?
I've stepped out of my life for a year to check on you. You were always saying that no one cared. I'm here, Tyndall.
A faint smile, warm but uncertain, or something, appeared and vanished. She had ship boots on, and her foot braced to hold her in place in the corridor, showing a certain competence in null gravity. You came all this way because you... Why? I didn't think you cared, except to make sure I became a productive member of Rikishan society. As I finished the words, I wished I hadn't ever uttered them.
I do care,
Sorel said.
I cared enough to treat you as an adult. I cared enough to tell you what is instead of offering you comfort through falsehoods and inaccuracy. You respected your poor Forerga for her honesty, and you need honesty, and yet you rejected it when I offered it. I cared enough to travel light years and then some to see how you are faring.
Her lips tightened momentarily. I could feel the numbness encase me, and I didn't even know why. Is it part of your duties as guide? Sorel's face blanked for a moment, even as she met my eyes, not flinching, not attacking. Somehow she reminded me of her son, though they looked not at all similar. That bothered me too. Was I creating partial replicas of Forerga out of all women?
Would it matter? You wanted Rikisha to care about you, not me.
There was something there. Something I knew was there but couldn't find.
I told you that I cared, that it wasn't Rikisha's job to care.
She paused.
And I'm here. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Why had she come all the way to OE Station? It made no sense. Unless she did care. But no individual could afford that. So, someone had sent her. I could feel myself tightening inside.
You've been here a year and a half, personal objective time. Are you willing to try training again? Or are you ready for 8 more years on OE Station?
I knew she wanted me to go back, to accept training as a needle jockey. But I couldn't. Not with a whole society pushing the idea. I just couldn't. I looked at her, trying to be honest. I can't. Hanging there in the middle of the corridor outside the hatch to my cube, she smiled sadly. A sadness that faded into melancholy, then pity.
I'll see you in 8 years.
After a moment, she added,
You have a lot of thinking to do, Tyndall. I hope you do it. Do you really think that just because you see things as they are, that means you have to accept them as unchanging? Or unchangeable?
She turned and glided down the corridor, never looking back. I said nothing, half waiting for her to turn. When she didn't, but disappeared into the transverse shaft, I finally shut the door, sliding back into my cube, where I floated beside my sleeping net, looking blankly beyond it at the dull composite bulkheads and the even duller deck that seldom felt the force of boots. Why had she come? I had wanted to follow her down the corridor, but I couldn't. Not so long as I could not accept being a needle jockey. Yet my eyes burned. How could I believe she didn't care? But why had she asked that last dozen-like question? Because I was accepting a current reality as an eternal one? Somewhere, deep inside, I could almost feel a mirror shattering, and I didn't know even what image had been held on the unseen glass. Even though I turned off the dim light and climbed back into the net, I did not sleep. Too many faces floated through the darkness, and the only one I did not recognize was mine. 36. Omega Eridani, 4517. The world is a mirror lit by consciousness. In the darkness, it is empty.
Both Fursan and Sansel took me on outside orientations twice before I started joining them on outside repair tasks. First, I did simple things, like inspect the station's hull. I understood that nanite-enhanced human vision could see more than all but the best scanners, and interpret what was seen better than any AI available. It seemed anachronistic in one way, and in total accord with Does-In in another. That provided me with a rare chuckle as I considered what Manwar would have thought to have one of his pupils standing on a dull gray hull in the middle of a field of stars, studying the composite with demon-aided eyes. After the two other techs determined that I wasn't hopeless, I was pressed into service replacing the dampers and cradles on the center cargo lock, the number 2 lock. That took the 3 of us, and Gerbrick, nearly a standard week. I didn't know what Gerbrick had in mind when he next summoned me down to the station's number 1 cargo lock. Sansel was waiting, but the maintenance officer wasn't there, nor was Fursan. I stepped through the open inner door. The sandy blonde waited until I was well inside the lock before she spoke.
Every other station objective year, we resurface the hull. This time, you get to help.
Sansel grinned, not quite maliciously. She gestured toward the big cylinder webbed to the deck of the number 1 cargo lock.
This is one of the outside bonders. We're behind schedule some because the engineers needed both bonders to finish the repairs to the Costigan.
I looked at the dull composite of the cylinder's exterior, more like a small barrel with a snout at one end and an attached seat at the other end. Mounted on the blunt end of the barrel facing the seat was a control panel.
The skin gets scratched by every stray micrometeor. Some impacts aren't so small. Rebonding makes sure that the only way the station gets destroyed is by something large and swift.
Sansel's thin lips curled away from the even teeth. All demons had perfect teeth. Mine were as well, though they had not been when I had been the Does-In master of Hybra.
The outside repair bonders are like SARMs, she continued. The controls are more complex. They're more massive, and you have to anchor them.
As she continued the explanation, I wondered why someone couldn't just put the bonders on tracks or channels and let them circle the station endlessly. Instead of asking, I searched all the knowledge, useless and otherwise, that had been poured into me since I had left Dorcha. The answer was simple enough. The bonders, undirected, would fill every crack they perceived, including lock edges and joints for exterior-mounted equipment. The sensors and AI capabilities necessary to direct the bonders were too costly and too sensitive to transport by needle ships, except with special handling and packing. In short, we were far cheaper. I had to shake my head at that. I could repay my debts to Demon Society by working 15 years in high-level menial labor, a repayment rate nearly 3 times or more the norm from what I could calculate. And I was cheaper than the transport of mid-level AI equipment and sensors, or the kind that could operate in vacuum.
Because of the reaction force of the bonding, what we do is weld a track in place on the surface and run the bonder along the track. First, we'll weld 3 lines of track onto the station's hull. Then you run the bonder down the first. While you're running the bonder, I'll lay out the 4th and 5th tracks. Then I'll shift the bonder to the 2nd track, and you weld down the 4th and 5th tracks.
I'd read about tracks and the ancient steam-powered locomotives, but those weren't what Sansel had in mind.
Here's the track we'll start with.
The sandy-haired blonde pointed to the pallet webbed down on the far side of the bonder. Each section of track was a length of gray composite 3 meters long, with the cross-section of an inverted trapezoid. I wondered how the track was welded. The nanite-based composite spot welder she thrust at me must have massed 20 kilograms.
I lay out the track, you weld it.
Instead of asking how, I called up the knowledge from the briefing spray. Theoretically, it was simple. Put the not quite right-angled welding head adjacent to hull and track and press the welding stud. In practice, it proved more difficult. Sansel tacked each rail in place with a nanite-based space glue, and each was set parallel to the first, exactly 0.75 meters between rail edges, as measured by the marking laser she employed. She moved easily along the tether line stretched between 2 rings, using the line as a brace. I still didn't move that easily. The outside gauntlets were bulkier than the inside ones, and my fingers didn't feel quite where I thought they were. Then I had to line up the welding head mostly by feel, and I was a visual person. The stick pads on the outside boots didn't grip unless I set them down squarely, and I'd never walked quite squarely. I tried to ease the welding head down in place, ever so gently, but my boots slipped, and so did the spot welder. Cold and salty sweat ran into my eyes. Some felt like it had pooled in my boots, and I sweated and shivered simultaneously.
Are you still on that first section, Tyndale?
I was still on the first spot weld of the first section. The track wanted to bend up from the hull because the glue didn't hold much once I banged the track with the welder. When I pressed the stud, the energy from the welding head wanted to push me away from the track and the hull, despite the pads of the boots and the tether line. Just short of halfway through the shift, I had managed to weld down the first line of composite track, all of 18 meters, 6 segments. I got a second line down in a third that time.
Let's get the bonder. You can run it while I weld.
Sensel's orders were half amused, half disgusted.
It's getting faster. I'm freezing.
How do we get this up when we're done? I pulled myself along the tether line after her and toward the number 1 cargo lock, one hand on the spot welder.
We don't. The machine fuses it into the hull. It's part of the composite feedstock.
Sensel guided the bonder out of the lock, and I pulled myself back along the tether, wondering why I'd bothered, feeling dwarfed by the bulk of the bonder and minimized by Sensel's crisp expertise. After she settled the bonder in place on the ridge of composite, she took the spot welder from me.
Watch. You just strap in and follow the monitors. This one on the top right is for composite supplies in the bins. The track only supplies about a third of what's used. This is available power.
I sat in the control seat and watched as the bonder vibrated along its predestined way. The hard work was welding the track. The bonding operator really just sat there and watched to see that nothing went wrong. Riding the bonder was easier, but it was colder, far colder, and I went back to welding another section of track after the bonder finished smoothing and flattening track and composite into the hull along the first less than meter-wide strip of hull. A strip but fractionally smoother than the untouched hull on either side. We alternated once again, and after 4 standard hours my coveralls were filled with cold, clammy sweat, despite the best efforts of the scavenger nanites, and the sweat that had pooled in my boots and extremities had begun to turn to ice.
It's time for a break, Sensel announced. Move the bonder down to the end of this run. We'll ease it over and tie it down on the next section of track.
She watched as I sat and monitored the bonder. It lumbered and vibrated the last half meter of track, then hung on tethers above the hull after bonding the last centimeters of composite track. We switched places, and she guided it onto the next section of track, where we added tie-downs. Then we pulled ourselves along the tethers and back to the open number 1 cargo lock, standing there and shivering as the air filled the space and ice crystals swirled around us. The cargo locks took longer to warm up than passenger locks, and more ice crystals formed. I was shuddering rather than shivering by the time we had our soft helmets off and floated out of the lock and into the lower corridor.
Everything comes off, Tyndale. Send it all through the cleaning unit and put on fresh stuff before you eat or shower. You'll need it dry and clean after the next shift.
I wondered if I'd survive the next shift. The null-grav shower was a cylindrical tube with water jets all around. The nanites scavenged the water after it bounced off skin or walls. Usually I didn't care much for the steamy mist, but after a shift in an outside suit, this mist was more than welcome. My sandy-haired coworker and supervisor was already eating when I reached the canteen. I glanced at the dish before her, the food trapped under the shield that was transparent to the null-grav fork. Then I sniffed. Coriander. Saffron. Curry? That's a Dur dish.
My mother was Dur. Always liked food with taste.
I nodded, my mind trying to grasp the idea that there were Dur demons. Did she come from Dura?
No, great-grandmother did. She just walked across the border and announced she was tired of being a Dur and wanted to be a demon.
Sensel laughed.
She tells the story to anyone who will listen when she bothers to stop working. I had to force a swallow after the casual references to someone 3 generations older who was still active. My mind accepted the idea. My emotions and conditioning didn't. Who does she look like? My cousin Eldroth says we could be sisters. Great-grandmother and I look more alike than Elsin and I do. Sansel laughed. Once she wore a festival dress, back from the old traditions, and when Isjat came to pick me up, he thought she was me and began to flirt with her. She still jests about that. She'll make some comment about young Isjat within minutes after I come home. Sansel had a home of sorts. How did you get here? I chose it. I'm lazy. I could spend 50 years paying my debts to Ricochet for the next 3 centuries, or I could spend 10. My debts are high. Sansel smiled. That's the first personal thing you've asked. Had I been that cool? Adjusting to demon Ricochet life has been hard. For Sun said you were a dozen master. I was a dozen trained teacher. I hoped I'd get to be a master. After another bite of the hot Dorchin riced shrimp, I added, matters didn't work out that way. They never do. She frowned. I didn't think I'd be back here. Back here? This is my 2nd time. I do free rock climbing. Most climbers don't make 3 centuries. I managed not to swallow as I considered to what lengths the Ricochets had gone in enshrining Athanasia. You don't sound like you want to last 3 centuries. I don't want to live hoarding my life. Do you? Hoarding my life? Was that what I'd been doing? Or denying it? Oh, they always talk about how the forebearers sacrificed to create what we enjoy, but they didn't hide in dwellings or avoid the stars. After a pause, she added, I like working the outside better than inside the station. It's another way to live, but it is living. I sipped the last tea from the squeeze hot bottle and asked, Is it always like this? The hull rebonding? We started with the easy sections. Wait till you have to weld track around the cargo locks or the upper emergency locks. I nodded solemnly, but my thoughts remained on the sacrifices of the forebearers. And another sacrifice, one far more personal and closer. Do this for a tour on a station, Sansel muttered, and it's near as dangerous as being a web jockey. But you don't get the pay or the perks, or the company. She slipped the stick tights and pushed away from the canteen table. I've got another shift. You've got 2. I followed her down to the number 1 lock and the rebonding that awaited us both, idly considering how much easier the job would have been with any sort of gravity. Amazing how what you didn't have kept coming to mind. 37. Omega Eridani, 4517. When you seek a cause, you have already created a result. I was back on the top level of the station, hurriedly replacing the ballast for one of the glow strips outside the guest quarters. Glow strips lasted for years, but the one I was replacing had chosen to gutter out just as a needle ship with unexpected passengers had popped out of overspace and sent a comm announcing its arrival. Gerbrick's image appeared beside me. As soon as you finish, head down to Cargo Lock 3. The Reichman has more cargo to transship. I eased the edge louver back in place, eased the old ballast into the flap pocket of the tool pack, and glided down the corridor to the lowest level. Sansel had the sled out when I got there, but the lock door was closed. The Reichman hadn't yet docked. Took you a bit, she commented from beside the cargo sled. Fixing a glow strip on the upper level. For our passengers. Gerbrick's image appeared. The captain's about to blow the lock. You're to unload all the cargo that has a violet lumen tag on it. Nothing else to begin with. Then take that sled down to Lock 1 and secure it there. Use one of the other sleds for the rest of the cargo. It goes in the transshipment bay. Yes, sir. Sansel nodded, and we waited as the lock door opened and the scaturient ice crystals billowed out and around us in their transitory glory. 2 figures in green with silver bands across their sleeves were in the cargo hold,
watching as we surveyed the stowage before beginning the muscular work of moving it all up the shaft from the hold and through 2 locks onto the sled. After an initial silence, the two began to talk, inaudibly at first, their voices slowly rising, perhaps to be heard over our efforts.
Still think there's something wrong, Aunt Sal?
The angular woman glanced toward me.
Be careful with the green striped case.
I nodded without looking directly at her and eased the case toward the sled, netting it high on the side frame. I wouldn't secure it firmly until all the other lumen-tagged cargo was offloaded.
There's not a thing in all the data. This is the 4th full survey, and not a one has shown anything,
replied the round-faced man in green.
T-type planets are so rare that everyone rushed the surveys, and the Sal is pretty. Not like Actian or Halcyon 4. Pretty, yes, agreed the angular woman. The hollows don't show everything. Couldn't believe what it was like. Vegetation, that green, everywhere. And I felt like I was moving in a dream. Nembret says that the air has an unidentified hallucinogen.
Those words came from another man in green.
Here, I'm taking this with me.
He looked at Sansel, who was re-entering the ship's hold, and gestured toward the oblong container.
If you would let me scan the tag number?
Sansel's voice was polite.
Of course.
He eased the meter-long container past the half-webbed cargo cube I'd been working to sort through. Sansel scanned the tag, and he floated awkwardly back into the main section of the Reichman, leaving the other 2.
Could be some inroads by NG, on the same side of the arm.
That was yet another reference to NG, but I still had no idea to what the term referred. There was nothing anywhere in all the nanite-loaded information I had absorbed, nor in the station's databanks.
Who cares? We've got to recheck Alaric. Something about polar ammonia dispersion reinforcing the greenhouse effect. Qualcon's worried about an imbalance.
I muscled the last lumen-tagged crate onto Sansel's cargo sled, then began to web everything in place, strapping the green-striped case on the top.
You get the other sled,
she suggested. So I did, and I had it locked in place before she returned.
Not bad, Tyndall.
I learn. Only the Reichman's 3rd stayed around to watch us unload and stow the remainder of the cargo. She was angular in a way that reminded me of Sorel. Her eyes were muddy brown, not the deep blue of Forerga's, or the piercing green of Sorel's, or the honest full brown of Furson's. Neither Sansel nor I spoke much. In ways I did not try to analyze, the presence of the officials in green had damped our normal interest in unloading. We wanted to get the job done and return to other duties.
That's it, the 3rd finally said. We'll close up.
We nodded. Then we had to unload the sled in the transshipment bay. It was easier without anyone looking over our shoulders, although we both knew that Gerbrick monitored us periodically. He didn't trust anyone. That was why he was maintenance officer, and why he'd never be more. Afterward, when we got to the canteen, I stuck myself to the seat and glanced across at Sansel. I preferred to ask her questions where I might look stupid, rather than for Sun or Gerbrick. Sansel took everything evenly, and I hoped she could help.
Sansel, another question?
Her eyebrows arched.
I was fixing the glow strip. The Reichman came in with those passengers Gerbrick didn't expect. Right? They were talking when they kept looking over our shoulders. I didn't care much for that. They couldn't do any better. No, they couldn't.
I paused.
They used a term I've never heard, and I can't find it anywhere.
Sansel's blonde eyebrows rose.
You couldn't find it anywhere?
I flushed.
I searched the station database and the libraries and all the information that's been pumped into me.
She half grinned.
You think I'll know?
You know more than you ever say. That was true enough.
What's this mysterious term?
NG, or something like that. Her visage clouded momentarily before another grin appeared, shakier.
That's what some folk called the anomaly. The believers think their God created it and lives there. NG is short for nanite god or something like that.
Anomaly?
the angle between the radius vector to an orbiting body from its primary, the focus of the orbital ellipse, and the line of apsides of the orbit. That wasn't it. I tried searching my personal data stocks again. Deviation from rule, irregularity. Why isn't there any reference to it? There isn't any evidence, she pointed out. They teach that in all the early histories. That's what brought down the early system nets. All sorts of information that wasn't even true in some cases. Anyone can get anything, just about, off a net, but you have to know the protocols to add stuff. Adding stuff without clearance is cause for adjustment. Just adding information to a data system could get a daemon adjusted? A main system. You can put anything you want in a local system, but it can't be lifted by outside access. There are ways around it. She grinned, but the grin faded. Most wouldn't try it. Not worth the risk. Another hidden and cold aspect to Ricochet controls. I pushed on with my first line of inquiry. If I didn't, it would get lost in all the other questions for which I had yet to find answers. I've heard people talk about the believers. I met one on my way here. She was absolute about going somewhere, where this NG was the true God. Something like that, anyway. They have a deep space colony somewhere. They have to go by slow boat, photon drive all the way. That takes years objective, but only weeks subjective. Near this anomaly that no one recognizes? That's what they say. Sansel's words were wry and flat simultaneously. I laughed, but I wondered. They also think free rock climbers are suicidally antisocial. We have to carry a positive societal balance at all times. My laugh stopped. Or we face adjudication adjustment. Because what? I wasn't sure even how to frame the question. It's costly to rescue a climber who's stranded or injured. A waste of scarce resources, I believe is how the adjuster put it. She shrugged. I'm inhibited from climbing unless my resources are sufficient to cover rescues and medical disasters. You build up a credit base? Exactly. Then no one can say anything, or do anything. Not even the little monitors they stuffed inside me. I did shiver at that. It's better not to be adjusted, Tyndall. I'd known that already, if not so strongly. 38. Omega Eridani, 4517. Desire always seeks to deceive pure thought. Persun slipped onto the seat at the canteen table across from me. A canteen as dim as the casernes of the soldiers of 5 millennia earlier. She readjusted the stick tights and smoothed her dull gray coveralls and took a sip of the hot tea from the bottle. A spheroidal droplet floated sideways, an extravasation propelled toward the gray composite walls, where it would be ensnared by the housekeeping nanites and added to the other wastes for molecular reconstitution. Persun's brown eyes studied me before she spoke. Gerbrick offered me a bonus of another full year's credit if I'd stay for a half year more. Are you thinking about it? I could leave on the next outbound or the one after that if I don't stay. She took another sip of tea from the squeeze bottle. What will that mean for you? It's not that anyone's waiting. When he didn't renew the contract, I decided I'd do something. I wanted to earn enough to have my own place on Thessal or Actian. A bigger place, I mean. Persun had never mentioned, even when we were close, who he had been, and I'd never asked. She had never asked about anyone in my past. I was grateful for that. Where you owed no one askance? She nodded briskly. Had enough of that at home. You're from Runswy, or Vanirel, north of the Might Thule. Are the Ricochet lands always in cold places? I shook my head, realizing that I could have phrased it another way. Or maybe it's because the Ricochet lands are in cold places that the older folk are in the warmer lands. You're not a mite, Tyndall. Persun looked at me. Not sure you ever were. You look at things different like. Bet some of them knew it too. I'm not a Ricochet. You are. You don't want to admit it. Why did I have such trouble admitting what was so clearly a fact?
I didn't even want to call it truth. Was that because if I acknowledged such a truth, I'd have to give up my past? But my past was mine, no matter what I became. I had to accept that. Do you want to stay here any longer? Or is it the idea of a better place? Better place. I want to see the stars without looking through a faceplate. I want to run again, and not in a station treadmill that smells oily and sweaty. After another sip of the tea, she studied me again. Why do you stay here? Do I have a choice? You could leave on the next needle ship if you agreed to train as a web jockey. You think so? Gerbrix as much as said that. Rikishans are stubborn too, Tyndall. No one's going to beg you to be a web jockey. I didn't ask to be a Rikishan or a web jockey. Why don't you do it because you want to, not because you're opposing them? I don't know. Maybe because I don't want to. What good does it do to keep refusing? If you want to change things, Tyndall, you have to do something. Why? Anything I do benefits them. Anything any of us do that's good is good for someone. Do you hate everyone so bad that you won't do something good? That was the sort of question Forerga would have asked. Or Sorel. I didn't answer. Do you still think of me as one of them? No. You know that. A lot of folks are just like me, Tyndall. A soft smile went with the words. Most of us aren't Gerbrix or web jockeys or piano formers. I understand. You don't act like you do. You're hard to lie to, you know. A muttered laugh went with my words. You have trouble lying to yourself. I didn't have anything to do with that. But she did. I swallowed silently at what I had refused to see. Forerga, Sorel, and now Fursun. Fursun wasn't brilliant, but she was honest, and I'd always needed honesty. I never wanted to acknowledge that need. By pressing me to be honest, Sorel had angered me, and it hadn't been her fault. Neither Forerga nor Fursun had pressed me, and that said what? I wasn't sure. Are you going to stay? I finally asked. For the extra half year? I'd never have to come back. Fursun looked down at the table. I could go to Actian, even. She didn't look at me. I'll probably tell Gerbrix I'll take his bonus. It's at least doing something. The brown eyes met mine, and she smiled, faintly. You don't have to. I know. It's for me, Tyndall. Her smile bothered me, despite the denial, long after she'd gone back onto her shift and I to my cube, where I climbed into my sleeping net alone, wondering. Anything good benefits someone. Do you hate everyone so bad? 39. Omega Eridani, 4517. Illumination cannot be communicated. After my work shifts, before I slept, I continued to try to read something. I'd located an antiquarian text in the station library base, one that hadn't been accessed in decades from what the records showed. The title had intrigued me, The Nanite Perspective, as had the opening sentences framed in the reading screen clipped to my sleeping net. Once worlds have changed, those who live in the new world fail to understand the perspective of those lost in the old. I certainly empathized with that, for I still felt lost in the old even while being forced to live in the new, and half hoped that the words of the forgotten author might help, somehow. All the changes in the world were as nothing compared to the nanotech revolution. While some few saw the seeds of destruction, early obstructions to implementing the technology were seen as final barriers beyond which few peered. Greatest of the bars to widespread implementation of nanite technologies was the early difficulty in developing a usable scanner technology. After the Hailstrom scanner was developed, escalating economic dislocation corroded the very fabric of society. Economic disintegration was rapidly followed by military applications of nanite technologies in an effort to halt the restructuring of cultures and societies. That made sense. Even in Dorcha, the Sea Lords had first claim on the taxes of the state and resources necessary to maintain the fleets.
The Duzin Masters came last, for all that they taught the coming generations and the next set of Sea Lords. Despite the banality of the opening, I kept reading, my eyes fixed on the screen in the darkness of my cube. First recorded deployment of nanite disassemblers occurred in 505 AS, with the attempted reconstitution of the Mogul hegemony. Casualties on both sides reached 80%. I winced at that, long ago as it had been. No wonder the masters of Duzin and Tozay and the Dur Gen chiefs opposed the demonic weapons. After swallowing and paging ahead, I settled into a section on the arts, except that it didn't quite stay on the arts. The impact of nanite replicators effectively destroyed the economic use of fine art as a means of storing wealth, since a nanite scanned and reproduced replica is indistinguishable from the original by any non-destructive test. Art as a way of storing wealth? Not to be used and enjoyed the way Forerga's crystal was, or my mother's paintings? The ancients had actually done that? Values of previously precious metals and gems also declined precipitously, especially those of diamonds, rubies, and sapphires. I closed my eyes for a moment, images crossing my mind, figures in stained silks and satins, or ancient fabrics once rare, wearing gold chains, their faces gaunt, their eyes sunken, their limbs shriveled from hunger. Dorcha and the rest of the Might world still relied on the economics of the so-called natural world. Prices of goods determined not just by their composition but by their scarcity, a scarcity repealed in Rikishan society. A nanotech culture changed all that in more than the most obvious ways. Almost any substance could be duplicated through electroessence and nanites, except the most rare of elements, and such were not a good basis of a currency or an economic system. I rubbed my forehead, wishing I could chase away the images. So what was the basis of the Rikishan economy? Skill and applied dedication. The power requirements for a food replicator were far less than those for organically grown materials, and if the replicators were programmed correctly, there was no difference in terms of nourishment. The replicated food also had less chance of contamination. So what happened to the trufflers and eelers, the gardeners? Anyone could duplicate credit notes perfectly, undetectably. What happened to currency? Nanotechnology had been demonstrated to produce horrific casualties in battles. What happened to war? Those without nanotechnology are destroyed or contained. Those with it develop a system without war or perish. What kind of system? I wanted to shake my head, but that wouldn't have helped. In hindsight, so much seemed so clear, but that sight had been a long time in coming, because I had known, had fought the understanding that nothing indeed would be the same. I flicked off the reading screen. I had already absorbed too much history and background. When I finally drifted toward sleep, the arcs of fire were pure gold, not golden red. They were like golden chains, spinning out through black space to ensnare me, to shackle me, to... I didn't know what. No! I sat up in the net, shaking it against its anchors, and bounced from the bottom to the top and back again, feeling like a beaker of Alcardia shaken so long that it foamed tastelessly. I was beginning to understand, beginning to comprehend why I had not wanted to understand. And now I felt as though something were trying to ensnare me. The new world in which I was caught. After a time, I slept, fitfully at best, in a dim darkness so unlike the Nyalan depths through which arcs of fire had reached toward me. 40. Omega Eridani, 4517. All life is sorrow. After a quick shower and a change into clean coveralls, I sat in the canteen alone, eating curried Dorchin strip beef and noodles and sipping orange tea. Sansel's image appeared beside me in the canteen. She seldom called up an image from my compact. Her face was pale, her eyes slightly swollen. Tyndall. Cargo lock 3. The image vanished. I pulled free of the stick-tights and quickly disposed of the remains of my meal, then flung myself into the corridor toward the transverse shaft, number 4,
that would drop me closest to Lock 3. I was supposed to be off shift, but the strain in Sansel's voice negated that. What could have upset her? Why had she called instead of Gerbrick? Had something happened to the maintenance officer? Whatever it had been, it wasn't Gerbrick, because he and Sansel stood anchored in the corridor by the lock. A cold tension flowed between them. The lights on the lock control panel and the dull and muffled thud confirmed that an inbound ship was docking. Both faces blanked as they saw me. Gerbrick's visage remained impassive, unlike Sansel's. The darkness remained behind her eyes, and her cheeks were blotchy. "I'm sorry," she said softly. Sorry? For what? What happened? "There's been an accident," Gerbrick answered, his voice edged. "For Sun, she was hit by the hook's braking blast." Sansel nodded slowly, her eyes preternaturally bright. How? I didn't understand how it could have happened. ESAs weren't allowed with incoming ships. For Sun? She was so careful, more so than either Sansel or me. "The usual for something like this." Gerbrick didn't look at me. "The hook arrived early, with less than 5 minutes' notice. She came in too hot. I called for Sun to get inside. I told her to leave everything and get in. She torqued up the thrust on her broomstick to hurry. She was on her tether and tried to use it to swing her in toward the open lock. The hook was hot and had to brake later and longer. For Sun tried to kill her thrust, but she'd been out more than half a shift, and the gas reservoir of the broomstick was low and gave out. She tried to reel herself back in, to shorten the arc. She wasn't fast enough, and the shorter arc sped up the swing, right into the hook's blast." He shrugged. A few degrees either way and nothing would have happened. A few degrees. A few moments. If I had been a few moments faster in Hybra, Erga might have lived. If For Sun hadn't extended for the bonus. Or for me. If. But ifs don't change death. I glanced around, half expecting to see the brown eyes looking at me, accepting me. I just saw the gray of the cargo corridors and locked doors. My eyes went back to Gerbrick. "Even an outside suit won't protect you from the ion exhaust of a needle ship's thrusters." Gerbrick's voice was flat. "There's nothing." Sansel shook her head. So did I. It didn't make sense, but it did. The unexpected, combined with a lot of little errors, and For Sun was dead. The least likely to be killed that way. Perhaps the best person I knew on the station, or since I'd left Dorcha. Dead. I could feel the chill beyond the thick composite of the hull, and the chill rising within me, like the broom off Deep Lake just before it froze. "I'm getting the sled," Sansel offered as she glided away down the corridor. "The sled?" "You still need to offload the hook," Gerbrick said slowly. For Sun was dead. She'd just been killed, and we needed to offload the incoming needle ship. Life, even demon life, went on. "Yes, sir." My voice was flat. "I couldn't have known," Gerbrick said quietly. "I wish I could have." "I know, sir." I was angry, but I wasn't angry with the maintenance officer. How could I have been? Gerbrick was a perfectionist. That might have been what killed For Sun. Because he worried, he'd asked her to hurry. Because she'd hurried. That was the awful irony. Because he had been concerned, he'd set up the coincidences that had killed her. And he'd worry the situation to death, perhaps his own death, over the years ahead. "I know," I repeated, not knowing where to direct that formless rage that seethed within me. "I know." The faint hum of the cargo sled rode over the silence. Sansel guided it along the side of the cargo corridor and brought it to a halt less than 3 meters from me.
Still waiting for them to unlock? She asked.
I could almost read her thoughts from her face. They've messed up everything else. What else should we expect? The lock hissed open, and we were showered with ice crystals and hull-chilled air. The nanite fields that completed the seals didn't stop heat loss. Not much. The Hook's third stood amid the swirling ice mists that cleared from the open cargo lock, waiting expectantly, as if he expected us to move to him. After a moment, Gerbrick did. Sansel and I followed. Treat this offload carefully. It's special equipment they need at the Alaric orbit station. They pulled us in to bring it out. He winced. There's a great deal of metal there. It's expensive metal. Gerbrick nodded, as if the fact that the cargo contained expensive metal explained everything, justified for Sun's death. I knew he didn't feel quite that way, but I wouldn't have been surprised if the third officer did. We all felt the deaths of those close to us, but merely regretted and justified the deaths of those we did not know. Only in small communities was it different. At that thought, I wondered. Hybra had been a small community, and I doubted there had been much slowing of the town from my disappearance and Foerga's death. The third returned the nod, then eased back from the locked door. I wanted to grab him and stuff him outside without a suit. Life goes on, and the careless ones don't even know the loss they create. It's all yours. Gerbrick looked at the two of us, then turned in mid-air and glided away without another word. He isn't going to say anything about Fursun? My eyes flicked sideways to Sansel. Commander Maestros already let the web jockey know over the comm. And no one said anything? What could they say? It wasn't their fault. Not exactly, anyway, pointed out Sansel. They never would have picked her up on their sensors. Not quickly enough. I swallowed. Personal responsibility again. Fursun had been responsible for her own safety, and she had failed. I wanted to hammer the bulkhead with my bare fist. Instead, I followed Sansel through the lock and into the hold. The third waited. This bay first. My eyes were colder than the space beyond the ship's hulls, and the junior ship officer looked away from me quickly. Sansel began unwebbing the bay, then eased a cubicle container about a half-meter square toward me. Careful, more mass than it looks like. My hands and arms recoiled at the seemingly inexorable inertia. I glanced at the description stenciled on the side of the small and heavy cubicle container. Section 2B, Formulator Analysis Microflakes. The words slid off my mind, and I forced myself to concentrate on them. Why were such microflakes so important? Or was any cargo more important than the life of a maintenance technician? Sansel followed with a matching cube. All in all, the first bay contained 24 of the identically labeled cubes. When we had finished, the third gestured toward the next bay, avoiding my eyes. The second bay held oblong containers with the appellation High-Pressure Microvessels, Spec A-4C. More cargo bays and more not totally comprehensible labels followed until we reached the 5th or 6th bay. Aerostat frame assemblies. I murmured the words as I eased the 3-meter-long container toward the cargo sled. Sansel helped ease it under a flexible web, and we went back for more. Filling the rest of the hold were thin sheets of material roughly a meter square, webbed into sets of 10. So light I could move 3 bundles easily. Those were labeled Insulation, High Temp, Spec 5-XXX. Aerostat frames, high-temperature insulation, high-pressure microvessels, special formulator microflakes. And none of it could be built or created around Omega Eridani? So special that it required diverting a particular needle ship? What's the matter? Sansel studied me. Besides the obvious. The obvious? I said. Nothing changes that. There's more. All this cargo. From what I knew, the cargo didn't make sense, but in the mood I was in, I didn't want to ask anyone. I had questions. Questions I should have thought about months or years earlier, except I hadn't cared.
Not much different from what we've been unloading all along. Heavier and more of it, that's all.
Sansel shrugged.
Don't want to take all shift either.
I agreed with that, but I hadn't wanted to touch anything on the hook, not once I'd reached the cargo lock. After a deep breath, I forced myself back toward the hook's lock, and the few containers remaining, trying to ignore the questions seething through me. Why did the Ricochet have 3 orbit stations off Omega Eridani? That answer came from within me easily. 1 outer system main station and 2 planetary stations minimize interstellar transit power requirements and maximize needle ship cargo efficiency. In short, send 1 needle ship to the system and let the locals unload it on their time. What did nanite formulators have to do with planoforming? And why did they need special equipment shipped interstellar distances rather than build from plans in system? And why did it have to be for Sun? There wasn't any real answer, just as there hadn't been for Fererga's death. Or I couldn't find an answer. Not for me. I eased the sled's webbing around the last container. An image of Gerbrick, monitoring our actions, appeared between us. Don't unload the sled, just tie it down in Lock 1. The cargo boat from Alaric will be here in 30 hours, and there's nothing else inbound. Yes, sir. I followed the sled to Lock 1, then helped Sansel anchor it in place.
We're done, Sansel finally announced. You'd better get some sleep. We're going to be working short-handed for a good while.
I hadn't even thought about that. As I made my way back toward my cube for a very short rest, I wasn't likely to sleep. I thought about needle ship cargoes and death. What was in the cargo that was so special? Or were certain types of planoforming equipment so complex that they could only be created and built on Earth? So complex that for Sun's death meant almost nothing. Meant nothing personal to anyone but me, and perhaps Sansel, and maybe Gerbrick. The ancient economists would have theorized that death would have meant more in Rikishan society, because there were fewer people, and because those people lived longer. And they would have been wrong. Except for the occasional great person or hero or tragedy, death has always been personal, affecting one individual and the handful of people who cared about that dead individual. The rest of society went on, and that had been true as far back as the ancient pyramids and great walls, and remained true, and would doubtless remain so into the far future. Death had 2 meanings, the loss of resources to society and the personal grief of the few who cared. For Sun's value was less than that of 1 cargo, and this time I was one of the few who cared, and I wanted there to be some meaning behind for Sun's death. And there wasn't, unless you create that meaning, unless you do. As I tossed in the sleeping net, another thought drifted through my fevered reveries. We all need meaning, and it's different for each of us. But what gives meaning to society? Duzin gave meaning to Dorcha, Toze to Klama. What provided a dream or a meaning to the Rikishans? Did they have one? I lay in the darkness in my sleeping net for what seemed like a long time. Too many questions yet unanswered. Too many feelings churning. 41. Omega Eridani, 4517. Pride is a dim lamp on a dark road. Over the next standard week, I kept asking questions about death and about what mattered, but the answers never changed. Death was personal, and society went on. I did figure out an answer to one question. What would give for Sun's death some meaning? It was a very small answer, but it was the best I could do. So I finally swallowed and went to Gerbrick at the end of my last shift for that day. He looked up from the main maintenance console with eyes as dark-rimmed as mine or Sansel's. Sir? Yes, Tyndall. I can't change the shifts. I know you're being worked too hard, but with for Sun's death,
It's not about that, sir.
I'm sorry about Fursan. I am. I know you two are close.
His face was impassive, the eyes blank, waiting. There's something else, sir. Gerbrick raised his eyebrows.
You're beginning to understand?
I hated the faint tone of pity, but my feelings weren't important this time. As a former dozen master, I should have found it easy to keep my feelings out of things. I never had, and that might have been why I'd been sent to Hybra. Might have been? Yes, sir. If it's possible, I'd like to request training as a web pilot.
If it's not?
Then I keep working here, doing as well as I can, until my obligation is complete. What other choice did I have?
Whether they accept you, that's up to the authorities in Runsui.
He nodded.
I thought you might. I'll send the request with the next ship.
Thank you, sir.
I am sorry about Fursan.
He nodded and looked back down at the console.
I am. More than you know.
The last words weren't really for me. That I knew. I glided back to the transverse shaft and down to my cube. I didn't even try to sleep or read. I lay there in darkness that wasn't black enough to shut out everything that swirled around me, hoping that I'd found one solution, hoping I wasn't deceiving myself. 42. Omega Eridani, 4518. When facts are combined into an assemblage of verifiables, their illusion becomes reality. Sansel and I had just finished unloading the Hay Needle's cargo and getting it stored in the transshipment bay. She was guiding the cargo sled back to its storage bay. I glided beside her, wiping my forehead with the back of my forearm, then stifling a yawn. "Tired?" she asked. "Aren't you?" "I've adjusted," she laughed. "No reading, no exercise except maintenance, just work and sleep. Time passes." That's really not true. I raised my eyebrows, then smiled. No, but it feels that way sometimes. Even as I understood the feelings, I wasn't sure I'd adjusted even that well. Both on-shift and off-shift were lonely, and after 2 years plus on the station, with nearly 8 to go, they would probably get more lonely. At that moment, Gerbrick favored us with his image. "The maintenance bay, as soon as you're free," he said before his visage faded. "Yes, sir." We looked at each other. "Replacement for Fursan?" suggested Sansel. "If it is, they didn't waste much time." It had been 10 standard months, and with overspace dilation, far better than photon drive slowboat, but far from instantaneous. That meant that if Gerbrick had a replacement, they'd sent someone by return ship. Sansel handed me the control box. "You can stow it." I took the controls and edged the sled into the bay. After 2 years, I could do it as well as she did. "Do that well, Tyndall." "Thank you." Then we went up the shaft and along the upper mid-level corridor to the maintenance bay. Gerbrick had a muscular, black-haired woman beside him, bigger than any of the 3 of us. "This is Sarah Lee. She's the new maintenance tech. She spent a year already on Earth Orbit Station waiting for an outspace billet." He gestured toward Sansel, then me. "The sandy-haired one is Sansel. She's the head tech. The brown-haired fellow is Tyndall. They're both glad to see you. So am I." Sarah Lee smiled more than politely, but not effusively. "It's good to meet you." "We are glad to see you," Sansel replied. I smiled and nodded. Sarah Lee didn't seem all that pleased to be on OE station, for all that Gerbrick had said. "After I finish showing her around, Sarah Lee will work with one or the other of you until she knows all the duties," Gerbrick concluded with a vague smile. "I am looking forward to it," added the muscular new tech. "I really am." Looking forward to what? I gave a last smile. "You hungry?" asked Sansel as we left the maintenance bay. "Yes." In the canteen, Sansel had the formulator prepare another of the spicy dur dishes, a type of fish packed with chilies and then deep fried and covered with a plum sauce.
I had a truffle cream beef with steamed almond beans. "You like the bland stuff, don't you?" she asked. "I don't find it that bland, but you burned out your taste buds and olfactors with those chilies years ago." That got a grin from her. "You used to think you were so stiff, Tyndall." She brushed back the short-cut straw-colored hair. "I am. Not so much. Quiet." She paused for a mouthful of the chilied fish. "Wondered what I'd have to talk about if no one knew the things I grew up with." "Work? After a time you share that." That was what had happened. The longer we had worked together, the more common experiences we had, and the more to talk over. I missed talking things over with Fursun. That loss made me even more aware of how much I missed the quiet evenings with Forerga. In a way, I even missed Sorel, even if I couldn't quite say why. Except she'd traveled out to OE Station, and it hadn't been just to recruit a pilot. I'd not seen a lot of things, but I'd been so numb. How much had I missed? "Some things about you no one will understand. We didn't live as mites. Some things about us, they'll take you years to understand, Tyndall." I can see that. I could, at last. "You'll understand them. Won't feel them. That's why they'll make you a web jockey." I was afraid I understood what Sansel said all too well, even if I could not have articulated the logical basis for her words. I'd heard nothing about my request, and doubtless wouldn't, not for a while. Considering my request, even for Rikishin's, apparently took longer. It might take 8 years, although I doubted that from what I had seen on OE Station. Sansel was right, and I knew it. I didn't know enough about Rikishin culture, and parts of it I'd never feel. Like what hopes drive Rikishins, or what dreams hold Rikisha together? Or those dreams that even Rikishins do not realize they dream. Later, I stretched out in the sleeping net, yawning. Some things were beginning to make sense. Saralee had been waiting to get an outspace billet. If they were so rare, why had they thrown me into one so quickly? Why were the stations so meagerly staffed? With fuse actor power and food and oxygen replicators, they could easily support more people. How could they repair a complex needle ship at OE Station but have to ship certain fabricated equipment across long interstellar distances? Why could they act as though I were valuable and yet replace Fursun without even a tear or a sigh, except from Sansel and me? I was all too afraid I did understand, and I still wasn't sure I wanted to. I finally closed my eyes. 43. Omega Eridani, 4518. A shadow in darkness reveals more than it conceals. "You can give Saralee her outside orientation," Gerbrick told me, barely gliding back from the maintenance console, his eyes half glazed as he remained partly intermeshed with some part of the station. "She's been outside off-Earth orbit station, so it's more of a familiarization with the differences." Between us, Saralee nodded, her short and shining hair bobbing. The maintenance officer's eyes glazed over fully. Taking that as a dismissal, I looked at the muscular new tech. "We might as well start." "That's fine with me." I eased out of the maintenance bay and started along the corridor. She caught up without being flustered or even looking hurried. At the top of transverse shaft number 4, the black-haired Saralee looked at me. "You're not like the others." "No," I shrugged, starting down the shaft. "Are you an Audi?" She kept up with me. "No, I've never set foot on one of the colony planets." "You will. Gerbrick says you're going to be a web jockey." "I don't know," I admitted. "They asked. I refused. They sent me here. I reconsidered. Now they're considering." I braked at the bottom of the shaft, reaching for the handhold beside the hatch. The black eyes softened. "You must be a convert. One of the mites who got infected with an old nanovirus." "It happened. Not quite like that. What about you?" "I used to be a follower. Or I thought I was. I know better now. Delusional break, that's all it was. But I didn't want to spend the rest of the next 60 years repaying the treatment." Her words were even, but the pain behind the words said I shouldn't ask more. I didn't. Were all of us who were furcated across the web misintegrals of one sort or another? From religious delusionals to obsessed perfectionists? But what was it about NG that inspired such delusional faith? Was NG real? Some sort of ancient relic venerated by the unbalanced? An alien intelligence? Shaking myself mentally, I had to smile. In a way, it mattered little. NG was whatever it was. Then I caught myself. That is the difference. Dazin taught one to discover and be aware of what was. The Rikishans sought to advance and improve, but not necessarily to become fully aware. Dazin instinctively, to me, outside of my personal curiosity, it didn't matter what NG was, but I had a responsibility to become aware of what he, she, it might be had I ever the chance. I opened the triple hatch and gestured for Saralee to follow me toward the bays that held the cargo sleds. There I stopped. Based on the specifications, these are larger than any used in the Earth orbit stations, but they stay down here. There's the smaller sled that can fit in the transverse shafts and doesn't require the heavy guides that these three do. I kept walking. We do all ESAs from the lowest level. The passenger locks are on the level above, but we only use them for receiving, and there are emergency locks higher on every upper level. That's standard in all stations. The lowest level is the most heavily braced. I almost asked if she'd studied them all before I realized that I already knew it myself. I just hadn't looked. Or remembered. That was the trouble with nanite-carried information. After a time, you didn't, or I didn't, know what you knew or didn't know. Since no ships were docked or offloading, I took her to the middle personnel lock. We pulled on outside suits and soft helmets, checked the supporting fields, checked each other. Remembering for Sun, I checked the pressures on both broomsticks a second time before I pressed the evacuation stud. Momentary swirls of minute ice crystals flew, then the chill followed. We slipped through the bars of light thrown by the glow strips and out past the lock dampers. Saralee didn't have to be reminded to clip her tether. When first I swam out from the light of the lock, again, the rampart that was the station reared upward and outward like a wall of the ancients. The featureless expanse stretched endlessly toward the starry pinlights that cut the Nile in blackness like tiny knives. Somewhere, if my visions and dreams were accurate, behind all those stars lay arcs of golden red fire that burst from a spiral of stars, somehow linked to the mysterious NG. If they weren't, then I was the delusional one. I eased the faintest puff of gas to the broomstick. Then I turned on the stick's seat and gestured. We replaced the dampers on the cargo locks about 15 standard months ago. Gerbrick thinks they'll be good for another 5 years. They only last 2 years or so on the Earth orbit stations. Higher traffic, I pointed out. Much higher, she added. I gestured toward the brightest star in the sky, a pin disk. There's Omega. You can't even see disks of Conan or Alaric from here. Dust density's higher than normal. They put the station farther out, well beyond the VT range. The hull's pitted already. Earth orbit stations are smoother, she laughed. But we're hit with more junk. Remnants from history? Some of that. Also, the comet belts are more erratic and denser, something to do with the placement of gas giants in the Earth system. We slid past the end cargo lock, past the personnel lock, and around toward the back side of the station, the dark side, where the coolant fins from the fuse actors melded into the darkness of space, not even lit by the photons from distant Omega. Every station has a dark side. So does every life, even that of a demon, and I was a demon, no matter how long I had resisted accepting that. 44. A. Fellini, 4530. Your concern alone is the action of duty, not the judgment of that duty. From the depths to my left, to the massed pipe organ sounds of a march orchestrated by an ancient Baroque composer, gallop cavalry troops of rectangles, bright blue, arrayed in rows not quite symmetrical. Underneath the music is the weight of something massive, and yet being flung swiftly, and behind the rectangles and their accompaniment come the words. Even the mighty are limited. That's a tautological paradox, my mind replies, concentrating as I am on avoiding the deadly rectangles that threaten me, us. True mightiness would have no limits. Any being within a universe is limited by that universe. Any ordered action in any universe results in a total increase in disorder. I have no answer, swooping to my right, maintaining the gradient I need, knowing that to flee downward will allow the rectangles to pierce and bury us, me. Even gathering and creating information is an ordered action, and as such, there is no way even a god can create more information than is destroyed through the creation process. Golden red starfire punctuates the words. Then how can any being increase knowledge? By linking two universes, by using the energy from a collapsing high-entropy antimatter universe to power the creation of order within this universe. That would take more than a god. I dismissed the thought and concentrated on the white-black warmth of the beacon ahead, mustering my last energy to control the descent that would bring us back to Sol from the greenness of Thessal. That greenness I pondered, as had who knew how many scientists, and all without an answer. 45. Omega Eridani, 4519. All beings have gods to worship. Not all gods respect those who offer worship. The end of my 3rd year on OE station was rapidly approaching. Saralee was pleasant enough, but I missed for Sun. I even missed Sorel. One shift break, Sancel, Saralee, and I sat restrained by stick tights in the canteen, finishing meals of great diversity. The way the schedules rotated, the three of us seldom ate at once. The odor of Durr spice roll drowned out the mild basilic flavor of my chicken-creamed truffles and whatever Saralee had been eating. "How long will you be here, do you think?" Sancel asked me. "I don't know. Another 3 months, another 8 years. I haven't heard." "What about you?" The sandy blonde turned to Saralee. "I'm here for 5. 6 if I want, if I can take it." The muscular woman shrugged. "You'll wear out the exercise area by then." I could understand that, lax as I had been. The nanites helped, especially on the cellular level, but we'd all been briefed on the fact that after 2 years we'd need nearly 6 months of intense physical reconditioning to regain full gravity well ability, more as the years off-planet built up. "I don't want to lose too much muscle tone." Saralee sipped something from a bottle, then asked Sancel, "How long for you?" "I've been here 4 years, this time, and I need another 2. The slightest frown crossed Saralee's face. Sancel massaged the back of her neck with her right hand. "I'm one of those suicidal risk-taking free rock climbers. I've got a place in the White Peaks, do some work for the ecology restoration folks. Working here is for rescue and medical rehab." "Have you ever needed it?" asked Saralee. "That's why I'm back. Got careless on a trip to the old Rockies. Took a flitter to get me out, and 2 years of spinal rebuilding." I held in the wince, taking a last mouthful of the truffles. "You're going back there again," said Saralee. "Of course," Sancel laughed. "Next time I won't be so careless." "Why do you do it?" "To be alive? Life has to be more than just existing." "Life doesn't insist on that," I finally spoke. "We do. Most creatures do little more than exist and perish." "That isn't exactly dozen, is it?" A wry smile crossed Sancel's lips. "Hardly. Dozen says that the concern is the perfection of the work, not the perfection of the worker." "Like termites," Sancel laughed. "The nest is all." "There's not much difference in Rikishan society," I pointed out. "The nest is bigger and more complex, but look at you. Us." I realized that I was no longer insisting that I wasn't a Rikishan. To find the meaning you want from life, You have to work twice as hard to ensure your freedom doesn't endanger the nest or waste its resources.
What if there isn't? Meaning, that is,
asked Sara Lee. I shrugged.
I mean it.
I know. I shifted my weight against the restraint of the stick tights. I'd say the universe doesn't have a meaning or a purpose. Throughout history, people kept inventing gods because they couldn't conceive of or imagine that creation and existence were an accident or occurred as a result of purely natural processes.
Does it?
Sansel shook her head. Does-in avoids the issue, I admitted. It provides a set of rules for a meaningful life within a society and assumes that the meaning is provided by the continuation of an orderly society. Society is, in effect, God.
I'll bet that would get you readjusted, or whatever mites do, suggested Sara Lee.
Executed or exiled, I said.
I'm glad I'm not a mite.
Sara Lee tossed her head.
Ricochet isn't that much different.
I grinned at Sansel, then smothered it and waited. Society still makes the rules. We don't call it God, but so far as controlling us, we might as well. What with nanotechnology and micronics, we either live by the rules or get readjusted one way or another to live by the rules. I smiled. The difference is that we can talk about it.
What if there is a God?
Asked Sara Lee.
He hasn't shown much interest in us, answered Sansel.
Human beings have been building cities for something like 10,000 years, and it's been a long time since anyone's documented a god's presence.
Why would a god care? Would anything that mighty worry about our opinion? I asked.
Probably not.
Sansel finished her bottle of whatever beverage she'd been drinking.
The believers say Engi is a god, offered Sara Lee. There's something out there. Even the astrophysicists say so. They just won't say what.
Except that it sends forth signals that affect some people, I added.
That something doesn't change things here or anywhere else, countered Sansel. We still have to play by the rules that people set up.
Gerbrick's image appeared in the space between Sansel and me, his lower extremities cut off by the canteen table. I beg your pardons for interrupting your theological discussion, but the tailor is coming in. Sansel and Sara Lee need to get ready to offload.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
There's God,
said Sansel after Gerbrick's image vanished.
For now, anyway.
Sara Lee frowned but did not speak. I let them go, then slipped back to my cube in the reading screen. What really was the point of discussing God, or gods? Discussion wouldn't determine the existence or non-existence of a supreme being, nor had any such supreme being ever directly affected the conditions under which we lived, not in any scientifically demonstrable way. Yet, even in the rational culture of Ricochet, people believed, some anyway, in a god called Engi. Yet in what seemed an unlimited universe, far more was possible than Ricochet's or mites had envisioned. But if the improbable occurred, the proof of a god, an alien intelligence, a cosmic catastrophe, a great many people would overreact, as if the merely unknown or improbable had been heretofore impossible. What did that say about people? That most don't understand the universe, or does-in, or themselves? I knew all that already, including the fact that I didn't know as much about myself as I once had thought, and I laughed to myself as I climbed into my sleeping net, flicked on the reading screen, and called up more history. Hard history. 46. Omega Eridani, 4519. The universe has no destination. I had just climbed out of sleep, 4 hours after the tailor's arrival, awakened by my internal timekeeping demons, and was stowing the sleeping net when Gerbrick's image appeared. Once you're cleaned up and ready for duty, see me first. The image vanished as quickly as it had come. I showered, put on clean coveralls, grabbed an egg cheese pie from the canteen formulator, washed it down with lukewarm tea, and scrambled up to the maintenance bay. The area was empty, except for the maintenance officer himself. Gerbrick's eyes snapped from their glaze, totally, when he turned from the console.
The tailor brought back the response to your request.
Yes, sir? Was I to remain on OE station for another 7 years? Or 2? 3? I waited for the cold words.
You're returning to Runsui for training as a web pilot. On the tailor. Immediately. Apparently we need web pilots more than maintenance techs.
Gerbrick smiled, one of the few times he'd done so.
And we'll see you in a few years.
I hope so, sir. I paused. I'm sorry if you're short-handed. I don't want the others to work too hard. A second smile crossed Gerbrick's face.
They did send a replacement, so Sansel and Saralie won't be muttering imprecations at your hasty departure.
Sansel wouldn't.
No, but I might have.
I didn't have a ready answer, but Gerbrick went on.
Don't waste any more of your life, Tyndall. You have more to offer than you realize.
The time here wasn't wasted, sir. It had been necessary, all too necessary, because it had taken the time on OE station for me truly to learn how to apply Duzin.
I hope not. You were a good tech, even if you took some educating.
Thank you.
We'll look forward to seeing you bring a ship in. Good luck. You need to hurry. The tailor will be sealing locks in less than 2 hours. I let you sleep because you'll need it.
His eyes were on me, fully on me, until I left the maintenance bay. In the end, I didn't bring back as much as I had brought, and I wore dull gray coveralls, not the greens I had worn out to OE station. I'd earned the grays. Hysteresis. 47. Runsui, 4519. You may know your body, but you are not your body. Once away from Earth Orbit 1 on my way down to Runsui, I sat halfway back in the shuttle's windowless passenger cabin, beside a red-headed woman in a blue-trimmed silver suit, the colors indicating some type of support to a senior administrator or controller. She kept her narrow face averted from me. Most of the dozen on the shuttle wore blue or red, although a slender man near the front was dressed in green, a darker green, with a gold collar pin in the shape of a triangular web. Web pilot, supplied some source within me. No one sat in the couch adjacent to him. The shuttle slid down the invisible Magfield slope and along what I knew to be the permacrete strip at Runsui, even if I could not see it. After the shuttle came to a near-silent halt, the hatch swung open, and tendrils of the moist, hot air of summer merged with the ozone-oiled air of the shuttle itself. I waited until the narrow-faced woman was clear of her couch and the others in red and green and blue were filing out into the diffuse sunlight beyond the cabin before I stood. Then I rose slowly and went back to the lockers to retrieve my single small duffel. Despite 4 weeks of high-G re-indoctrination on the orbit station, I felt logy and tired, too massive for legs that wobbled like straws supporting a hog ready for slaughter. I stepped down the ramp with great deliberation, pausing at the base, and glanced around. After a time, I turned toward the operations building and began to walk, stopping frequently to both catch my breath and to rest already aching muscles. Sweat coated me, and my heart pounded by the time I reached the operations desk. I didn't know where else to go. I stood there, breathing heavily. "Candidate Tyndall?" asked the dark-haired man behind the console after a time. The sleeves of his silver-gray single suit were striped with green. "I'm Tyndall." "Good. Coordinator Andra asked me to convey her apologies for not being here." He extended a folder. "That has all the information you need. Your room assignment, your gymnasium and exercise schedule, and your first week's re-indoc activities. Oh, there's a map there, too. Try to get plenty of sleep and exercise." He offered a smile. "The first month back on Earth is hard. Good luck." I took the folder and opened it, noting that he'd summarized the contents exactly. "Thank you. There's an electrocart through the back way, sir. You'd better take it." His tone was wryly amused. "Thank you." In slow steps, I made my way to the rear of the building and stepped back into the heat under a shadowed overhang. A stocky brown-haired woman dressed in dull gray coveralls, much like those I still wore, stood as I neared the 6-seater cart.
"Your candidate, Tyndall?"
That's what everyone's calling me. I let the duffel rest on the permacrete as I blotted my forehead. I'd forgotten how hot true summers could be. I'd never known how heavy full gravity felt after 3 years in null gravity.
"Hop in, sir. I'll run you over to the transient quarters. They're expecting you."
I set the duffel on the cart floor behind the first 2 seats and eased my too heavy body into the seat beside the driver. The deep breath as I sat was in spite of my efforts not to sound like a stuffed boar.
"Even with nanite support, the first month's hard. How long have you been off planet?"
3 years, personal objective. More than 4 elapsed time.
"They must have sent you a long ways."
As she spoke, she eased the cart out of the shade and along the stone lane. Omega Eridani. The sun smote me like a wall of fire, and my eyes slitted involuntarily. Even so, I could make out the half-remembered 2-storied long structures with smoothly finished stone half-walls topped with metal and glass window panels and glistening gray slate roofs. The antennas on several, especially those of the operations building we had left, glittered in the full sun.
"There's logistics," offered the driver. "Trans quarters are just ahead, on the left there."
The transient quarters had no shaded overhang, and I continued to sweat as I carried my duffel into the front foyer. Finally, sighting an open door, I trudged toward it, having to make an effort to lift my feet. The blocky blonde woman who stood as I peered through the door was familiar, and I searched for her name. "Ah, Thea. I'm Tyndall, and I've been sent here."
"Again?"
she confirmed with a warm smile that was also slightly sardonic.
"Sorrel said you'd do it all the hard way."
She was right. I lowered the duffel.
"I see you've got your schedule. Come on, let's get you to your quarters before you fall over."
She stepped around and started down the corridor. I followed, less expeditiously. Climbing the 1 flight of stairs wasn't agony, but scarcely pleasant either. She held the door open as I staggered into the sitting room and study and set down the duffel that no longer felt particularly light.
"Same as before. There are candidate greens in the closet to your measure, as well as exercise clothes and a few other necessities. Your quarters and food here at Runswe are paid by the authority. Your stipend goes to your free balance. You pay for anything else out of that. You need anything else, see me or Urilla. She's my assistant."
"Urilla," I mumbled. My mouth was dry. "Thank you." Free balance. I'd almost forgotten about that. I hadn't even cared when I'd been in Runswe before. Did I have a balance? I could worry about that later.
"You've got 2 hours to rest. Then you'll go to the pool."
She paused.
"Do you recall where that is?"
"No, I didn't use it before." I forced a grin. "I didn't get that far."
"It's on the map, about 200 meters south of here. Start early so that you can take your time. You'll spend a lot of time there for the first month. Believe me, it feels better than walking around. Then they'll really start the physical conditioning program."
I sank into the straight-backed chair before the built-in data console. Thea shook her head.
2 hours.
"I know." The words came out like a groan.
"It's too bad you had to do it the hard way, Tyndall."
There hadn't been any other choice for me, so I just nodded as Thea closed the door and left me. As before, the 2 rooms and a refresher that I got were comfortable and large, especially compared to the cube I'd had on OE Station. And I could barely wait for Thea to leave so that I could stretch out on the bed. One thing bothered me as I stood and walked slowly into the bedroom, where I sat on the edge of the bed. Sorrel or Andra could have had the cart meet me at the shuttle, short as the walk had been. Why hadn't they? Because they wanted me to understand what terrible condition I was in? Had I been that difficult before? I pulled off my boots and laid back. "Yes," came the answer before my eyes closed. 48. Runswe, 4519. All life is structure. The late summer rain fell like cool steam across Runswe,
except where the fine droplets struck the permacrete of the mag shuttle landing strip. There, hot fog from the strip rose to meet the sultry mist that seeped downward from the thick gray clouds, following the rain. I walked slowly toward the logistics building and my first nanite in-dock or briefing since I'd returned. 10 days of mainly physical therapy, interspersed with tests designed to measure something about my mind and personality, had left my legs much stronger. I'd actually come to enjoy the work in the pool. For the first time since I'd returned to Runsui, I finally met Andra in the logistics building. Her pale gray eyes were flat as she studied me. "Greetings," I offered. "Greetings, Tyndall. Are you willing to work this time? You're not going to oppose what we're trying to do?" Oppose? I remembered for Sun's words. Why don't you do something because you want to, not because you're opposing something else? Then I nodded. No. I mean, I'll be working. Good. The first briefing spray will be the same as the last one you had. We'll need to check the retention level. A brief smile crossed her narrow lips. That will also make it easier for you to get back into the field of training. She stood and walked through another door into a small room as she had years before, and lifted one of the canisters. My eyes went to the large metallicized plastic screen on the wall. I'd forgotten about the collection systems. We'll give you the basic technology again. Andra lifted the canister. I'd forgotten the scoop shaped to fit a human face. You shouldn't have trouble with this. It's just the simplified theories behind the technology you'll need to be using. The scoop felt cool against my skin, cooler when the mist permeated my face. I still sensed thousands of tiny needles penetrating my skull. Then came the rush of phrases, terms, and definitions mixed with interrelated equations. Xenon discharge. Elevates atoms. Waveforms above the quark level, creating two-phased photons and a cascade effect down a crystalline channel. Parallel waveforms pass through openings the same size as their wavelengths. Diffraction occurs. Intensity drops inversely as the square of the distance. Color does not exist except as a perception of different wavelengths. Failure of initial fuse actor technology lay an unstated assumption that no wave field interference would occur from plasma and mag fields, despite superconductivity. Deuterium and tritium resonance on the quantal level. Maximum span potential directly proportional to the strength to mass-weight ratio of materials. Her eyes on the screen beside the plastic collector, Andra nodded. Not bad. She motioned for me to follow, then walked into the adjoining room, the one with windows. You remember this. Sit down at the console. A question will scroll onto the screen. You search through the information you received and press the key that represents the most nearly correct answer. This will help you integrate what you've just received. I nodded back and wondered if the first question would be the one about light. She looked at me, then left. The first question was, light can most nearly be described as which of the following? As before, when I thought about light, information flooded through me, but less overwhelmingly than 4 years earlier. Half familiar as the questions were, I was still staggering mentally when I completed the exercises on the console. Andra appeared almost immediately after I selected the last answer, beckoning me back into the nanite spray room. With rubbery knees, I followed. From here on in, based on the test analyses, what you get will be different from the last time. She lifted another canister and pressed the scoop to my face. The second blast of information was more soul-shivering. Far more. Invariance translations. Result in no changes in charge conjugation, rotation, or transformation. Modification of the real space inversion in dimension n of the multiverse. Equivalent to the curvature of overspace. Requiring spinless state. Conservation of parity. Not apply with weak interactions or under overspace inversion insertion. Apparent suspension of parity selection rules and potential frame cascade. The definitions and equations and explanations went on, and kept going. Andra took my arm to steady me but said nothing, guiding me back to the windowed room and the waiting console.
She left once more, and I held my head in my hands, trying to keep it from falling off for a time before I glanced at the message on the console screen. Describe in simple terms the theory which allows needle ships to employ overspace translations to cross interstellar distances in apparent contradiction of light speed constraints. When ready, press the speech stud and talk distinctly. I looked at the question again. I hadn't been required to formulate answers before. Did that mean I was farther ahead, or that they expected more as a result of my time on OE station? Did the information I had received allow me to answer the question? After searching and sweating and moistening my lips, I finally began to talk, wishing I could have written it out first. The overspace translation system allows the needle ship to transverse overspace as a solution. The screen blinked. Please explain the theoretical basis of the system. Under normal space conditions, all inertial space-time coordinate frames are in uniform motion with relation to all others. In overspace, while the total motion of the coordinates must balance, I paused, knowing my paraphrasing of highly technical theories was probably so simple as to be totally wrong, then plunged on. Direction and time may vary inversely, allowing a greater distance to be covered in less elapsed time than in norm space. The screen remained blank for a moment, then scripted. At how many points must a partially curved frame over space-time surface intersect real time? I punched the letter beside the answer, indicating none. What is the optimal interrelation between real space velocity and overspace insertion velocity? I wiped my forehead. This was the beginning? The next question wasn't any better, nor the one after that. After the last question of more inquiries than I wanted to count, I put my head down in my hands and closed my eyes. Tyndall? I looked up. That's all for today. 900 tomorrow. Illick is expecting you at the pool. The pale gray eyes offered neither sympathy nor disgust, just a trace of amusement. I stood. Can you tell me what I have to look forward to, and how long? In general terms, Andrew frowned. No web pilot or needle jockey is trained exactly like any other, not until you get to web bugs and ship handling. Then it gets pretty standard, I'm told. Our job here is to get you ready for that. She paused. You're weak on the concepts, but your sense of logic and organization is strong. That's the dozen. If you stay on path, we'll finish with your basic structuring and indoctrination in another month. She nodded. Then you can start learning what you'll really need to know. This is all material that any Rikishan should know, right now? She shook her head. Any well-educated Rikishan. At least I'd end up a well-educated Rikishan, even if I didn't turn out as a needle ship pilot. You can be a pilot. You have the skills. Whether you have the mental toughness is another question. Is this all just for education? For what I don't know? No. A faint smile appeared, and I had hope that someday she might regard me as more than a spoiled dozen master. Do you still have the feeling that you know something and yet you don't, all at the same time? I had to nod to that. Not so much anymore. She laughed. That will get worse as you learn and apply more knowledge. Some of what we do won't seem to have much to do with training. It's designed to integrate knowledge and experience from all data inputs. It's going to be a long fall, and a long winter, Andrew promised. Now, you're going to be late for physical training. So I stood and headed for the pool. 49. Runsui, 4519. The effective use of symbolism is a key with knife edges. In chest-deep water, I leaned against the side of the swimming pool, my forehead against the cool black tile, panting, trying to recover from swimming several hundred meters at full speed. Better. At close to 2 meters tall, with golden bronze skin, jet black hair and eyes, Illick was the image of a pre-stabilization god. He was also the taskmaster set to recondition me. In another month, you'll be able to go twice as far, say 800 meters, at a sprint. I nodded, not looking up, waiting for the queasiness to subside. When you're ready, come on down to the deep end. I finally heaved myself out of the water and padded along the side of the pool, the dampness of my footprints lost on the gritty surface of the black composite that composed the deck of the enclosed pool. The water looked black as well. Illick handed me a single suit that had seen better days and pointed to a pair of boots on the pool deck. If you would put them both on. I began to pull on the suit, glancing at the apparatus that now spanned the deep end of the pool. A polished wooden beam ran between two pedestals, one on each side of the pool, a distance of more than 10 meters. Each pedestal was 3 steps high. The beam, less than 10 centimeters wide, was a good 2 meters above the water, and the water depth was at least 5 meters. After the suit came the boots. Illick looked at me. You're going to walk across that. Fair enough. I started toward the pedestal before me. No, not like that. He held up a blindfold. You get up on the second step, and then I'll fasten this in place. Walk the beam blindfolded? This is just the beginning, Illick added. Keeping my thoughts about that buried, I stepped up and waited as he fastened it across my eyes. What might be the reason? Symbolic analog. You're better off if you don't know much beyond that yet. I'd appreciate it if you didn't ask. From his tone, I could tell I'd be seeing more symbolic analogs, even if I had no idea what their purpose might be. The old dozen philosophy insisted that true ignorance was far superior to shallow knowledge. I smiled wryly. I was truly ignorant at the moment. Try to sense the beam, to visualize where it is. Take your time. Take my time? I certainly would. I felt for the beam with my left boot, and it slid. The beam's surface was as slick as wet glass or oiled tile. Slowly, I eased my left foot onto what I felt was a centered position before shifting my weight onto it. I could feel the sweat forming on my forehead, then slowly oozing down my back. I repeated the maneuver with my right booted foot. Foot by foot, I struggled across the beam, a beam that neither flexed nor bent. By the time I managed to get all the way across, if wobbling several times, I was soaked with sweat. On the other side, I stopped and reached for the blindfold. Turn around and start back. Now? Now. Slowly, I turned. Not 3 steps had I taken when a blast of trumpets shivered the air around me, almost palpably pushing me sideways. I shifted my weight, but I was too off balance, and rather than plunge awkwardly, I stepped sideways and pointed my booted feet, dropping past the beam. The blindfold ripped off as I plunged into the cool water, and I bobbed to the surface and swam toward the side where Illick waited. The drag of the wet single suit and the waterlogged boots turned a decent overarm crawl into an elbow-dragging pseudo-paddle. Climb out. You need to try it again, Illick gestured. My exit from the dark water was graceless and left puddles of water along the black composite. Illick had another blindfold waiting. I wiped water from my face and stood on the step pedestal and let him fasten it again. You have to concentrate on where you are, Tyndall. This is not a meaningless exercise. None of what the demons did was meaningless. Frustrating, exhausting, difficult, but never without meaning. I stepped onto the beam once more. In the middle of my very first step, instruments of all types, horns, strings, harps, and drums, as well as tones I'd never heard, assailed me. I staggered, but managed to put my foot down on the glass-smooth surface of the beam despite the power of the music. It was music, not cacophony, though I had never heard its like before. With my second step, the music swirled into a dance of some sort, and my third brought a ballad, faintly familiar. Although the beam remained firm, my legs trembled with each step and the variation in music volume. Salty sweat built up under the blindfold, and my eyes burned with the last few steps before I felt the pedestal underfoot. Good, declared Illick. You can take off the blindfold. I almost shook myself as I stood there, blotting the sweat from my eyes. Illick stood below me, his eyes level with mine, holding a stained grayish canvas pack filled with something. He lifted it easily and extended it to me. "Here, put it on." So heavy was the pack, a good 50 kilograms, I nearly dropped it, and holding on to the straps left me teetering on the edge of the pedestal and struggling not to topple into the water below. After straightening, I struggled into the straps, pulling them in place over the wet green single suit. My feet were not unwelcomely cool inside the soaked leather boots. "Turn around." Illick had another blindfold in his hand. I blotted my eyes dry, then turned. He fastened the blindfold in place. "Start across." I managed 2 steps before a wall of sound, an ancient organ as loud as a shuttle first breaching the atmosphere, slammed me off balance, and the weight of the pack toppled me into the dark water below. Swimming to the edge was a true struggle with the weight on my back, but I knew that was part of whatever Illick had in mind. "You need to try again." That was all he said. I clambered out of the pool and trudged to the pedestal steps once more, where I handed him the soaking blindfold. Silently, he replaced it. For symbolic analogues, he was certainly putting a great deal of verisimilitude into my training. It took 2 more attempts before I could get across with the heavy pack on my back against the walls and arrows of music and sound. "Be careful this time," Illick said after the successful effort. I turned and took a step. Not only did an off-tempo march with volume enough to shiver my very skull strike me with the first step, but my second was greeted with a beam of heat that seemed to sear me, followed as quickly by a gust of ice-chilled air that felt as though it froze my soaked single suit to my skin. My 4th step took me into the water, colder by far, or so it felt, than earlier. I had to hang on to the edge of the pool for a time before I could pull myself out. "Once more," insisted Illick, his voice impassive. I made one more slow trip across the slick beam carrying the heavy pack, assaulted by music and other sounds, and the heat and chill. My knees trembled, and moving each leg had gotten to be agony. At the other side, Illick waited as usual. "That is enough for today." I took a deep breath. "Thank you." He smiled, almost ironically. "This is the beginning." The way I felt, I didn't ask exactly what I was beginning. Below, in the locker room, I took an old-fashioned hot shower, luxuriating in the steam, before I dried and dressed in my pale green single suit. Then I walked slowly to the nearest lounge, since the dining area in the transient quarters was somehow depressing. The lounge held 5 tables widely spaced, all of dark oak, polished, bound at the edges in shimmering brass. The dark oak chairs also were brass-bound, with a dark gold and blue brocade over the upholstered seats. After scanning the menu on the reformulator, I picked both the Syrian chicken and the Dorchin hot noodles and a mixed fruit salad with Arlene tea. I'd eaten about half of the enormous meal when a woman in green and silver walked into the lounge, followed by a wide-eyed younger woman with braided hair coiled at the back of her head. The wide-eyed one was scarcely more than a youngster. The Ricochet glanced at me, taking in my pale green single suit, and murmured to the girl, "He's a web pilot trainee. You can tell by the light green of the suit and by the eyes. You'll learn more about web jockeys later. Very respected. Now this is a lounge. Anyone can eat here." I sipped the last of the Arlene tea in the mug, then rose to get another. The woman, dressed in the same deeper green that Sorrel had worn, did not look up, but kept talking to her charge. "Runsweet is very different from Deseret. Women are equal. Women administrators, pilots, and specialists. Have you meet Alicia de Schmidt sometime. You'll see." I took the tea and returned to my table. Alicia de Schmidt. For a moment I tried to recall the name, then nodded to myself. The dark-haired and erotically graceful special operative who had driven a metal knife through the table, perhaps the one at which I now sat. Glancing toward the door, I almost expected her to appear. Or Sorrel. After more than 2 months, I still hadn't seen Sorrel. Part of that time, I'd been too tired even to think about much more than getting through the day. Belatedly, I recalled Forson's words.
Rickoshans are stubborn, too. Sorrel had come across a chunk of the galaxy to check on me, and I'd dismissed her. Now I expected she would seek me out? I found myself shaking my head. You hoped? Think a bit more, Tyndall, and sooner. I swallowed the last of the Arlene. In the end, I was going to have to eat sour eel. I hoped I could manage it. On the way back to my quarters, I turned toward the logistics building, pausing for a moment to watch the near-silent approach of a mag shuttle shining silver in the afternoon light. Clouds were gathering to the west, just above the trees that marked the horizon. Once the shuttle dropped behind the building, I entered and stepped up to the information console, behind which sat a slender young woman in silver with blue-striped sleeves. Yes, sir? This is going to sound unintelligent, but I'd like to know how I might get in contact with someone in Lincoln. Not at all. She laughed generously, and despite her girlish appearance, the laugh was that of a woman, yet not at all malicious. They teach you candidates everything but the important matters. You're far from the first to ask something like that. A smile followed. All you need is the person's name and personal code. If you don't have their personal code, you can link to information and describe what they do if you know, or where they live, and see if you can obtain their professional locator code. That's not a personal code, but you can leave a message with their outlink, and they can get back to you. You have to leave your name and code, of course. My code? I didn't even know I had one. I frowned, then nodded. I knew somewhere in the depths of information that had flooded through me over the past years, but I'd never needed to call it up. Any console will give you access to the link. When you get farther along, you'll be able to access the system directly. She gave another smile. Does that help? Thank you. I returned the smile and walked down the side corridor, hoping to find Andra. Her door was open, and her eyes widened as I peered in. Andra? You don't have another session until tomorrow. I know. I had another kind of question. I found myself looking down at the polished natural wood floor of her workspace. Which is? I was hoping you might have one of the codes I could use to contact Sorrel, or at least leave a message. After 2 months? Andra raised her eyebrows. I forced a laugh, tasting the bitterness of sour eel as I did. I never said I was perceptive. Nor did Sorrel, I think. I need to apologize. It's late, but I need to. You're right about that. Almost without pausing, she added, Her personal code is LY Green 44. Thank you. LY Green 44. I concentrated on holding that. Tyndall. The words were softer than the flinty expression in Andra's eyes. Yes? Sorrel's my friend, and you have not been that helpful, nor kind, nor even close to understanding. She tried very hard for you, perhaps harder than you know. I know. Please try to remember that. I will. Forgetting it would have been hard. I nodded again. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. The door closed. I walked through the afternoon heat, past an electro-cart carrying a group of pale-faced and sweating individuals who had obviously just come off the shuttle that had landed earlier. Not understanding, not kind, not helpful. And Andra was right. I hoped I could stand the taste of all the eel I was planning to swallow. For a long time, I sat at the console in my quarters, ignoring the supplementary reading Andra had recommended, just looking blankly at the screen itself, on which images appeared and vanished, images of mountain peaks, then of lakes. I'd selected the images, but I suddenly wondered why I'd chosen lakes and mountains. As the late afternoon clouds rolled across the sun and rain began to patter down outside my room, I turned to the screen and tapped in the codes. An image flashed onto the screen, that of a thin-faced redhead with piercing eyes. I opened my mouth, but the image was faster. This is Sorrel. Please let me know you linked. After a moment, I finally spoke. Sorrel, this is Tyndall.
I'd like the chance to apologize. If you don't wish to speak to me, I understand. I paused. You were right. And thank you. I swallowed and broke the link. Sour eel didn't taste that good, either literally or figuratively, especially since I'd had to taste it twice so far, with Andra and then Sorel's link answerer, without even talking to Sorel. I rose and got a mug full of Arlene from the formulator downstairs. Then I accessed the first of the supplemental readings. Andra had insisted that the more I read, the faster the nanite-supplied information would meld into an integrated mental database, or whatever organic equivalent that meant for the brain of a man who had been born a mite and recreated as a Rikishan demon. I looked at the words as they appeared. Sometimes material in the manuals or from the nanospray briefings sounded perfectly logical but left me no wiser. This was another case in point. The limits of nanite-based AI capabilities are determined largely by the specifications of the applicable conglomeration agglutination blocks, function as synaptic limits, work of Fulst and Henrica to remove second-level blocks, eventually led to development of functional overspace translation insertion systems. First-level blocks encoded within actual leptonic spins. That made no sense at all, and I took another sip of Arlene. Andra had told me that some of the material would probably be beyond my current understanding, but not to stop at everything I didn't comprehend, since the breadth of what I read was as important as the depth. About that, I wasn't sure, but the console reference section didn't have anything on first-level agglutination blocks. I took another sip of tea and went back to the supplemental readings, trying not to wonder if Sorel would return the call. 50. Runsui, 4519. When the symbolic images developed by the society no longer work, and the images which do work are not those of the society, the individual has nowhere to turn. After a particularly long afternoon with Illick, I made my way to one of the lounges, the one overlooking the section of the marsh that resembled a lake, where the open water glinted blue-gray and seabirds wheeled in off the ocean. Some long-legged plovers or rails or something strutted along the small sandbar I could see through the wide window that flanked my table. A turtle lounged on a wide root in the warm sunlight of fall. Behind the turtle was a spit of land that held mostly bushes, except for a stand of a dozen trees, pseudo-mangroves whose roots arched down into the water. One helping of the chilied crayfish wasn't enough, so I took my tray back to the formulator and punched in another order and took another cup of steaming Arlene tea. Then I turned, and she was there, so close to me that I couldn't move, not without bumping into her.
"You come here a lot, don't you?"
asked the young woman.
"You always sit alone."
Her eyes were open wide, a deep, guileless brown, under an unlined brow. Her sandy hair was short, and she had small ears with almost no lobes. Her narrow face angled from high, fine cheekbones to a gently pointed chin. Her lips were almost too full for the elfin face. "I'm too tired to go far," I said, accepting the flattery of her approach, and glad for company for at least a time. "Would you like to join me?"
"Are you sure? I wouldn't want... you must have a lot to do."
"Not at the moment." I paused. "What would you like?"
"Oh, I can get it myself."
I stepped back, careful not to brush against her, especially since her red-cuffed silver single suit was somewhat more than form-fitting. After a minute or so, the reformulator blinked. She slipped what looked to be a beer and a plate of noodles and sauce onto a tray. I smiled and gestured toward the table, then followed her, standing until she sat. I eased the tray back onto the table and glanced outside. The light across the water had become more golden, not quite sunset, but getting close.
"It's pretty here. Sometimes I just sit and watch as the sun goes down."
She turned in her chair and faced me.
"I'm Ali Aisha. I work in the medical section for Dr. Bakunin."
Bakunin. The name was familiar, but I couldn't recall why. "I'm Tyndall. I'm a trainee of sorts."
"You're going to be a needle pilot, aren't you?"
The eyes widened more as she looked directly at me.
You wear the light green, and no one else besides.
As her words trailed off, she moistened her lips. I'm trying. I gave a soft laugh. That's up to other powers. She wasn't that guileless, and yet she was somehow embarrassed. I wondered why. Alyosha nodded, then twirled the pasta deftly around a fork and cut it with the side of a large spoon. She ate neatly, and not a dab of the cream sauce strayed from the pasta or her mouth. Two women walked past on their way to the formulator. One was thin-faced and black-haired, with pinched lips, the other brunette and more ample. Both wore silver with full red sleeves. The brunette swayed as she walked. The thin-faced one glanced at Alyosha and gave the faintest of headshakes.
Do you think you'll like being in space?
Alyosha asked, as though she hadn't seen the disgusted look offered by the thin-faced woman, and she might not have. I've been there. I was a low technician on an outspace orbit station for a while. I took a mouthful of chilied crayfish.
You were? What was that like?
Again, I had the feeling that she knew more than she was saying, but a gust of warm air swept over us as two men entered the lounge, glancing around. The taller man's eyes spotted the women who had come in earlier. They're over there, Haifaz. Could have waited for us, Haifaz snorted. The taller man, fresh-faced and in maroon, a color I hadn't seen before in a single suit, passed us on his way toward the pair at the table. Know her, murmured Haifaz. Works in medical. Wouldn't even look at me. That's the way it goes. A candidate. Not even a needle jock yet, and they're hanging on him. I tried not to flush at the taller man's comment.
He wasn't very interesting.
Alyosha smiled at me.
Do you have a lot of other women who hang on you?
I don't think anyone hangs on me, I admitted. No one that I know. Look! Alyosha's whisper was intense, and I followed her finger. A great blue heron had swooped down to stand, first on 2 feet, then 1, in the shallows beyond the mangrove spit. So still he might have been a statue, the heron waited. The light flooding across the marsh lake from the west grew more orange-golden, and the heron remained motionless. The shadow cast by the lounge inched across the water toward the mangroves. Flick! The heron's bill stabbed and came up. Impaled on it was a shimmering sliver of silver that twitched once before the heron gulped it down.
You see why I like it at this time of day?
Alyosha smiled impishly. Since I was chewing crayfish, I nodded.
There's always something. Last winter, when there was ice on the edge of the water, I saw a pair of black swans. They had red bills.
Last winter I had been... where? OE station? Or had I lost the end of winter to the time dilation of overspace travel? Do you think they'll return?
They might. I'd like to see them again.
She took a small sip of the dark beer, then a second. The two couples at the table farthest from us laughed, loudly, and I hoped the sound didn't carry beyond the permaglass and send the heron flying.
Birds! Get him with birds!
Why not? He's another kind of bird. Flies the overspace. Think they're little NGs. Most do. I winced.
Don't listen to them,
Alyosha suggested.
They're jealous.
All of them?
The women wish they had the nerve to talk to you. The men are angry because you can do things they can't.
Everyone can do something unique. I sipped the last of the second mug of Arlene.
There aren't many needle pilots.
How many are there? I wondered if she knew or would tell me.
According to the medical records, right now there are 93 active needle pilots. There are 4 they could recall.
93? I couldn't believe that. The Rickoshans had almost 24 outspace colonies or stations serving planets being planoformed into something habitable. Then I wondered how she knew.
You'll be the 95th if no one goes off active status. There's one in flight training at Orbit Station.
I frowned. I suppose I could have tracked the information, or maybe I couldn't have, but the thought that there were so few had never occurred to me. Is that because we don't need any more?
Alyosha shook her head. The skills are rare.
Rare? How rare? Rare enough to justify structuring a death to coerce me? I felt small at the thought, knowing that was something none of the Rickoshans I had met would do. For a time, I sat there. The four in the corner rose and left, and shadows covered the water outside, all the way to the mangroves. She finally broke the stillness.
They say you were a dozen master. Is that true?
I studied dozen and might have been a master in time. I thought about the words and added, I thought so then. Now, I don't know.
You would have been.
I don't know. I knew I could have invited her back to my quarters, although holding and touching her would have warmed an empty evening. Whenever she had left, both the evening or morning and I would have been far emptier. Emptier than the darkness around OE Station, or than my soul on the day when I had fled Hybra. She wanted something, not an image, but perhaps to console me, and I wanted to be consoled, but not out of pity. It had to be out of honesty, and the only ones who could have done that were Forerga and for Sun, and Sorel, except she wouldn't have wanted to, and I couldn't blame her. Honesty demanded that I be more than an image to myself. So I smiled. I'm glad you wanted to talk. Maybe another time. She smiled back, not quite sadly. Another time. We walked in different directions, and I stayed up later than I should have, poring over Andra's supplemental readings that never quite answered as many questions as they raised, occasionally half wondering about why Ali Aisha had really sought me out, but not sure I wanted to look that deeply. Vanity? My lips twisted into a smile of sardonic self-awareness. You're afraid it's all professional, and you want to hang on to the illusion that you're personally attractive to someone? I knew the answer to that question. 51. Runsui, 4519. Do not seek truth through brighter light or inspection of appearances. With the scoop's cool surface barely against my face, Andra touched the canister stud, and the nano needles slipped under my skin, ferrying yet more raw information to various neurons and structures within my skull. Engineering, this time, I thought, my eyes looking over the gray edge of the scoop at the scene beyond the window, the west side of the operations building lit by the crisp sunlight of late autumn, and the high clouds beyond that promised a thunder shower by evening. Potential interaction of sublimation pressure with molecularly compressed inert pseudometals, composite. Avoided by formation under high-temperature multiple G-force containment. Use of discharge nozzle to maintain ionic supercriticality to maximum duration. Plastic deformation of composite occurs. Difference between maximum and minimum principal stresses equals twice the yield stress in shear. As the images and words and equations and phrases swept over and through me, I couldn't help but feel that engineering was different. Unlike the physics and the theories, where the words had been initially as unfamiliar as the meanings they conveyed, in engineering I thought I knew all the words, but the way in which they were used made them a different tongue entirely. Andra stepped away, but the faint fragrance of flowers I did not recognize lingered for a few moments. Half bemused by the floral scent and thoughts of engineering terms, I stood and followed Andra into the adjoining room and the all-too-familiar console. "You know what to do?" she said. I nodded as I seated myself. The console scripted, "Which of the following most closely approximates the process for producing interstellar-grade composite?" Each of the answers was more than a paragraph long, and I had to reread each twice and then pore through the newest mass of information spinning within my skull. I touched the console, and the next question appeared. When I finally sat back from the screen, morning had vanished with the fall sun starting its descent into afternoon. My eyes were blurred and my head ached. Andra reappeared. "Not bad. The engineering section is hard for most pilots. It's the use of familiar words in an unrelated context." "You're eloquent, Tyndall." "I wish I were." My fingers massaged my forehead, and I closed my eyes for a few moments. This all seems endless.
You'll be finished here, with the information and indoctrination, before Illick finishes your physical conditioning and readiness. You're a natural, Tyndall.
Andra shook her head, and the reddish-blonde hair rippled.
I've had astro-engineers who didn't pick up understandings the way you do. Why did you fight it?
It wasn't the knowledge. I felt like shrugging, but didn't. I've always enjoyed learning about things.
You don't mind hard work, either. The reports from OE Station confirm that.
She stepped back. I won't pry. A half grin followed. Not more than I have already. They sent reports to you?
Not until you'd returned.
Has anyone else, any other dozen type, refused training and changed his mind?
It's happened. Not recently.
That's because you don't get many refugees anymore, not dozen types, I countered. Nor that many possible pilots.
You could be dangerous, Tyndall, if you used your brain more.
Andra gave me a faint smile. A grin and a smile in the same session. Far more than she usually expressed. I am working on it.
Good. Until tomorrow.
With that, she was gone. I didn't have time to walk to the lounge and then back to the pool. That meant I had to hurry to get something to eat at the transient quarters. Besides, while I wasn't avoiding Aisha, I didn't want to give the impression of courting her either. So I settled on my usual standby when I really didn't know what I wanted, Dorchin orange strip beef with flat noodles and Arlene. I only ate enough to dull the edge of hunger, knowing my stomach wouldn't take more with what Illick had in mind. The second mug of tea was rushed. When I reached the pool in my swimming briefs, Illick, impassive as always, was waiting, black-booted feet standing on the black composite deck. The exercise single suit and boots and the heavy and weighted canvas pack were waiting for when I finished swimming laps. First, your warm-up exercises, then the weights. After that, 1,600 meters, 400 fast, 400 slow, 400 fast, 200 slow, and the last 200 a sprint. I took a deep breath, recalling how pointless I'd thought the lap swimming on my first indoctrination to Runsui. Now I was one of those undertaking such exercise. I had to admit that it was better than wrestling SARMs in null gravity on OE Station. I hadn't forgotten the sweat and the grittiness seeping into every pore on my face, and all the bruises I'd garnered from bumping into interdeck beams. The warm-up exercises and the weight training ended too soon, and I was swimming lap after endless lap through the clear but black-tinted water. Much later, after the too long 1,600 meters, I slumped against the black tiles of the side of the pool. Come on, Tyndall. The real work starts now. I could hardly wait, but I dragged myself out of the water and pulled on the suit and boots, then shouldered the pack. No blindfold? You'll wish you had one, Illick promised with a grin that faded. Up on the pedestal. I was the one who raised his eyebrows, but I doubt Illick saw the gesture because he touched the portable console he held. The entire pool area turned black, so dark I couldn't have seen my hand if I'd touched my nose with it. Go on. Illick's voice vibrated the darkness, creating an even deeper blackness than the sightless black that enfolded me. Blacker than black isn't possible, but that was the Nihilin depth that I experienced. I glanced down. The beam displayed the faintest line of luminescence, but a shimmering length that illuminated nothing else. I felt suspended in nothingness. If I'd been in null gravity, I could have been in starless space, except I wore no outside suit and the air was far too warm. I edged my left foot forward, a black blot on the shining line that cast no radiance. My whole body wobbled. I paused, concentrating on what I felt, knowing that I was more sightless than if I'd worn a blindfold. Don't close your eyes, Illick ordered. I could feel myself flushing in the darkness, since I'd been contemplating just that. The sound of ragged trumpets thrust at me, and this time actual notes, half-shaped like spears, flashed toward me from the left. I winced, then tottered, trying to catch my balance.
Abruptly, the deep bass of the ancient organ-like sound rumbled from the other side, and a rectangle, luminous and knife-edged, swept toward me from the right. A hot wall of air, or something, shoved at my back, and I did lose my balance. All I'd taken had been 3 steps before I plunged into the dark water. I convulsed at the electric-like shock of hitting the water. That hadn't happened before, but neither had I been assaulted by shapes and actual musical notes before either. Abruptly, the darkness vanished, as did the electric knives within the water. Illick stood at the edge of the pool. "Get out! Try from the other side." Soaking wet, I heaved myself out of the water and trudged around to the other pedestal, the pack spewing water down the back of the single suit's legs, my feet swooshing in the wet boots. Illick waited until I reached the top of the pedestal, where the smooth and narrow surface of the beam stretched before me and across the black waters below. Water oozed down my back as blackness closed around me, and the beam glimmered before me. The first step was easy enough, for there was silence before the roaring of thunder, and the rush of surf segued into some sort of massive chorus supported by hundreds of instruments with explosions in the background. I took a second step, then a third, against the pressure of the music, ignoring the cubes that flashed at my face. The scent of lilacs, impossibly powerful, smothered me, nearly gagged me, and I found myself tottering on the beam once more. I did straighten, just in time to hold against another gentle but unseen cold pressure accompanying a spear-like blade that knifed upward from below, seaming out of the black depths beneath me. The wince that my body gave was enough to unbalance me into the water. As I struggled to the black-tiled edge of the pool and slowly extricated myself, Illick laughed. "Never met a male needle jockey yet who didn't flinch at a thrust to the groin. The first time, anyway." Not for the first time, I wondered about my reconsideration of being a needle ship pilot. They called what I was undergoing basic orientation and indoctrination. I decided not to think about what came next. Back to the first pedestal I walked, the boots heavier than ever. Illick waited until I stood before the beam once more. When the blackness again swept across the pool and me, trumpets blasted so loudly they shivered my eardrums and spine. With the trumpets came the odor of sweet roses, and jagged-edged peaks seemed to march down from above as if to crush me. Heat and cold pressed from one side, then the other, but I edged along the beam until I reached the other side. Despite the damp single suit and waterlogged boots, sweat was flowing down my face, salty in my eyes by the time I stood on the pedestal. Light flooded across the pool area, so bright that my eyes watered. I stood very still on the pedestal. My knees were quivering. "You made it." Illick sounded as though my crossing were to be expected. "For analogues, some of those felt and smelled rather more substantive than symbolic. They're supposed to, Tyndall. Being a needle pilot isn't sweet pastries, flowers, and music. I've gotten that idea." I tried not to grin, since Illick's training seemed based on flowers, music, and geometric shapes with a definite kick. "You need to start moving faster and more smoothly. You can't crawl with a ship on your back, not in overspace. How much more do you plan to put me through? You're coming along well. Not spectacularly, but well." Illick lifted his well-muscled shoulders. "Don't ask me to predict. You still have trouble screening out certain emotional keys in the music, and that could be a problem. Why? Because a web pilot is the ship. Without emotion, you can't employ full-body intelligence, but you have to harness emotion, not be harnessed by it." His lips closed firmly. "Tomorrow." As I left the black deck and the dark water behind, I wondered how many tomorrows I had yet to face with the physical trainer, how much more he wanted from me. With the rest of the late afternoon mine, after I cleaned up and changed back into my clothing, I walked eastward to the edge of the marsh that stretched beyond the Permacrete transporter strip toward the ocean, farther to the east. The marsh wasn't Deep Lake or the Greening River or the Summer Sound at Meddersfell. The grasses were showing faint traces of brown, and the warm sun on my back was balanced by the cooler breeze on my face. Why was I here? Because too many people gave too much for you to give up? I nodded to myself. Even with the knowledge that the Rickoshans needed me, I still had trouble accepting the idea that I owed society. I had far less trouble believing I owed for Erga, or for Sun, Sansel, even Gerbrick and Sorel. Except I had yet to hear from the red-haired Sorel, and that nagged at me. If she didn't return the link in another week, I'd try once more. Why? Did I want to pursue that? Because she tried to be honest with you without being nasty, and you need honesty more than you want to admit? Because you feel guilty because she reminded you of Fererga? I turned and strolled slowly into the setting sun, back toward my temporary quarters. Then I'd learned all quarters were temporary. Illick's comments about intelligence and emotion piqued my interest, and I wasn't sure I wanted to think too much about Sorel. Not yet. So after I ate, I settled in front of the screen and began to access what I could. Emotion. Strong feelings based upon, arising from, sensio-cerebral reaction or stimulus. There was more, but the majority dealt with the cellular and glandular mechanics that created the transformation from the stimulus to physical reality. Only one small paragraph grappled with what Illick had suggested. Measurements on the hormonal, electrocellular, muscular, and brainwave functions have confirmed a clear but nonlinear link between strength of emotional reactions to spatio-symbolic abstract intelligence. Development of either emotional reactivity or intelligence remains an intertwined function involving both genetic predilections and environment. See Nurture versus Nature. The Nurture versus Nature section confirmed what had been known from the time of the ancients, that separation of the influence of environment and genetically based development was impossible in a practical and meaningful sense, and varied greatly from individual to individual and from environment to environment. What about emotional reactions and reflexes? I tried the search functions again but came up with nothing. In the end, I went back to reading the supplemental materials on Andra's list, wondering if Sorel would ever return my link effort. Then, I supposed she had no real reason to do so, not with the way I had behaved. I concentrated on the words and phrases on the screen. Just those words and phrases. 52. Runsui, 4519. The most absolute lie is the presentation of an irrefutable fact based on unassailable numbers. Outside my window, left ajar for the cool air of the fall evening to seep in with the scents of leaves about to turn and the dampness of the not-too-distant marsh, insects chirped. Small creatures rustled through the brush to the rear of the quarters, all sounds I could not have heard 5 years earlier. Senses that were far better than those I had been born with were far easier to accept than the social structure that accompanied them. But I continued to struggle with both. I sat at the console, eyes closed, yawning. I rubbed my forehead. The days continued to rush by, and my sessions with Andra had been spread out to every other day, while Illick's training was increasing until it filled most of the daylight hours. That effort left me exhausted. The more I could do, the more he demanded. I was swimming over 3,000 meters a day, half of it at sprint speeds, and lifting multiples of weights that would have had me confined in a demon cage in Dorcha. I continued to get soaked in the black pool by the assaults of ever more sophisticated sensory illusions and pressures, partly because Illick insisted on my working up to running and stopping and other gymnastic-like maneuvers with the heavy pack on my back. The boosted shocks of hitting the black water were also stronger, much stronger. With another yawn, I opened my eyes to see the screen-born images of mountain peaks and lakes that appeared and vanished, one replaced by another, all of them collected from the image library of the Rickoshan data system, none of them familiar. Ali Aisha's words of how many weeks before continued to trouble me, more than they had at first. Only 93 needle ship pilots, and one more ahead of me in training? No one had said anything from the first day I'd returned to Runswy? Or had Alyosha been sent to let me know that and a few other things? To comfort me, or to see if I needed comforting? How would I find out? Did it really matter? Except that I was an extremely valuable commodity to the Rickershans. The problem was that they were treating me as more valuable than what I knew would make me. Much more valuable. I swallowed another yawn and tried several searches on the screen, tallying up the number of needle ships and the number of outspace stations and colonies. 61 needle ships and 5 colonies, with another 9 orbit stations serving worlds undergoing planoforming. 1 needle ship per objective quarter per station. Perhaps only 3 a year for some stations. I frowned. The numbers could be lower for stations other than OE station, or higher. The system had no information on ship departures or schedules. At least I couldn't find anything, but that clearly could have been my lack of knowing what keywords or fields to search. So I tried getting information on the ships I knew about: the Hook, the Costigan, the Hay Needle, the Taylor, setting the search based on their names. All that came up was a description of each. No schedules, not even when they had been built. I tried synonyms for needle and related terms, but only managed 2 more ships' names, the Darning and the Tatter. The descriptions were similar to those of the ships I'd known. I shook my head. The Rickershan data system was totally open and still restricted, since one had to know where to look. Closing my eyes, I tried to concentrate on why the numbers of ships and pilots bothered me. If the Rickershans trained 2 pilots a year, as they were, it would take nearly 50 years to have gotten 93. Yet, Sorel had said that my obligation would only be 10 years personal objective. Even with the time dilation factors, that made no sense. The Rickershans couldn't possibly keep the pilots they needed, unless they were lying, or unless they expected I would want to be a needle pilot well beyond the obligated service. Sorel had never lied to me. Not that I knew, nor had any demon type. That fact, combined with the numbers, sent a shiver through me. But they haven't always told you everything. I finally touched the studs on the console and attempted to place another link to Sorel. Sorel and LY Green 44. I'd held that separate from the flood of information that continued to inundate me. Why? Because I'd realized that she'd been the most honest from the first. Brutal, at times, but honest. Too honest to let me deceive myself. And I was coming to recognize that for all the pretension, I was a self-deceiver. Maybe all intelligent creatures were. That I didn't know. The familiar image, dominated by piercing green eyes, flashed onto the screen, breaking through my musing reverie. "This is Sorel. Please let me know you linked." "Sorel, this is Tyndall. I didn't know if you got my last message or if you're traveling somewhere. I still would like to apologize. In person." There wasn't much else appropriate to say on a link message, and after a moment of silence, I broke the connection. The succession of mountains and lakes reappeared on the screen. Although they looked familiar, when I studied them, they were not. That was life, looking familiar, but totally unknown when examined. I turned off all the lights in my quarters, as well as the screen, then walked to the window and looked into the darkness outside. A grayish darkness, for the clouds had thickened, and not one star nor the moon was visible. Grayish darkness. Was that what I was trying to pull my life from, and I hadn't even known it? 93 pilots, and I'd be the 95th? 53. Runswy, 4519. All that is material decays, unlike virtue and sincerity. The tips of the marsh grasses beyond the lounge window were browning and ruffled in the wind that was raw in the misty and cloudy late afternoon. 2 of the other tables were taken, one by a couple, both wearing the solid blue of senior administrators, and the other by 2 men in brown. The man and woman who were administrators kept their voices low. The other 2 did not.
Can't hold a flare to the noctet. Flare? How about a pin light? Hireshall's got more assists with his left toe than the entire High Line of Jinx. High Line? Hardly. The conversation went on, but all I could tell from the context was that they were talking about some form of sporting contest. I thought. I'd chosen a lemongrass chicken from the formulator with brown rice and was halfway through it when Alyosha slid into the chair across the lounge table from me. She still wore silver and red, but the single suit was not nearly so tightly tailored. She still looked good, and her brown eyes were beautiful. I waited for a moment before smiling. You're the gentler, kinder approach? She flushed.
Tyndall, it's not exactly new. Sorrel tried that, and you weren't exactly receptive to information that conflicted with your biases.
You're right, but most of you don't have to deal with having your entire life torn apart. She looked down, the short sandy hair brushing the tops of her small ears. Would you like something to drink or eat? I asked.
I don't know.
I still like you, I said. I need friends.
I like you, and I'm glad you didn't ask for more.
She would have given more, and that bothered me. Get something to eat. I'm still hungry and have to get more anyway. That got a faint smile.
I am hungry.
Good. The low sound of the wind whistling through the tall grasses sifted into the lounge as we stood and walked to the wall counters with the reformulators.
What were you eating?
Alyosha glanced at my tray. Lemongrass chicken with brown rice and chilied peppers.
I think I'll stick to lobster and sweet butter with greens.
When we walked back to the table, I pulled out her chair and waited for her to seat herself.
If you keep such courtesies, Tyndall, every unattached woman in Runsui will arrange to bump into you.
Flattery, I mumbled, aware that the two men at the table beyond the empty adjoining one were studying us. Needle trainee. And look at her. Don't see why. Gone half the time. Maybe they're twice as good when they're home. Both men laughed. I could feel my face redden. You do bring me a certain attention. This doesn't happen when you're not around.
They were talking about you, Tyndall, not me.
She sipped the dark beer from the tall and fluted beaker.
I'm just another wanton woman throwing myself at a web jockey.
She grinned. Did you set up those couples who were here too?
I didn't have to.
She laughed warmly.
There really is a mystique about web pilots. You'll see. There will be other women. They'll be far less restrained.
She leaned across the table and looked soulfully into my eyes.
You really are a needle pilot. I've never known anyone like you.
I had to laugh. Alyosha straightened.
Andra was worried that you didn't have anyone to talk to. So was Sorrel. That's what Andra told me.
I didn't. I still don't, unless you're still interested. Just in talking, I added hurriedly.
I know.
She nodded.
You find women easier to talk to, don't you?
They listen, I pointed out. Most of them, anyway.
You've been fortunate. We do have some ruthless women here, just as in any culture. Worse, probably.
Alyosha dipped a chunk of the white meat in butter.
They'd...
She shook her head.
Trust me. You want to be careful.
How? I don't even know who they are.
If you're not sure, ask me. Or Andra.
I just might. I paused. What about Sorrel?
She's a lot like Andra. Direct, but not a dominatrix. You like her, don't you?
Yes, but I don't know why. I forced a shrug. There's something there, but I was hurting too much when I met her, and she reminded me, well, things got worse. Probably will stay worse. Alyosha nodded that she had heard what I said, and I ate some of the second portion of chicken, and then got up and refilled my mug with more Arlene. I also refilled Alyosha's beaker. After the two administrators rose and slipped into the twilight, I looked directly into those brown eyes. Is my data screen censored? Restricted?
No. You can search for anything that any director of the authority could, and it would come up. We don't censor what people take off the net.
In a way you do, I countered. You have to have a certain knowledge to know what to ask.
That's true in any system. If you have the time or persistence, you can find it here.
Was it that I just wasn't persistent enough? Or that I wanted the solutions immediately? I didn't like either possibility. Everything I do is monitored, isn't it?
Mostly. Everyone is.
Everyone? I took a mouthful of chicken and chewed, thinking. Given the minuscule size of nanites and their capabilities, such monitoring had to be easy enough. Who plays Supreme Being?
No one. Anyone with the ability could tap into anyone else's monitors, but they're designed so they also record who undertakes such taps. Repeated, unauthorized tapping can lead to attitude adjustment. It's a consensus sort of thing.
I can't believe some people don't abuse that sort of power.
They do. They just don't do it again.
Her lips quirked.
The systems know everything about everyone, and everyone knows that. Think about it.
I did, and shivered.
The only antisocial acts that aren't known immediately are those committed in isolated areas, and even traces of those will show up in the perpetrator's nanite support system. It's very hard to escape justice.
Living in a glass house with telescopes trained on it, I murmured.
Every house has telescopes trained on it. Adjusted people don't look. Maladjusted people don't look for long.
Do what's right or we'll make sure you do, I suggested.
We allow people to choose what is right, if they will. If they don't, they lose that choice. Do you have a better idea? Isn't that what doesn't is all about when you strip away the beautiful language?
The idea of what's right bothers me.
Here, it's simple enough. We don't like people who hurt other people or manipulate them. Don't hurt or manipulate others and you can do whatever you have the resources to do.
Humor me, I asked, finding my voice turning skeptical. What is manipulation?
The use of psychological force, the implication of physical or administrative force to persuade another to commit actions against the well-being of another, including himself or herself.
I nodded. Who defines well-being?
Who needs a definition except someone who's intent on abusing the system?
She countered. That did stop me. If you needed to define someone's well-being...
See what I mean?
I saw, or saw well enough. Glass houses, so no one throws stones.
There are always a few. Fewer here than in most places.
I savored the Arlene and a friendly face. We talked for a long time. 54. Runsui, 4519. When the windows of perception are cleansed, the individual sees the universe appear as it is. The lower edge of the late afternoon sun touched the split stone ridge cap of the transient's quarters roof, and silvered light spilled across the slates for an instant. I blinked, and the silver flow had vanished, and the cool and not quite raw air of late fall gusted around the stones of the building and ruffled my damp hair. Internal nanites or not, months of conditioning to the contrary, my body ached after Illick's swimming, exercise, and weight conditioning, followed by the strain of the black sessions in the pool. Symbolic analog sessions, no less, where the blackness represented space or overspace, except that the impassive Illick refused to speculate or explain beyond what he had already said, and I was left in the dark, literally and figuratively. I took a deep breath and stepped inside the front foyer, turning to the left and heading down the corridor to my quarters. My door was ajar. Had I left it that way, rushing out that morning? I pushed it open. A red-headed figure stood by the couch. The smile crossed my lips unbidden, without thought.
"I hope you don't mind my waiting here," said Sorrel. After all, I did travel across half-known space to check on you once.
I don't mind at all. I am surprised. I wasn't sure I'd ever hear from you again.
You almost didn't.
There wasn't any humor in the statement. My smile faded. Have you eaten?
Not enough to spoil my appetite.
Would one of the lounges be all right? I can't eat much before Illick's sessions, and I'm starving.
From what I've seen, you probably are. You've put on more muscle. You don't look like a scrawny dozen teacher any longer.
Scrawny? I'd thought of myself as slender, but I'd done my exercises and conditioning work even in Hybra.
You were scrawny,
Sorrel reaffirmed as she started past me and toward the foyer. I followed, closing the door behind us. Sorrel walked quickly enough that my muscles twinged as I hurried to draw abreast of her. I appraised her solid figure, seeing a feminine muscularity I hadn't noted before. Did you do a stint as a trainer, like Illick?
Not like Illick. I was a patrol trainer.
I did a quick mental search.
Patrol. Entrusted with monitoring the Rikishan borders with lands populated by unmodified humans.
In Lincoln or somewhere else?
Elena.
I had to search for that, too, managing to discover it was in the northwest of Amnord and as far north as Lincoln, but even rockier. It was the largest Rikishan enclave geographically and bordered Deseret. Did you patrol or train or both?
You don't train until you spent 5 years on the border.
Her voice was cool, very cool, and I fell silent as we neared the lounge, the larger one opposite the operations building, not the one overlooking the marsh. Only 3 others were there, 2 men and a woman, and they sat at a circular table almost next to the entry arch. None of them looked at us past a casual glance, because we both wore green, if of different shades. Sorrel called up some game meat whose odor I didn't recognize, and, of course, her lemon drink. I settled on spring rolls, a crispy lemon duck, and jasmine rice with Arlene tea. We took the corner table, the most secluded of the dozen in the lounge, nearly twice the size of the Marsh Lounge. Sorrel settled into the green velvet of the chair, then fixed her eyes on me.
Before we go back to meaningless small talk, what changed your mind?
Her voice carried an edge, but one softer than when I had been in Lincoln and Runsui before.
I didn't.
It took 3 of you. Someone asked me some honest questions. I paused. Then she died.
And you want me to be her? No, thank you.
I swallowed what might have been a bitter comeback, since I probably deserved her skepticism. Besides, you want her honesty, Tyndall. That was almost 2 years ago. I don't want you to be her. I don't want you to be Forerga. I thought. I waited to link you. I don't know why. Not exactly.
Tyndall, you may be on the way to being a great web jockey, but you don't know what you want from women. You never did.
She was mostly right about that. You're right. Mostly. Can you still understand what I think?
I might be able to if I really tried, but most of those nanites would have degenerated. They're not self-replicating for very obvious reasons.
I nodded.
I'm too old to play games, Tyndall. What do you want?
I swallowed. I'd known it would get down to something that simple. What do you want? I still don't know. You're part of it. You have an honesty, a directness. That sort of directness has scared me, always. But I've used things, dozen, family, to avoid looking at life directly. I pretended I did, but I didn't.
I'm not a mind tech either.
Her voice was neutral. I don't want a mind tech. I don't want a nurse. I want someone who looks at life as it is, and who will talk about it that way.
And now you want someone to talk with? Just to talk with?
I have to start somewhere. The grin wasn't forced, but I was nervous.
I can live with that. For now.
This time, she was the one who took the deep breath. If you're not playing some elaborate dozen game. No games. I never had played games. There was no point in saying that. I'd been angry, unjustly, at her, and I'd been hurt, but I hadn't been out to play games. You wanted directness. Do you still want it? I asked you to be who you are. I came here because Andra and Alyosha asked me to see you. Once. On the way back from Omega Eridani, I wished you'd dropped into a black hole. You still might be, an arrogant dozen prig. I thought about that. I sipped the Arlene. You're probably right. I think part of that is cultural and not personal. There you go. But the result is the same. I finished. How can you be so calm? I'm attacking you. Ignoring my anger isn't honest either. Do you want me to be honest? I countered. The silence fell on her side of the table. Then she laughed. I suppose I deserve that. Go ahead. I know I hurt you. You went out of your way to try to get me to see what Ricochet was all about, and I refused to see it. I suspect it's also partly because you saw me squandering a talent that is incredibly rare and felt I was a spoiled brat. I don't know all the reasons why. You tried to be gentle, but you had to be professional, and being you, you also had to be honest. You had to do what was best for Ricochet, no matter how you felt. It's taken me a while, and I do get a little upset when you attack me. I can't deny that. I still don't think you understand how hard it felt for me. But I can also see that you had to take a lot for a long time. And maybe from a lot of others as well. Not that long, she said. But you made me angry. And hurt. Why did you come to see me, rather than Link? My fingers fumbled with the mug, and Arlene slopped over them. Andra, Alyosha especially. She has a feel for things. I thought she was wrong, but I promised to see you, in person. And now? I found myself holding my breath, not even knowing why. You want to be my friend, Tyndall. It's going to take some time. I didn't answer immediately. I got that idea. I wasn't sure if you'd let me try. Are you sure you want this? I'll ask you hard questions. I'll tell you if I think you're deceiving yourself, and I won't honey-glaze it. If you want warm and willing women, all you have to do is finish your training and you'll never have to sleep alone, and never have to say you're sorry, or explain anything. Alyosha told me that, I admitted. You didn't believe her? I did, and I do. That's not what I want. You can ask her. Tyndall, you are a case. You know that? This time Sorrel smiled, if briefly, as though I were an impossible puppy dog. If you say so, it has to be so. Let's see how wonderful you think that is in a month. Or a year. Fine by me. I gobbled down some of the duck before I spoke again. There are some things that aren't in all the information that's been poured into me, and it's not in the data system. I raised my eyebrows. You can tell me about being a patrol guard in Elena. It's not that exciting. I get to be the judge of that. She took a sip of lemon drink. It was the best I could do at the time. I can't handle symbolic analogs. I can do everything else, but I'd be blind in overspace, and I was angry. Angry that there was something that all my brains and all my determination couldn't get for me. That explained more, and I nodded. So you went for the next most challenging job? The next most challenging I could get in Elena. The Deseret border is the most dangerous. Those saints are always pushing. Only culture in all Amnord that still doesn't understand what caused the collapses. I took another sip of Arlene and listened, enjoying the energy of her words, the directness. She wasn't softly direct like Forerga, or gentle like Fursun, or as sympathetic as Alyosha. but as sharp and as honest as a blade. She was right. Getting to be friends would take time, and some inadvertent wounds. Still, I hoped we could survive them. I wanted us to survive them. 55. Runsui, 4519. The universe offers no deception and no encouragement. Intelligence creates both. I looked down at the screen at the next question. Why is shock isolation inappropriate technology for a needle ship? From theory and skills, Andra shifted my briefings into ship construction and mechanical engineering. More definitions, and now schematics, swirled through my brain. I blinked and began to sort through the latest mental infusion of information. Outside, the wind moaned, and ice pellets snapped against the permaglass. Already, nearly 2 centimeters of the sleet coated the ground, except for the walks between buildings, where some form of nanite protection kept the stones clear and mostly dry. I selected an answer. Sometime later, the wind still alternated between moans and whispers. The ice pellets had changed to crisp flakes falling faster, and I looked at the last question on the screen and finally chose an answer. 1/2 the algebraic difference between the maximum and minimum stress across a single cycle, usually a test cycle. After rubbing my forehead, I straightened in the chair. The questions were in random order, unrelated to the order in which my brain had accepted the material. That random order was apparently another method to force my brain to do the organizing. "You're done, Tyndall." Andra stood in the door. "You don't need me to tell you that." "That's not it. It takes a minute for me to stabilize." "You're stabilized." I snorted and stood. "You just want to throw me out into the snow." "That's Sorrel. You're doing it for her." Andra gave about a half head shake. "No one with any brains ever does anything that Sorrel would want to do herself." I hid a smile and left, heading for the transient quarters and a quick snack before marching back through the snow to the pool. There, after putting me through the lighter conditioning workout, Illick did have something special for me, differentially weighted boots. So I plunged into the shocking black water more than a few more times before adjusting. The snow had stopped by the time I walked up the steps to the foyer of the transient quarters, but my hair was frozen from the stiff wind blowing out of the north. If it kept up, the marshes would freeze before long, and that meant the beginning of true winter. Runsui seemed colder than Dorcha, even than Henvor, but not so cold as Lincoln, even though Runsui wasn't that much farther north. The mountains, the wind patterns? Rather than go out through the snow and chill again, I went downstairs to the limited reformulator in the transient's quarters and had more Dorchan strip beef and Arlene. As I ate, looking out at the glittering white, even without sun, I reflected that snow changed things. I'd been far colder in an outside suit off OE station, but less than 10 centimeters of crystallized water, barely below its freezing point, had dissuaded me from walking 400 meters to get a better meal. Rather, a greater variety in meal selection, when I scarcely would have noticed the chill. Genetic patterns? Still unchanged by all the nanite rebuilding within me? After a second mug of Arlene, I walked back to my quarters, where I paced around the sitting room before my eyes turned to the screen. I needed to read more, but I wasn't sure I wanted to start that immediately. I sat down and touched the link studs, doubting that Sorrel would answer. The answerer image flashed on. I waited for the brief words to leave a message, then spoke. "This is Tyndall. You're probably not there, but I wanted you to know I was thinking about you." The answerer was replaced by Sorrel, hair longer than the answerer's image of her, with slightly darker circles under her eyes. "What do you want, Tyndall?" "You're actually home," I said. "I wanted to talk to you." "I usually don't answer. I don't like links, but I checked to make sure it was you. I wouldn't have interrupted the answerer otherwise." "That was some progress." "Thank you." Sorrel made a gesture to brush off my words. "What does Andra have you doing now?" Ship construction and specifications. It's interesting. It should be. It's your neck. I know. Would you like to come here when you get a break? You will at the end of next week. I've arranged guest quarters for you, where you stayed before. You remember? Yes, I'd like that. I'll be there. Good, she smiled. I'll see you then. The connection broke, proving again that Sorrel did not like to converse on the link. I turned toward the window and looked into the grayish-white of evening snow, lit in places by lights and reflections of light. Was directness that important to me? In a woman? The sardonic smile that settled on my face answered that. I might not like that honesty, but the nanites had either changed me or made me understand myself better, and I realized that I could not afford to be close to anyone who would encourage me to deceive myself, even through concern and sympathy. I still didn't understand why. Maybe it was enough that I understood. 56. Runsui, 4519. Significant images render insights beyond speech. As I pulled myself out of the pool after the last sprint, still panting, I looked at the deep end of the pool. Now above the clear black water, above the tiles as dark as Niall, Illick had set 2 beams spanning the water, one 2 meters above the surface, the other half a meter to one side, roughly a meter above the water. Without waiting for my taskmaster to gesture, I pulled on the exercise single suit, the weighted pack, and the differentially weighted boots. The weight in the pack and the boots varied every day. I walked slowly toward Illick. He motioned toward the pedestal steps that held the uppermost beam, and I crossed the black composite deck to the steps and mounted. When the blackness dropped across the pool, both beams glimmered, the lower one more faintly than the upper. "Stay on the upper, if you can," Illick ordered. "You should be running the beam." I got 3 balanced, quick steps in that first moment of silence before being struck with the music that called forth something like a charge of horses or ancient cavalry. With the music came the projection of glittering, silver-edged dark spears, each radiating chill. One foot slipped, and I tried to catch myself, then let the momentum take me to the lower bar, where I managed another half-dozen steps at a jogging pace before a wave of heat and cold organ music wiped me sideways and off the beam. "Ooh!" I couldn't help the involuntary exclamation when I hit the water. The electro-essence of that jolt froze me for an instant, and I barely managed to get my mouth closed before sinking below the surface. The blackness didn't vanish, and fire jolts made each movement torture. Somewhere above and within the water, a dirge rumbled, mournful and bewailing a death. Mine, if I didn't manage to drag boots and pack and self to the edge. I could have dropped the pack, but then I'd have to dive down 8 meters and recover it. How long it took to reach the side of the pool I wasn't certain, but only when my hand touched the tiles did the darkness and the jolts stop. "You're not trying hard enough to stay on the beams," Illick announced. "This is not a contest. It is not a game." I pulled myself out of the dark water, still shuddering from the hot, cold shocks it had delivered before Illick had lifted the darkness. He looked at me, disappointed once more. Dripping water that looked clear as it puddled on the black composite deck, I studied my taskmaster, then asked, "Will you answer a question for me?" I had to work to keep my jaw from shivering as I spoke. "If I can." Illick offered a faint quirk of his lips that didn't approach a smile. "Is there more to having the water jolt me than just conditioning me to avoid pain and stay on the beam?" "Yes." I raised my eyebrows, then wiped the water off my forehead. "What, might I ask?" "To try to condition your body to the severity of failure." "Are you sure doing that won't just make me more nervous? If it does, then you'll die in overspace anyway." I stood and dripped water for a time. "You're using various nanite projections to create an illusion of reality here. But wouldn't it be easier just to use something like a nanite briefing spray to give me the entire vision of what you want? Why this way? Illick frowned before he spoke. In overspace, you will receive sensory inputs. They'll actually be energy signals relayed from the ship's sensors, but you'll feel them as sensory. You'll react based on your training and your senses. Your mind will react one way, and if it's not conditioned properly, your body will react another. A web pilot can't afford that kind of internal conflict. Right now, that's all you should know. You're conditioning my body and mind? That's what we're working on. You don't sound absolutely sure, I pointed out. Nothing is certain until you make your first overspace insertion. He coughed slightly and pointed to the beams. You need more work. So I tried to run the beams again. I failed twice before I made it. So severe were the shocks from the water the second time that when I pulled myself out of the pool, I lay in a heap for several minutes and shuddered. I didn't fall the third time. Nor the fourth, but I staggered a lot and had to slow down to get across the beam. When the blackness lifted, Illick was standing less than 2 meters from me, looking down on me as he always did. Andra is right. You need a break. Take 4 days. The tall bronzed man turned and walked away. How many other people in Runsui were doing anything close to the physical exertions he was demanding of me? Or was it because I could do better? Was he right, that I wasn't trying hard enough? Probably, if you're being honest with yourself. I pulled off the heavy boots and set them on the drying rack, then the soaked single suit, thinking as I did. Honesty. Honesty is hard for you, Tyndale. I nodded. That was why I could talk to Alyosha, but why I wanted Sorel. In a squeeze, Alyosha would be sympathetic, would comfort me, and let me lie to myself. Sorel might be sympathetic again, if I ate enough sour eel, but she wouldn't hesitate to let me know if I were headed down the path of self-deception. But did I want a keeper? No, that wasn't it. It was knowing that she wanted the honesty, enough to be direct and honest, that made me want to be honest. For Sun had shown me that. Somehow the hot shower wasn't as comforting as usual. 57. Runsui, Lincoln, 4519. To forget the snows of yesterday is to deny the first flower of spring. I thought I might sleep late before I left for Lincoln on the first day of the only multi-day break I'd had in years. I didn't. I woke early while the sky was dark and cleaned up as it turned lead gray under heavy clouds that promised more snow. After a light breakfast downstairs, and after packing a small duffel in hand, I was ready to leave Runsui. Where was the glider station? I could only recall that it had been below ground, about 4 flights down. While I couldn't remember anything else, I did remember the map I'd gotten when I'd returned. I pulled it out from the drawer under the console and was pleased to see that the glider station was marked clearly, not more than 100 meters from my quarters, underneath one of the research buildings. As I looked at the map, I realized again that Runsui, unlike Lincoln, was really not a city or a town or a community. From what the map revealed and what I'd experienced, it was a laborium devoted to science and transport, and one that would have been a dream to the icon raisers of Henvor had Runsui not been created by demons. Laborium, or workplace of the demons, mental truffling wasn't getting me to Lincoln. I lifted the duffel and left, walking through a gray morning raw as much as cold until I reached the stone archway that had to hold the steps down to the subterranean glider station. The steps were polished stone, polished so they glittered, yet not at all slippery to my boots. Beyond the last flight of steps was a squarish console, 10 meters from the platform beyond. I frowned, trying to recall what to do. Sorel had done it all before. So I stepped up and tried what worked with the links, tapped in my name and code on the small screen. This transit is 1 unit. Your free credit balance is 513 units. The words appeared on the screen. I managed not to shake my head. I knew that certain services were deducted from whatever balance I might have, but I really had no idea exactly how far that balance might go. I stood looking at the empty space where the glider would appear for about 10 minutes until I could feel a slight breeze and then a wave of air, just before the glider popped through the silvered arc at the western end of the platform. The arched silver cover slid back, revealing what looked to be 20 dual seats in matched sets, 2 seats facing 2. 10 people left the glider, but I was the only one waiting, so I took a west-facing seat and waited. A man in a maroon suit scurried down the last of the steps, jabbed at the console, and hurried to seat himself in the 4 set in front of me. Less than 5 minutes later, the covered glider slid into the silvery gray tunnel, and according to my internal timekeepers, something like 15 standard minutes later, I was standing on the stone-walled platform in Lincoln. A man in blue nodded as he stepped into the glider, and so did a woman in the dark green of a web pilot. She added with a smile, "Good luck." "Thank you." I stood for a moment, just surveying the glider station, something I hadn't done when I'd left Lincoln with Sorrel. Then, I hadn't been listening or looking at much of anything. Unlike the glider station in Runsui, with its single platform, the one in Lincoln had a half-dozen platforms, each linked by arched, polished granite steps and walkways over the open induction tubes where the gliders were boarded and exited. Every stone glistened, so smooth-polished I could not help wonder if the Rikishan character harbored litho-idolatry. Then, the perfect woods that melded with the stones suggested sylvalolatry. My eyes flicked across the names of the nearest platforms. Elena, Runsui, Berta, Montral, Calgra. Except for confirming names from my basic Rikishan geographic indoctrination, none of them except Elena meant anything. Like all of the glider stations I'd been in, the one in Lincoln was 4 flights of stairs down, but I wasn't even breathing hard when I stepped outside into a late morning grayed over with heavy clouds from which drifted fat flakes of snow. Lincoln had snow on the ground, piled nearly a meter deep, except for the cleared stone path that led, as I recalled, down a gentle hill to the transit quarters. I hoped I was headed where I was meant to be. My breath puffed white in the cold air, drier and more invigorating than the damp chill of Runsui, and I was smiling as I hurried toward the wood and stone structure set within the huge and ancient pines. Once inside the foyer, I glanced around until I spotted an open door. The broad-faced young man in grays looked up from his console. "Greens, you must be Tyndall, the web pilot candidate. Sorrel said you'd be here today." He stood, towering almost half a meter above me. "Since you're a pilot candidate, you get the quarters for a half. That's 7 units for the 3 days. Do you need me to input anything?" 7 units meant the quarters went for 5 units a day, since the Rikishans never charged less than a unit for anything and rounded fractional transactions down, unlike the traders or usurers of Meddersfell. "If you would." He bent forward and tapped something on the keyboard. I entered my name and personal code, then straightened. "That should take care of it. You've been here before," Sorrel said, "so you probably know where everything is. If you don't, let me know. I'm Aximander." His smile was both shy and deferential, surprising to me given his size and obvious strength. "I will. Thank you." "Your rooms are on the top left. I'll show you." He led the way out of his office and went up the steps gracefully, if 2 at a time. With his size, 2 at a time was easier. "Are these all right?" asked Aximander after opening the door. "I reserved the ones with the view of the pines and the mountains." The quarters were somewhat smaller than those in Runsui, and felt older, even if they were spotless. I walked to the window of the sitting console room. The tops of the rocky peaks to the west were lost in the low clouds, but they'd been there before, and I was certain they hadn't disappeared. "This is fine," I smiled, enjoying the fact that I actually had a choice, limited as it was.
Once the towering concierge of transients' quarters departed, I used the link in the room, but Sorrel didn't answer. I left a short message with the simulacra. I'm here. With all the activities Andra and Illich had crammed into my days, I didn't mind the lack of structure at all. I lay back on the bed and looked at the ceiling, wondering how the son of a mite trader trained to be a dozen schoolmaster had ended up going to the stars and returning to learn how to pilot more ships there. The ancients had been wrong about that. Where else had the ancient records been wrong or altered? My lips quirked. What about the Ricochet version of history? Where was it wrong or misleading? I yawned and closed my eyes, unwilling to follow that flight of thought, not when I had time off, not when I didn't need to do so. Thump! I struggled awake, realizing it was nearly noon. Outside the window, the snow continued to sputter down. Swinging my feet over the side of the bed, I stood slowly, as though I were back-treading Illich's beams when I had first begun, tentative step after tentative step, blindfolded through the darkness. Was that life, removing the blindfold and still treading through the darkness? I shook my head and swung to my feet. Another thump echoed from the door. Are you even here, Tyndall? Coming. I straggled toward the door and opened it. Sorrel stood there wearing her thin silver jacket open over the olive-green single suit. On her collar was a silver pin, a black T across a spoked wheel. I didn't recall the pin. Don't tell me. You fell asleep. I found myself grinning. I lay down and I was thinking, and then someone was pounding on the door. Most men don't think that well on their backs. The humorously sardonic grin faded. Are you that tired? Physically, no. More mentally worn out, I think. Sorrel studied me. No self-pity. Honest attempt. Much better. She motioned toward the foyer. Are you coming? I grabbed my jacket, light green, and closed the door as I followed her down the steps. At the bottom, I caught up with her. I thought you weren't going to be a mind tech. I'm not. She gestured impatiently, then stepped out into the snow flurries, walking quickly downhill. Can I talk to you about Illich's training? I asked, hurrying to catch up. So long as you don't want sympathy. There's a fine line between understanding and sympathy, I suggested. I can draw that line, thank you. The words carried a slight lilt, and I glanced at her. Was there a twinkle there? Or did I want to see it? You want to see it, she suggested. You're still able to read what I think? Only once in a while. Most of the nanite capability is gone, but I can read your face. You could do it too, if you worked at it. Part of your patrol training? Yes, it helps. You know, I said slowly, I don't even know what you do now. Unless you're trying to shepherd some other refugee into Ricochet society. I'm a technical assistant to the Transport Sub-Authority. Remember, green is for transport. She gestured vaguely at herself, as if she'd forgotten she wore a shimmering silver jacket. Not for the first time, I had to wonder how much I had missed or ignored from my first days in Lincoln. Where are we going? To the Overlook. I'm hungry and I don't feel like cooking, and it's got the best formulator menu in Lincoln. It's been a long morning, and I don't want to waste the time off. Time off? You have to work that much? I owe for being rescued. Do you owe for training, or are you trying to build up a unit balance? That's considered a rather personal question. Her words were as cold as the air around us, or colder. I threw up my hands. First you... Never mind. Tyndall, don't get angry with me. She halted and looked at me, and flakes of snow touched her hair, then melted. I stopped right on the path and turned and looked straight into those piercing green eyes. Sorrel, I am trying very hard to adjust to a society I was not born into. I am trying to use every bit of information you people have poured into me.
I am trying not to ask any more stupid questions or questions I already have the answers to, but don't realize that I do. I am grateful for your honesty and your directness. But when you know every bit of my past, when you know all of my losses and my stupidities, and then you tell me that an innocent question about your status in this society is rather personal, then I think that's hypocritical and self-serving. She stood stock still for a moment, flushing red, then white. Then she swallowed. After a moment, she swallowed again. I'm sorry, I said softly. I didn't mean to upset you, but you were born into this society. I wasn't. I've spent 5 months out of 4 years with people, and that's not long enough to learn an entire set of new social graces. She laughed, ruefully, and then shook her head, then laughed some more. After a while, she shook her head again. Oh, Tyndall. You compliment me and insult me, and then, after you tell me the most truthful and direct statement since I met you, you apologize. I didn't know what to say. First, you're wrong. I wasn't born here any more than you were. I was born in North Deseret, and I ran for the border before my father could marry me off as a herder's third wife. I didn't learn to read more than the basics until I was 17 years old. I was diagnosed with a series of genetically predetermined problems that would have killed me before I reached 40. As I told you before, I don't have all the talents necessary to be a web pilot, and I owe nearly 100 years standard service for the medical and educational services I've already received. My current post pays 3 for 1. I could feel the color drain from my face. No wonder she was angry and impatient with me. I was fortunate she was still even speaking. Tyndall, I don't want pity. I never wanted to bring any of that up. I don't want you or anyone feeling sorry for me. Not anyone. Not ever. I moistened my lips. I've a lot of sour eel to consume. Her forehead screwed up in puzzlement. What? I tried to find a Ricochet equivalent, then shrugged helplessly. It's an expression that means you were horribly wrong and have to eat all the words you shouldn't have said, and it tastes terrible, like sour eels. You know, bitter and slimy. Eating sour eels. I like that. The expression, I mean. After a moment, Sorrel looked at me, and there was no trace of anger in her voice. You were wrong about me, you know? I don't think so. My words were tentative. I hated to disagree with her, even if the disagreement were to compliment her. You kept talking about my honesty. She shook her head. I can be honest about you, or society. Not talking about yourself isn't dishonest, I pointed out. It is when you use it to mislead people. She gestured toward the path. I meant it about being hungry. I didn't have much this morning and I'm getting queasy. If you still want to eat with me, don't be self-pitying. I was stupid and you told me so. I deserved it, but that doesn't give you the right to ask for a pat on the back. I was right. You are honest. Which way? This way. Sorrel led me past snow piled nearly shoulder high and turned down a narrower lane toward a low hill. It overlooks a pond. It's frozen now, but it's still an overlook. Right. The overlook was crowded, with only 2 small tables for 2 free out of nearly 2 dozen. We claimed one by the window as a tall man unbent and left, carrying a mug away. You sit while I get something, Sorrel suggested. Fine, I agreed. You need the food more than I do. She did. She was pale. Low blood sugar? Were the nanite maintenance requirements higher for her because of whatever medical treatments she'd had? Without a look over her shoulder, Sorrel headed for the low counters that held the food reformulators. The circular sweep of permaglass overlooked a frozen oval expanse fringed by mounds of snow that were doubtless grasses or bushes in the spring and summer. On the far side of the pond, the snow-covered ground sloped upward for several hundred meters to where the forest began. There was a path entering the forest, but not a cleared one, and it had tracks of some sort, made as if by old-fashioned sleds or skis. Sorrel returned and set down a tray with 2 platters, one heaped with slices of some meat slathered in a greenish glaze, with potatoes covered with cheese beside it, and the second with greenery. Lamb with apple mint glaze, cheese potatoes, and a mixed green salad. You are hungry. I stood and made my way to the counters, where I selected a toze chicken dish out of curiosity, something with peanuts and peppers, along with various steamed vegetables. After I returned and sat down, I looked at her, taking in the green eyes and the red hair, when she looked up from several hurried bites. So many things make sense now, and I never saw. I didn't want you to see them. You weren't supposed to look for a fellow lost soul. I'm not lost anyway. Deseret was never home. She started in on the greenery. I had several bites of the bite-sized chicken, spicier than I normally preferred, but good, before I asked, You never miss anything? She took a long swallow of water, followed by a sip of the red wine. What would I miss? Sharing a husband with 2 other women? Having 3 or 4 children and trying to scrape a living out of land that was worn out 20 centuries ago? Dying young without ever having seen or learned anything? Dorcha sounds like a paradise compared to Deseret, I said slowly, after a sip of Arlene and then a bite of chicken. Most of my platter was empty, more than I would have expected, since I hadn't felt that hungry. Women still have to obey men there, don't they? She asked. I don't know that my mother ever obeyed my father if she disagreed. I laughed softly. Some women feel that way, though. Women and girls don't have that choice in Deseret. They're handmaidens. Did you know that a woman can't enter the upper levels of paradise unless her husband does? I didn't even know that the saints had a paradise, I had to admit. I doubt they do, but that's what people believe. Even the Rickoshans had believers, I'd discovered, but I merely nodded, not wanting to get into a theological discussion. I'd made enough mistakes for a year in less than an hour. As we finished eating, Sorrel looked at me, her head cocked slightly sideways. Have you ever been on snowshoes? No. I'd seen pictures of them, but no one I knew ever used them, since it snowed so seldom in most of Dorcha. Amazing, given that Hybro was less than 100 kilometers from Lincoln. Then the warmth of the summer sea stopped short of the mountains. Well short. We'll take the short trail. After the mess I'd made before lunch, I wasn't about to protest. Not one word. I should have. Being on snowshoes was worse than crossing Illick's beams. The short trail was an expanse of snow less than 10 meters wide that might have been packed once, but was covered with a half-meter of fine new snow. On each side of the trail were ancient pines that rose a good 30 meters or more into the gray sky from which snow continued to drift. Every so often, as I strapped the basket-like snowshoes to my boots, snow sifted off the overhanging pines and fell like a blanket. One of those blankets covered me as I finally stood up after fastening the snowshoes, but I brushed it away with gloved hands and started after Sorrel, already 20 meters down the trail from me. The snow shifted under the baskets that held my boots, and I lumbered from side to side as much as forward. I hadn't gone a dozen meters before the front edge of one of the contraptions caught, and I ended up lying sideways and covered with snow. Sorrel turned and just stood there, holding on to a pine trunk and laughing. I struggled to my feet and plodded onward, almost going to my knees once more. She laughed again, shaking her head. So I threw a snowball and caught her in the face. You! She threw back, and I lurched sideways, catching an edge once more and sprawling into the too soft snow. I sat halfway up and packed a snowball, firing it at her, but tangled as I was in the snowshoes and snow, far more of her missiles struck than mine. Besides, I ended up laughing. Eventually, so did she. A would-be web pilot, and you can't get 50 meters on snowshoes. She kept laughing, and that made it even harder for me. I finally took off the snowshoes and staggered upright. I'll walk anywhere you want, but not on these. Sorrel just grinned, but she took hers off, and we trudged through the semi-packed snow for 50 meters or so until we were back on the cleared path toward the center of Lincoln, and someplace to dry off and warm up. And talk. 58. Lincoln, 4519. Those who praise honesty have not felt its knives. Sorrel and I talked most of the time I was in Lincoln, walking down cold but cleared paths under a quarter moon, sitting in a hot pool while snow poured out of the night sky and turned to a silver broom when it struck the water's surface, struggling through hip-deep snow to climb for a view of yet another hill, watching black-capped chickadees flit through the pines in search of seeds carefully cached seasons earlier, marveling at how they remembered thousands of hordes, sharing dishes at different eating establishments throughout Lincoln. I learned more about Deseret, from the wind deaths whipping off the salt desert to herd rotations to ancient temples predating the devastation to seasonal grasses to the politics of families with junior and senior wives, than about Ricochet. Sorrel learned some about Dorcha, but I didn't know what Sorrel learned about me that she hadn't already known. Talk was all we shared, and more than enough for the time we had. I slept alone in the transient quarters, my sleep blessedly phantasm and dream-free. She never let me know where she lived, and I didn't push that. Knowing what I had learned, I suspected I could have discovered her dwelling. But what would have been the point? Except to make a point. On the third morning, she met me for breakfast, and we walked back toward the overlook. I had my small duffel in hand as we went down the pine-lined lane in the post-dawn sunlight. The snow of the night before sparkled so brightly I wasn't sure we even cast shadows. The overlook was far less crowded in the morning, and we sat in the middle of the sweep of glass, looking down on the shimmering snow covering the ice of the pond. "You look more rested," Sorrel observed as she sipped the black café she preferred in the morning. I could sense her nervousness, the edge to her body posture, the slightest acridness of apprehension that had been stronger when I'd first arrived and that I hadn't recognized then. Now it was fainter but still present. "I feel better." I held the cup of Arlene just under my chin and let the steamy aroma wreathe my face for a moment before taking a sip. "It's been a long time since I haven't had to do something immediately. A day's been the greatest break I've had in years." I laughed. "Unless you count the time lost in travel dilation." "That doesn't count." Sorrel took a bite of something that looked like a muffin stuffed with meat and eggs, and far too heavy even for a system of mine that now required nearly twice the food it had when I'd been but a dozen schoolmaster. My truffled omelet was adequate, but I could have fixed one better than what the formulator had created. The Arlene was good, and I took another sip. "Why do you value honesty so much, Tyndale, as if nothing else mattered?" Her piercing green eyes focused on me. "You keep coming back to that. Yet people here don't lie. The system discourages it pretty effectively." "I haven't seen a Ricochet yet who lied, that I know of," I pointed out. "Yet you seem so much more honest and direct. And I need that directness. The native demons grow up with it, and they learn to shield it in subtle ways. Subtlety comes harder if you aren't raised with it. When you're not attacking, Tyndale, you're much like them. Dorcha is like Ricochet." "Maybe the first Ricochets came from the same cultures." "Not according to the histories. It's more a question of power, I think.
Dorcha is one of the more powerful Mite nations, and has been for centuries. Rikisha is the only real nanite culture, and it's definitely powerful. With interstellar ships and nanite weapons, there's nothing else that comes close. I thought about the segments of history I'd read on OE Station. Do we, I guess it's we, have all those weapons mentioned in the histories? I don't know, Sorrel shrugged. The patrol uses some, tractors and immobilizers. There must be others. The Mites have laser cannon and all sorts of explosives, but they stay well away from Rikishan borders. An almost impish smile crossed her lips. You avoided answering the honesty question. Why do you pursue it? I took another sip of Arlene, then found myself holding an empty mug with nothing to retreat behind. I don't want to guess. When you say something, that's what you believe. I can agree or disagree, but I'm not guessing as to what you feel. You didn't have to come to Lincoln, you know. I thought about that for a moment. You didn't have to travel all the way to OE Station. The authority paid for it, and for my time. But you chose to, didn't you? She nodded. Then, I had to come to Lincoln, but I wanted to as well. I'm glad of that. I paused as I reconsidered her earlier words. The authority, they paid? Pilots are that scarce. They're not that scarce, now, but most are nearly a century old, and there aren't that many new ones, 1 or 2 a year at best. Does anyone know why? Sorrel shrugged. There are rumors, something connected to the anomaly. Engi, the so-called god? Whatever it is. It may not be a god, but we've lost a few ships along routes that end near the anomaly. The scientists keep working on it, but whatever they've found isn't common knowledge. I had to frown at that. Overspace isn't that congruent with real spacetime. The ships are missing. 3 so far, and there's a deep space colony of believers set out there. They went the hard way, by photon drive. They run what amounts to a shuttle every few years. There was one on the shuttle when I went to OE Station. She said something about the fact that true believers can't be adjusted. They can be adjusted. Sorrel pushed her plate back just a touch. Anyone can be adjusted, but adjustment of believers leads to various forms of insanity that aren't easily cured. Oh. So a believer's faith is so deep that it resists Rikishan structures? That's the simple answer, and mostly true. But Duzin isn't that deep. No. Because Duzin is a way of life rather than a faith, per se? Probably. I don't know, but I know it works that way. Sorrel told the truth, but her words bothered me all the same. What was it about a believer that might be different? All people believed something. Again, there was information missing or withheld, and I hadn't the faintest idea of what it might be, except in a general sense. Believers or not, Sorrel stretched and looked down at her empty plate. I have to work, and you have to go get back to learning to be a web pilot. When we left the Overlook, we walked out the lane and up past the transient quarters where I'd stayed after fleeing Dorcha, back uphill toward the glider station. Sorrel stopped at the top of the steps. You can find your own way home. You're a big boy now. She grinned. Thanks to you, I grinned back. She shook her head. You'd have figured it out. It might not even have taken as long. I don't think so. You would. I knew differently, but I wouldn't argue that point. You made it easier. I doubt that. I'll always make your life harder, Tyndall. Don't you ever doubt that. Harder, but better. I've learned not to doubt your word. Good. The smile was better than a hug or a kiss, and I watched as she turned and hurried back downhill. 59.
Runsui, 4520. That which cannot be constructed cannot be annihilated. Within a few weeks of my return to Runsui, the year turned. Why did the ancients turn the year in the dead of winter, and why had all cultures continued the pattern? None of the databases and libraries accessible through my console had any answers to those questions. Somehow, that confirmed for me that no culture is ever comfortable looking at some of the basic assumptions by which it operates. I still linked with Sorel, but for us, links were short and less than satisfactory, perhaps because neither of us had grown up with the system, or because we felt all too strongly the difference between visual representations and full-body reality. My sessions with Andra had stretched out to every third day, and even Illich seemed half-satisfied with my efforts. I'd never imagined that I'd be sprinting across narrow beams, dodging fast-moving obstructions and objects with 50 kilograms on my back in pitch darkness and not losing my balance. But most of the time I avoided getting dumped into the shocking black water. On that day after the year turn, Andra motioned for me to follow her to her workspace or office, not the nanite briefing room or the console room. She sat behind a console, and I sat in a green cushioned chair, more comfortable than the briefing chair. Her words were blunt. Illich and I agree, Tyndall. You're ready for the next phase. It's also a big decision point for you. Which is? Some nanite-directed and accomplished modifications to your nervous and sensory systems. Comparatively minor. Was anything that modified the nervous system minor? Minor? Minor isn't quite the right word, Andra clarified. The physical changes are modest and not visible at all, but the impact isn't necessarily minor. Being a web pilot takes incredible talents and training. You have to know that by now. I've gotten some idea. Illich keeps telling me that. He's always insisting that all the progress I've made is minimal compared to what I'll have to do. A smile broke Andra's stern visage. He's exaggerating in one way. Nothing else in the training will be as hard physically. It will be a great deal worse perceptually. She cleared her throat as if preparing to deliver sobering news. The pilot is the ship. That means you need to be able to assimilate and react to outside stimuli instantly, including all the inputs from the ship's sensors and from other sources. Your nervous system's capacity has to be enlarged. My brain? No, Andra laughed. The human brain is over-engineered, most of it, and that part that wasn't, well, we took care of that when you came to Ricochet. The nervous system isn't. I'd wondered about that more than once, and why it had seemed as though it had taken days for me to regain my strength, but never having been turned into a demon or Ricochet before, how could I have known? Just what does this entail? Her eyebrows went up, and she began to speak. Without modification, you'd be in a state of perpetual perceptual overload because your sensory inputs and nerve channels aren't designed to handle that much information. In the end, it was clear enough. Even when not piloting, I'd be able to hear a far greater range of sound and be able to see much farther into both the red and violet, as well as sense to some degree through my skin energy levels. My reactions would be faster, and to protect me from those reactions, my skin would be modified somewhat, effectively creating a low-level nanite armor. I'd be able to link into most Ricochet comm systems without physical contact, were I in fairly close proximity. Some of these modifications would be desirable to any human being, I said slowly when she finished. It was tried. Andra's voice was flat. The suicide levels were unacceptable. Only people with the capability of being web jockeys seemed to be able to handle the sensory levels and sensitivity. Think about it. More sensitivity means more information. More information means more decision-making where others might not see the need for one. I nodded, thinking more about Thomas Gomez and Alicia de Schmidt. So, just specialists, special operatives, and web jockeys?
Some web jockeys become specialists that way. It's their choice. Most don't. There are a few specialists left from the old days.
How can you trust someone with such capabilities?
You won't be indestructible, Tyndall. Just harder to destroy. Besides, what would be the point? Web jockeys have position and privilege. The way Rikishan society is set up, it's impossible to get more. We don't accept people who are corruptible that way.
That I found almost impossible to believe.
You were stubborn and stupid, but you were never corruptible. You don't even think that way. No web jockey does. Some are petty, some are tyrants aboard their ships, and about half of you are too arrogant for my taste. But you're all very human, and there's never been a case of one being corrupted.
Or of one being caught?
Tyndall, we all live in glass houses with nanite-enhanced scanners trained on us. If the authority wanted to know what you discussed with Sorel, they'd know in hours, if not sooner. They'd even know your love-making styles, if they thought it necessary. We never, see? She laughed. You're even honest about that.
When do we do this?
Now, if you're ready.
Would I ever be more ready?
I offered a nervous smile. All right. Now, follow me. She turned and walked down the corridor and then took a set of steps downward. At the bottom, we went through an unmarked blonde wood doorway and along another corridor, underneath what looked to be open ground outside. Just how much of Runsui was hidden? Somehow I imagined a white-tiled room and shimmering instruments and doctors in white single suits. My imagination was wrong. The room I entered was 5 meters square, lit with bright but indirect light, and empty except for a single pallet upon a square pedestal that rose about a meter off the seamless green floor. There were 2 medical types in red, a man and a woman. This is Tyndall. Andra gestured toward the pair. Dr. Fionia and Dr. Kolbar. Fionia had short mahogany hair that clashed with her red single suit. The black-haired Kolbar looked younger, in a way I couldn't describe but felt strongly. If you would take off your single suit and lie down on the table there, said Fionia.
Everything? I asked.
Everything.
Fionia paused, then continued as I pulled off my boots and started to unfasten my suit.
You'll fall asleep here, and we'll ensure that you're comfortable and don't regain consciousness until the optimum recovery point. You may be slightly sore, but there won't be any lasting adverse gross physical after-effects.
So I undressed, trying to be as impersonal as everyone else. Then I stretched out on the unyielding pallet in a room 5 meters square, lit with bright but indirect light. I felt like shivering. Wondering just what I had agreed to, I went to sleep, doubtless nanite-assisted. I didn't dream or have visions or see scalpels. Nothing of the sort. It seemed as though I had barely napped when I woke up. Then I saw golden red arcs of fire against Niall, and the sputtering starry pinwheel. All that appeared and vanished when I blinked. Both doctors and Andra were standing there.
What do you see? Asked Fionia.
I blinked once more. What did I see? 3 people, the same room, except that my eyes recorded much more color and depth. I blinked a 3rd time. Nothing had changed, and yet everything was subtly different.
Sit up, slowly, ordered the woman in red.
I did, but nothing happened. The room didn't spin, nor did I feel dizzy or disoriented. There was something, earlier.
Very good.
She studied something she held in her hand, nodding.
All right. If you would stand, hold on to the table.
I stood, one hand on the pallet table.
How do you feel?
I thought. There's some soreness all over, just a little.
That's to be expected. You were out for 3 days.
Fionia checked the handheld screen once more.
3 days. For the next week, you'll be on a modified schedule, Andra said. Every morning, you report to medical for a scan. Then you'll get a small briefing, and then a light training session with Alicia. If you're fine at the end of the week, and it looks like you should be, you'll resume a full schedule.
Alicia? What about Illick?
He has done everything he could. He doesn't possess Alicia's capabilities.
I wanted to laugh. Illick stood near on 2 meters and looked and moved like an ancient god. Big, bronzed, strong, and graceful. And slender, near-erotic Alicia had greater capabilities?
You have greater abilities in potential than Illick does, Andra continued.
If that were so, it explained a great deal of Illick's attitude, the impassive and almost withdrawn care. It had to be hard to train people who would do what you never could. Might do. I still hadn't proved I could do much of anything yet.
You need to go eat, and then just walk around, read, try to get adjusted to the way you feel. I'll see you in the morning.
I walked out into a cold and bright day, but despite the greater depth in my vision and the glare of the sun off the snow, while I knew I was seeing more, my eyes seemed more able to handle the glare without blinking or watering. Sorrel wasn't there, or in my quarters. I knew she wouldn't be, but sometimes hope overrides common sense and judgment. I didn't link. What was the point? I'd survived a modification whose effects I hadn't really even felt yet. 60. Runsui, 4520. Life is born from darkness, not from light. When I stepped outside my room into the corridor on my way to breakfast the next morning, I stopped, assailed by murmurings and whispers from everywhere. Click, hum, click. Trying to reach Administrator Chalid, returning his link. Scritch. Doesn't matter who's coming. Don't put anyone next to a candidate. I stumbled down to the dining area, trying to ignore the distractions. The formulator clicked and rattled more than I recalled when it came up with a cheese omelet and sweet biscuits. I didn't even want to think about truffled cheese and eggs. The salt on the eggs had a metallic edge, and the Arlene had a smoky taste I hadn't recalled. There was but a single other person in the dining area of the transient quarters, a man in blue and green. A transport administrator or controller? Clunk! I twitched at the sound, managing to hold myself steady. He had only hit the edge of his spoon and knocked it against his platter, but the sound had felt amplified to me. I finished the eggs and the biscuits, not quite all the Arlene, and hurried out of the transient quarters and along the path to the medical building under high, thin clouds. The sound of a departing mag shuttle, once so muted, screeched like a drill in my ears. Dr. Kolbar saw me coming and wordlessly ushered me into a nanite screening room, one of the ones with a collector screen. "We'll do a diagnostic first." I tried not to wince as he touched a stud and a mist appeared that flowed toward me. I squinted momentarily, not recalling seeing such a ghostly broom when screened before. "You can see them now! Another talent. Did you notice hearing more?" "Everything," I mumbled, trying to keep my own voice low. Why didn't I hear all that yesterday? "Onset effect," he announced, as if that clarified everything. I tried to call up the term. Delayed impact of increased sensitivity to perceptual stimuli, created by axonic physiochemical adjustment. "Physically, everything looks fine," he smiled. "One of the better day-after profiles. You should adjust well." If I could adjust to such things as the raspiness of everyone's voices, and the humming of electro-essence everywhere, and "You'll have to work on making the perceptual sensitivities voluntary. You can, you know, just a matter of concentration." A matter of concentration? I raised my eyebrows. "Think about it as a volume control. Visualize it that way." His voice still rang in my ears, rumbling like thunder, although I could sense he was trying to speak softly. "I'll try." My own voice rang and echoed in my ears, even though I'd barely whispered. Kolbar added, "Alicia is waiting at the front operations console." Concentrating on the idea of lowering my sensitivity, I nodded. Ears still ringing, I tried mental commands to myself and my nervous system or internal demons or nanites. What exactly worked, I wasn't sure, but slowly the hypersensitivity receded somewhat by the time I entered the operations building. There, I met Alicia de Schmidt for the second time, precisely at the same place in the operations building where I'd checked in when I'd returned from OE Station. That was when Andra and Sorel had let me walk through gravity I'd been unaccustomed to so they could make a point. One I hadn't forgotten. "You're Tyndall?" She wasn't even as tall as I was, and her smile was captivating even as I recognized its sheer professionalism. "Yes, sir." I wasn't about to alienate a special operative, especially one who looked like an adolescent's dream who could drive a knife blade through solid oak barehanded. She raised her eyebrows. "Do I know you?" "I watched you drive a steel blade through a table barehanded several years ago." "Oh, the Duzin Master," she nodded. "Follow me." She walked briskly down one corridor and around a corner, then through a door and down a circular ramp. At the bottom, she followed the next corridor past several closed doors to a door at the end. She opened it and motioned for me to enter the enormous circular room, easily 30 meters across. The walls were black, as were the floor and ceiling, and the arched ceiling looked to be at least 30 meters above me. The only object in the entire space was a pedestal stool or chair attached to a metal pole that meshed seamlessly with the black floor. "Sit there," Alicia gestured to the chair. It had armrests and a small console of some sort on a curved support rising from the left armrest. "Fasten the harness." I sat and slipped on the harness that reminded me of those used on the mag shuttle that had carried me up and back from the Earth orbit station. She pointed to the console. "You should be able to operate the console mentally now. Think about powering it up." I visualized power flowing to the console. Nothing happened. "A simple command is easier." The dark-haired specialist's words were dry. "Like power." The console energized, and I flushed. "Always try the simplest solution first, unless you know it's wrong." "There." She pointed to the front of the stool. "There is an imaginary line running forward from the direct center of the stool as your reference point. Consider it as either 0 or 360 degrees. Various stimuli or objects will appear in the room. You are to note their position in degrees and key the location into the console." Her eyes blinked, and a red box appeared by her feet. "What is its location?" 348 degrees. 348 degrees. The input was on the console 1.5 seconds before you finished speaking. Trust your mind and perceptions. You can't afford that kind of lag. Don't bother to speak. I shut my mouth. Again. This time it was a black oval. 47, 48 degrees. "One reference, just one," she cautioned. "You have to be right the first time. Don't think the word degrees either. The numbers are enough." A sunflower appeared to my right, barely in my field of vision, and I turned my head as I thought. 95 degrees. "The numbers alone, and don't turn. Learn to trust your senses about what's to the side and behind you. You have to do it without moving. You can't turn an entire needle ship to look at a singularity." She snorted. "And you wouldn't want to. You wouldn't survive it." Singularities again. "Now you have the idea. You'll work in darkness from here on." She stepped back and closed the door. The room darkened, and the pedestal rose, carrying me upward,